4:33 on August 28, 2024. I would like to open a closed session. So roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you very much. Is there anything that, is there any ones sign up for speak of the closed item?
No,
today?
Mayor, we have no members present.
Okay, can you go over the closed item that we're going to discuss?
Yes, the City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purpose: conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, potential litigation, number of cases 1.
And this evaluation of letter from Vice Mayor Ho's attorney received on August 14, 2024. I just want to let the public know that we have started this meeting late. It's supposed to be at 4 o'clock, but since we don't have the quorum, therefore, at this time, even we have three members of the council member, but Vice Mayor Ho have to recuse herself from discussing about this item. Therefore, we don't have the quorum. That's why at this time here, I will adjourn the closed session. Meeting for closed session adjourned. We'll be back at 6 o'clock for open session. Good evening. The time now is 6:08 on Wednesday, August 28th, 2024. I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. Salute to the flag today is going to be Councilmember Nguyen and invocation by Vice Mayor Ho. Please stand.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and bow your heads. Heavenly Father, provider of strength, we pray that as leaders of our community, we might have the insight and courage to serve the citizens of Westminster with wisdom and truth. We ask for your guidance in making decisions that affect our community, ensuring that decisions made this evening are in the best interests of our city and all of its citizens. Amen.
Amen.
Please be seated. Next is City Attorney closed session report, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. There was one item on the closed session agenda, a potential litigation discussion regarding a letter received from Vice Mayor Ho's attorney. We did not have a discussion on that because we lacked a quorum, so there was no discussion that's occurred on that at all. There's nothing further to report.
Thank you for the report there.
I did have one other thing.
Sure.
Council member had asked that concerning two agenda items, their continuance. So I would just defer to Council member Nguyen.
Yes, thank you. In regard to the agenda item 5.12 and 5.13 on the censure of Mayor Charlie and Vice Mayor Ho, I want to inform you that we have gathered additional information pertinent to this issue. So as the result, we believe it is in the best of interest of the council and the community to have our item to move to the next meeting for the discussion. Thank you.
Well, we'll talk about it later. At this time, I just want to go back to the city attorney report. My understanding is that we schedule for a concession meeting is for a reason, and a serious business, I think, because there we are meeting to discuss the issues that we can't discuss openly. And what I have noticed is this is the fourth meeting that the two council were not attending the meeting, what I call a serious meeting, the serious meeting. We cannot get the business done, especially today when we have the item to be discussed. We have three council members, two council and me, actually a mayor, a vice mayor, and a council member. The other two were not there, basically. So the item have to discuss about the letter that Vice Mayor Ho sending to the city, which she have to be recused herself from that. Therefore, we didn't have the quorum to start the closed session today. That's why the report came out with no meeting today. At this time that we have all the council and the mayors here, if possible, I would like to reconvene for that closed session item before we can continue with the open session. So if that's the case, I would like to ask the city attorney, is it possible to call for, because it's on our agenda for today, and now we have all 5 members of the city council here. Should we go ahead and continue with that?
It is on the agenda, so you can talk about it. You don't need to walk it on. It's already on the
I
agenda.
understand. So at this time, sorry if the public, and I would like to recess and reopen for the closed session item. So council, please I'd like to call for recess right now. Council, please get back for the closed session.
How many minutes so the public can know? Are we doing the meeting for 30 minutes, so they will wait for us for 30 minutes?
Well, however long it takes, because this is a closed session item, it's very important. I hope that we can resolve it as quickly as possible. If the matter can be resolved I don't think it's the problem.
You know what? I think we can reschedule a closed session in the
After,
another time, to respect the public.
Please. So at this time here, we need to get going. So I would like to take a recess from the open session and move on to the closed session. And we will come back when with the closed session and we will get a report out. I would like to have the report out from the closed session, and we'll continue with the open session.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor Nguyen.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West. Councilmember Monzo.
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, please report out the closed session item.
Mayor and council, we were unable to have any discussion on the closed session because there lacked a quorum. Councilmember Monzo and the mayor were present, and Councilwoman West and Councilmember Nguyen were not present.
I just want to let the community know that Councilmember West drove off, and Councilmember Nguyen don't know where he's at.
Okay, at this time, I would like to continue with the open session. Export communication. Is there anything from the dais?
No.
No, hearing none, seeing none, so we will go on with the city clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out that there was a late communication notice for agenda items 3.1 and 5.11 to be considered for council's consideration and approval for tonight's meeting. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is city manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Just very briefly, once again, to commemorate and honor the sacrifices made on September 11th, the Westminster Police Department personnel will be authorized to wear 9/11 badges throughout the month of September. This now annual tradition will forever honor the police officers, firefighters, and civilians who lost their lives in the attacks on September 11, 2001. And then lastly, our Fall Festival is coming up. Last week, we wrapped up another fantastic summer movies and music series, and we hope you all had a blast. Now it's time to gear up for our annual Fall Festival, which is just around the corner. This will be the third year that we are hosting this great event. Save some money now with discounted ride tickets, which are available for purchase on our city's website. Purchase your tickets now, save up to 20% off. So that's a great pre-sale offer. Festival dates and times. On Thursday, September 26th, will be open from 5 to 9 p.m., which will feature a cultural night celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month in the month of September. And on Friday, September 27th, the festival will be open from 5 to 11 p.m. On Saturday, September 28th, from 12 noon to 11 p.m. We'll be featuring a senior expo from 1 to 5 p.m. And on Sunday, September 29th, from 12 to 9 p.m., we'll be featuring a vendor fair with Creative Babe Market from 12 to 4 p.m. Sponsor and vendor applications are still being accepted and can be found on the city's website. And you definitely don't want to miss being a part of this awesome event, and we hope to see you all there. That completes my report for tonight.
Thank you very much. Before I open up for oral communication concerning agenda items only, on behalf of the City Council and City staff, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to take your time out of your busy evening from your family times and being here to voice your opinion. Whichever way that you voice your opinion, we are respecting you, and we are respecting you, and please voice your opinion, and we will take that from there. So before I open up, City Clerk, can you read the instruction into the record, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit your card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker tonight is Tim Hogan, followed by Jessica Lassanu.
Before I begin, I'd like to ask, on behalf of myself, and I imagine most of the people in here, will you be going through the entire agenda?
We don't know. Just go ahead and
Okay.
we do.
It's just, I spent 4 hours preparing something here for 3 minutes, and to not have it go through would be an unfortunate case. There's something fundamentally flawed with the resolution of censure against Councilmember West. It's organized in such a way as to give her and her defendants opportunity to minimize the charges, to focus on the trivial rather than the true gist of her transgressions. For the resolution is arranged chronologically rather than criminologically. We are given the progression of her sins rather than the nature of her most serious crimes up front. Only in the middle of page 3 are her most serious offenses shown, acts for which there is no defense. Without proof, she slandered city staff with baseless accusations of taking bribes, then accused them of favoritism in the selection of vendors. These allegations are criminal offenses, acts for which the hapless employees would be liable to charges. Yet Ms. West leveled these damning indictments without thought or evidence. She live-streamed herself as she spewed her filth about bribes. We have the tape. She made her accusations of favoritism in this very chamber. Again, the tape is available to all. Who can defend this, let alone claim it's her First Amendment right? And more importantly, who can assert she should retain her outside appointments to remain free to revile and debase others when she doesn't get her way? Great googly mooglies, she accused our police department of collusion and falsifying reports because they didn't arrive at the conclusion she desired. Of what other monstrosities is she capable? And how long will it be before an aggrieved soul takes lawful action against her and this city? Can we afford civil lawsuits to satisfy her longing to always be right? And yes, let us remove her cushion of legal representation provided at city cost. Maybe if she feels the cold hand of personal responsibility, she'll learn to think before she speaks. As a resident of District 1, I know I will sleep easier knowing she's not out misrepresenting me. What we have seen in recent weeks, both in the resolution against her and by her personal behavior, paints a damning portrayal of someone out of control. How do we reconcile responsible representation with wild, incoherent charges of persecution by a city council she claims is composed of Chinese communist dictators? Or the infinitely childish assertion she made that this council is run by Ho Chi Minh. This level of insipid name-calling must cease. The whole sordid circus of incoherence must be brought under control. The governance of this city is too serious for on-the-job training in basic human decency.
Our next speaker is Jessica Lassanu, followed by Devora Mariscal.
Excuse me if my voice shakes. I'm just furious right now. I was going to pull my punches, and I'm not going to pull my punches now. I'm going to speak on items 511, 512, and 513, and I don't think they should be pulled from the agenda. I think you should vote on them tonight. And when you vote no, they shouldn't come back. This city is at a crossroads, and the path that everyone on the council chooses is going to determine the future of this city. But really what pains me is to see that Westminster is facing real economic and social issues. And those that were elected to lead us are focused more on interpersonal conflicts instead of finding solutions. We elected you to serve the interests of this city, not engage in squabbles and political posturing. While you bicker or disappear from meetings, city staff suffers. When you bicker and disappear from meetings, businesses suffer. When you bicker and disappear from your job, the residents suffer. The agenda items to censure Vice Mayor Ho and Mayor Nguyen appear to be clear attempts to retaliate against these two allegations. The allegations against Vice Mayor Ho are 95% cut and paste. The allegations against the mayor, some of which they stand from years ago. These issues have been resolved. There was a ballot measure to move to a rotational mayor in 2022, I know, because my My name was under it in the ballot, and it failed 60 to 40. Why would we want to spend city money to bring it back 2 years later with really not a lot of change on the council? It sounds again like political retaliation. You know our financial situation is dire, and we're shouldering the burden of high sales tax. Yet we see little improvement in our daily lives. Safety and economic development need to be the priority on the council. The tit-for-tat exchange has become all too common, and every minute spent on personal vendettas or away from these chambers because you can't be here is time stolen from these really important issues. We need leaders who can set aside their personal differences and work together for the good of the city. Please stop the bickering. Do the thing we elected you to do, which is bring this city back from the brink of catastrophe, because to my family, my neighbors, and to me, this is not chump change. Westminster is our home. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Devorah Mariscal, followed by Donald Lank.
Devorah Mariscal, Westminster. I was going to put something in the end, but I think I'm going to put it now. So, to the council, I was so amazed by your professionalism at the last meeting, which was completely out of control. For those of you that are watching, if you haven't watched it, you should go back and look at it. It was nothing like I've ever seen. So if Ms. West was here, Mr. Nguyen was here, I was going to say something to him, and I will. So Ms. West, and now I'm shaking because I'm really irritated. You get best performance of a 2-year-old tantrum, and you're a 40-something-year-old woman. And Nam Kwan, I want to give you some best supporting actor, because you did that too. Sorry, I am really angry. Okay, 4.1, use of military equipment. Can we use it in here? 5.7, that is allowing trips to Washington, D.C. We need to look at our finances to see if we can afford that. Anyone who is not in good standing, including the 2 that bailed tonight, should not be allowed to go to that at all. 5.10, censure and remove Amy Fan Rust from anything that she represents the city of Westminster. I'm ashamed to be a part of this city. 5.11, rotational mayor, seriously? No, just like Jessica said. 5.12 and 5.13, retaliation much? 5.15, how would you enforce it? And with the 2 that are gone, we don't need to enforce it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Donald Link, followed by Pam Grumling.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Donald Lank, and I'd like to give a special shout out to APW, who incentivized me to speak tonight. I proudly call this city home for the last 25 years and currently serve as president of Spring Garden Homeowners Association. Throughout my 49-year career in federal government, I've served on various corporate boards where meetings were always orderly, thanks to Robert's Rules of Order. As board members, it's crucial you know and follow these rules. Mayor, you have a gavel. Use it. When someone is out of order and refuses to comply, they should be removed. That is why I support Agenda 5.15, which would allow the mayor to remove unruly council members after repeated warnings. I would not be in favor of specific time constraints for comments. I am in favor of allowing reasonable time for comments, but not repetitive filibustering speeches. Civil and reasonable discourse should be the standard. When you're yelling, no one hears a word of what you're saying. Regarding Agenda 5.10, it's important to remember that elected officials in Westminster hold nonpartisan positions, meaning your decisions should be guided by what's in the best interest of your constituents. Unfortunately, I don't see these nonpartisan qualities in some of the current council members. It seems our city council meetings are being hijacked by two recently elected members whose objectives don't seem impartial. For this discussion, I'll call them Tweedledum and Tweedledee. When Tweedledum dislikes something, they monopolize the meeting with endless speeches, while Tweedledee encourages this by saying, let her talk, even though most of what is being said doesn't serve the city's best interests. After hours of disruptive behavior and even being censured, Tweedledum continued the same behavior and went on to accuse fellow board members of being Chinese communist dictators. Ironically, it is Tweedledum and Tweedledee who are exhibiting behaviors reminiscent of true dictators. I stand in favor of Agenda Item 510 and immediate sanctions, as they are justified. Tweedledum shows no intention of changing their behavior. Mayor, you were elected to lead. Please use your authority to maintain order and not let us down. For agenda items 5.7, yes, but require after-action reports from any in attendance. As agenda 5.8, yes, but there are broken and irreplaceable meters all over the city. As for agenda 5.9, call for the question and vote. As for agenda items 5, 11, 12, 13, no. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pam Grumling, followed by Nguyen Hung.
Hello, I think everybody knows me. I am talking in regards to, well, Amy. Hi, Amy, you're not here. What I wanted to mention was time wasted. We waste so much time. That meeting last week was horrible, and it's not your fault. It's that you can't control a child. There's no way. I mean, they throw temper tantrums, they talk over you. Amy is a child. And as I was watching this meeting from home, I was like, oh my gosh, I said, she's like the Tasmanian devil that comes through on those cartoons and wreaks havoc and just chaos and confusion. It was horrible. I mean, honestly, if it gets any worse, I just want to recall her myself if I have to. It's horrible. It's like out of control. She puts silly things on here because she's angry, like with the censorship. I think that this is just my opinion, she's retaliating against you. So she has got this GoFundMe thing going, and then the rotational mayor. This is horrible. It's wasting so much everyone's time. These poor staff members that have to stay here. It's such a waste of time. And I don't even know how you guys can get it under control, but I'm just venting because I live here. And it's ridiculous. We're wasting money. We're wasting our time. We can't even speak because the meetings go so late. It's horrible. She's chaotic. Something has to be done. And then her puppet, he's not in my district. Unfortunately, she's done nothing in my district. We are fortunate enough to have another council member that we can rely on that can help us when we have a problem, because this one won't. She doesn't do anything. So please, I'm sorry you guys have to go through this, but somebody please get her under control. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nguyen Hung, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Good evening. I'm sorry I don't send you the email like last time. Okay, now I start. Oh, you take my time all early. Okay, thank you. Good evening. This violation are cover up and vote deceptions that need to be added to censure accusation. Number one, BS, engineering degree declared in Westminster Memorial and Caution candidate application. On this item, it belongs to Mr. Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen. Number two, reporter SR1 and SR71 DUI reporter, either alcohol or drug like a painkiller for the accident on of May 27, 2023 at 9938 Bowles Avenue, number 117, Westminster, California, 92683. Number three, Ted Barrett, 2024 expensive report. Number four, expensive report for flagpole and relation financial with Asian American senior citizen, senior association. And number five, expensive report for 35th anniversary of Little Saigon Festival, including 1975 size and cement post. Number six, family related to Dominic Lay of Westminster Community Foundation. Number seven, family related to Mark Nguyen, chairman of Midway City Sanitary of District 3, Caution candidate. And number eight, the last one, any agency and business name registered in Westminster by Charlie Chi Nguyen to receive an Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe, District number 1. $10,000 COVID grant for Orange County, and Westminster 5,000 Supervisor Doe distribute to this fund for Orange County. I have a record. If you want, I copy, I send to you. Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill. Okay. Followed by Michael Varengia.
Of course. Good evening. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1, unfortunately, because she's a representative of that. What just happened at the beginning of this meeting says more than any of us could say up here. This has been their behavior. They are purposely obstructing city business. There are 9 agenda items from the last meeting that had to be continued this time, and all the other ones, all the nonsense that they put on here. They are, as she called someone, they're thieves. They are stealing our taxpayer money by the nonsense that they're doing. And she just left again, which we know, that's typical. And I know there may be people that speak on her behalf, but what I've noticed is that the people that come and speak on her behalf are not Westminster residents. They don't watch the meetings. They typically do not return after they've seen her behavior, so we are the ones that continually show up and speak because we've continually experienced it. I would say, I mean, I'm obviously in favor of the sanctions. I say after the sanctions, because of that behavior last time and what they've just done, she at least, I know he may have to go through the process, she needs to be removed. Whatever process that is, she is going to continue throwing her tantrums, continue to waste time. City business, actual city business is not getting done. And like people have said, staff are the ones suffering. We come and we speak on when we, because we want to. They have to be here. They have to go through all this. They have to deal with those two pushing them. She needs to be removed however that needs to be done. If we need to recall, maybe that's what we need to do. Our city cannot afford another year and a half of her, or 2 years, whatever it is. It's too long. So 5.10, the sanctions, yes, remove her from everything that has to do with the city. Again, I'm also embarrassed as a District 1 resident that she's out there trying to speak on Westminster behalf. No to the mayor rotation, that's retaliation. 5.12 is retaliation. And I noticed too, it's cut and paste. She just changed the names. on a lot of stuff. There's no dates, there's no, you guys had dates, the time in the video, they have none of that. They have no base of what they're doing. Agenda items, yeah. I hope you vote yes on that too, because they're abusing that privilege. They're putting nonsense on, they're just wasting more time. I'm in favor of placing limits because they have made it that that's what it needs to be, at least for the time being. Because when they wanted to take our minutes from 5 down to 3, they said 3 minutes is enough time to get your point across. It should be the same for them. I say at least give it a try. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Pat Bay.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll start right at the top. 5.6, vote yes and please approve the sponsorship of Midway City Sanitary District's anniversary. 5.7, do not allow that woman to represent Westminster in anything, let alone in D.C. 5.9, no, this is not city business and shouldn't even be on this agenda. 5.10, yes, please remove her from all committees and boards effective immediately. 5.11, no, keep the mayor as a direct elected position. They didn't like it the last time it came up. Now all of a sudden it's come back because it's payback against the mayor. 5.12, no, there's no grounds to censure Mayor Nguyen. 5.13, there's no grounds to censure Vice Mayor Ho. This is all cut and paste from her own censure, and we could tell she didn't write it because the words are all spelled correctly. 5.14, vote yes on this, please. Stop allowing frivolous items to be placed on the agenda just so these two clowns can waste the city and the residents' time on things that they want that have nothing to do with running the city of Westminster. 5.15, yes, I'd like to see some term limits. You've heard me speak of that before. There's a presentation, you got to vote on it, 5 minutes, everybody gets a shot, one right after another. If you have to go back and do it again, then fine, you go back and do it again. But if you've got to spend more than 10 minutes discussing an item, maybe this isn't the best job for you. Or at least read all the backup information before you get into the chambers, because it doesn't sound like these two bother doing that most of the time. And Kristen, you got to find something to allow the mayor to control this meeting, because what she did that last meeting, I was in politics 8 years. I never, ever, from then until now, have seen anybody act the way this woman did. Usually once or twice a gavel, they stop what they're doing and you can go on to business. If there's more that needs to be done, great, you can go back into closed session and argue it out, arm wrestle or whatever you got to do it. But this was absurd. She acted like a 4-year-old up here. I kept expecting, and I heard other people say the same thing, that she was going to hold her breath and throw herself on the floor and scream because she didn't get her way. And that's exactly what this woman's behavior is. This is 2 closed sessions. Her and her pet puppy over here didn't bother showing up again. And then when you went back into closed session, where are they now? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pat Bay, followed by John Ingrasani, I'm sorry. So Pat. Okay, we'll go ahead and take John.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is John Ingrasani. I'm a resident of Westminster, and I returned again from 2 weeks ago to discuss 5.15 regarding the disruption of meetings. If you recall, Mayor, we met last October to discuss precisely this issue. As mayor, it's your responsibility to ensure that our council meetings are run efficiently and professionally. At the last council meeting, the City Code 2.04060 was violated on numerous occasions. For example, upon passing the resolution of Council Member West, the mob broke out into chairs, a clear violation of 2.04. Short while later, the mob shouted again because they weren't happy with another rule, and had no problems using profanity. Again, another violation. Unfortunately, as loud as they were, you didn't admonish the violators. You said you remained silent. Council meetings aren't a popularity contest nor a junior high school pep rally. Tuning into Westminster Council meetings at home, it's often difficult to tell whether we tune in to see the city's business or we're watching reruns of The Springer Show. The last session was interrupted twice and eventually cut short because all hell broke loose. It was embarrassing to see. And most troubling of all to see was how much of the trouble began when you denied council members their right to speak. Whether some people like it or not, the council members speak for us. They're our voice. If a crowd of malcontents don't like that, it's too damn bad. They still have a right to speak. Our voice is equally as important as theirs. They don't own the city, and they sure as hell don't own the council. While activist groups have a vested interest in creating havoc and disruption, it's your duty, Mayor, to use your authority to prevent the council from being hijacked. There can't be a set of rules of decorum for the council and a set of rules for the public. In doing so, it violates the 14th Amendment, which states that all laws must be applied equally and fairly to all individuals. Council members don't leave their constitutional rights at the front door of the chamber. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Kim Springer, followed by Nat Lynn.
I'm shaking. Mayor, I thank you for everything that you're doing. My prayer for you is that you will be bolder, you will be stronger, you will put people in their place. What happened that last meeting was embarrassing. I've lived in this city for over 30 years. I've never in my life, even in my business life, seen anything that even happens like that. Please, please, take care of that. 5.9, it's awful. If the legal letter that was written was not enough to get that taken care of, please do. 5.10, Amy, I wish you were here because I have tried, I truly have tried to build a relationship with her. Broken promises. So do whatever you have to do just to get that finished. The rotation, I wasn't aware that I was up before. I wasn't involved then, but no, I think a mayor should stand for his term. 512 and 513, that's all retaliation. And the other thing, there were a lot of things that were said at the last meeting that were offensive, in my opinion, by this person. You guys are not the gang of three. You are the voice of reason, and I appreciate that, and I believe a lot of people here appreciate that. I would love for District 1 residents, not just a handful of them, I'd love for all of them to truly come and watch these meetings and see how our representative acts. She does nothing for us, nothing. I have other council members that will actually take care of park issues, homeless issues, you name it. Please take care of this and get this done so we don't have to talk about it anymore. It's exhausting, but I appreciate everything that you guys do. I truly do. Stand strong, stand tall, do the right thing. I know you will. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nat Lynn, followed by Mark Nguyen.
Kính thưa ông thị trưởng và hội đồng thành phố, tôi là Nhật Linh, là cư dân của thành phố Westminster. Tôi xin được phát biểu mấy ý như sau. Thứ nhất, với hơn 20 điều mà Phó thị trưởng Kim Lee Hồ và ông nghị viên Menzo đưa ra để censor nghị viên Amy Phan West thật là xác đáng. cùng với cách hành xử của nghị viên Amy trong cuộc họp tháng 8 ngày 14 thể hiện là một nghị viên bất chấp pháp luật, luật lệ, kiêu ngạo, bảo thủ cái tôi vô độ của mình, tự cho mình đứng trên cao hơn các đồng viện, tiếp tục lăng mạ, nói gian dối cho đồng viện. Một mình dành nói bất chấp, nói chồng, nói leo, nói gian dối, khỏa lấp hết sự điều hành của thị trưởng và nói ác cả lời của đồng viện. Công kích các cử tri và YouTuber hoặc phương tiện truyền thông không đứng về phía bà ta. Bây giờ hai nghị viên Amy và Nam Quang muốn censor thị trưởng và phó thị trưởng qua item 5.12, 5.13 trong chương trình nghị sự hôm nay. Chúng ta đều thấy rõ những lời buộc tội vô căn cứ, lố bịch chỉ là sự trả thù rẻ tiền và hèn nhát. Nghị viên Amy cùng với sự giúp sức của nghị viên Nam Quang đã cố tình phá nát buổi họp ngày 14 tháng 8, ngăn cản Hội đồng thành phố tiến hành công việc của một cơ quan chính phủ với mục đích trả thù phó thị trưởng Kimberly Hồ. Hai người họ đã trưng bày ra một bộ mặt xấu xí ăn vạ mà nói theo tục ngữ Việt Nam, họ là hai kẻ vừa ăn cướp vừa la làng. Nghị viên Amy tuyên bố đấu tranh cho nạn nhân, nhưng nạn nhân ở đâu trong cái gọi là cuộc họp báo của Amy và Nam Quang trước Council Chamber và trong hai cuộc họp của Hội đồng thành phố? Nạn nhân ở đâu hả Amy? Hay là cô đấu tranh cho ai? Hay là cô bấu víu một câu chuyện cô dàn dựng GoFundMe để đấu tranh cho chính cô? Thứ hai, về mục 5.9, xin đừng đi xa hơn chỉ vì thù cá nhân với phó thị trưởng. Bất kể đúng hay sai, bất kể bảo vệ thành phố khỏi các vụ kiện tụng, họ đã vi phạm pháp luật thêm một lần nữa. Sau cuộc họp Hội đồng thành phố ngày 14 tháng 8, hai nghị viên Amy và Nam Quang đã vì lòng thù hận cá nhân, bất chấp phải trái, bất chấp sự gìn giữ tránh những vụ kiện cho thành phố. Amy và Nam Quang đã tổ chức họp báo vào ngày 20 tháng 8, họ đã dùng background Council Chamber, logo của thành phố và hai cái trụ cờ Mỹ Việt là tài sản của thành phố để họp báo và tiếp tục tố cáo phó thị trưởng Kimberly. Và họ campaign cho phe nhóm của mình trong cuộc tranh cử vào ngày 5 tháng 11. Tôi yêu cầu Hội đồng thành phố phải trả lời cho cử tri biết hai nghị viên này có được quyền dùng tài sản của thành phố để hoạt động cho mục đích cá nhân và vận động tranh cử hay không. Điều thứ ba, item 5.11 của nghị viên Nam Quang đề nghị quay lại việc không cho cư dân bầu trực tiếp thị trưởng. Đây là một nghị trình mà năm 2022, thành phố đã phải tốn nhiều tiền cho việc lấy ý kiến cử tri và đã thất bại. Và chính nghị viên Nam Quang, với tư cách YouTuber chủ kênh Trust Media, ông đã lên án chửi rủa mỗi ngày phản đối nghị trình này, nhổ nước bọt vào nó. Hôm nay cũng chính nghị viên Nam Quang vì lòng thù hận ganh ghét, ông đã quỳ xuống liếm lại bãi nước bọt mà 2 năm trước khi đưa trở lại nghị trình mà ông từng lên án là tước quyền bầu cử chọn thị trưởng của cư dân.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Nat Lynn, Westminster resident. I would like to voice my opinion on agenda items. One, with more than 20 codes of ethics and codes of conduct violations that Vice Mayor Ho and Councilman Manzo brought up to censure Amy, it is right on point. Along with Amy's behavior in the last council meeting on August 14th, it's proven again and again that she defies the law, is super arrogant, and has an insatiable ego. She thinks she is above her colleagues, continues to insult, tell lies about them, speak out of turn, speaks over the mayor and others, verbally attacks constituents and YouTubers and media who do not side with her. Now the two troublemakers want to censure Mayor and Vice Mayor 512 and 513. We can all see the baseless and ridiculous allegations, the cheap retaliation and cowardly revenge. What a waste of time and money for our city. It's so shameful for their reaction. Amy, with the help of Nam Kwan, intentionally disrupted the August 14th council meeting, preventing the council and city from conducting government business just for personal vendetta against Vice Mayor Ho. The two of them showed an ugly face, and according to Vietnamese proverbs, they were two people who were both robbers and screamers. Amy continues to claim she fights for the so-called victims, but where are those victims in the last meeting and during her so-called press conferences? They're nowhere to be found. I wonder who Amy is fighting for herself. Two, regarding item 5.9, please don't proceed further just because of retaliation and personal vendetta against Vice Mayor Ho, regardless of right or wrong, regardless of protecting the city from lawsuits. They violated the law again, as if they haven't done enough damage to our city. After the last council meeting, council members Amy and Nam Kwan held another one of their so-called press conferences on August 20th. They used council chamber, city logo, and 2 U.S. Republic of Vietnam flagpoles, which belong to the city property, to campaign for their faction in the upcoming election. I request the city council to answer voters. Do these two council members have the right to use city assets for campaign purposes? services. 3, regarding 511, the two troublemakers, Nam Kwan and Amy, proposed yet another ridiculous item to waste city money and time. Just because Councilmember Nam Kwan did not get the vice mayor post for the year, he now wants a rotational mayor. This was an agenda that was already brought up in 2022, and the city had to spend money to get voters' opinions, and it failed miserably. What was so sarcastic and unbelievable is the fact that Nam Kwan himself in 2022 as a YouTuber and owner of Trust Media Channel has been condemning, cursing, and opposing the same agenda item, spitting on it. Today, out of hatred and jealousy, it's now Councilmember Nguyen to kneel down and lick the saliva from 2 years ago to bring back the one and the same agenda that he had condemned, depriving the people's rights to elect their own mayor. Has Nam Kwan lost all self-respect and has no shame?
Xin cảm ơn.
Our next speaker is Mark Nguyen, followed by Hui Donato.
Namaste. Good evening, Mayor, Council Member. Like a back itch, I'm back. My name is Mark Nguyen. I am the Board President of Midway City Sanitary District. On the district behalf, I am here to speak on item 5.6 regarding the city's sponsorship of the district 85th anniversary celebration. I know you were exceedingly busy conducting the city business in the last meeting and didn't get a chance to talk about the item. From the media coverage, it looked like a disco party, and I regret I didn't stay longer. All kidding aside, please consider partnering with us for this community event on September 14 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. I bid you all goodbye for now, but again, namaste. Namaste is the ancient Sanskrit language still being used as a respectful greeting and farewell. The words embody these meanings, which I like you to ponder in these challenging times. My soul honors your soul. I honor the place in you where the entire universe resides. I honor the light, love, truth, beauty, and peace within you, because it is also within me. In sharing these things, we are united, we are the same, we are one. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Hui, followed by Gigi Vo.
Thưa ông thị trưởng và hội đồng thành phố, tôi tên là Huệ, là cư dân của thành phố Westminster. Tôi xin phát biểu mấy điều như sau. Nghị trình 5.9 không phải trách nhiệm của hội đồng thành phố. Bà Amy có giỏi, có thật sự tốt bụng thì giúp nạn nhân đưa những ai liên hệ ra tòa để xử. Nghị trình 5.10 tước quyền bà Amy đại diện thành phố đi họp với các thành phố bạn trong quận. Chuyện này tôi rất hoàn toàn đồng ý. Thật là xấu hổ cho thành phố Westminster có người đại diện như bà. Nghị trình 5.14 tôi ủng hộ vì nếu không thì thành phố này sẽ bị tê liệt vì hai con sâu Amy và Nam Quang. Làm sao mà hội đồng thành phố có thể làm việc cho cư dân khi hai ông bà Amy Nam Quang cứ phá phách đề nghị những nghị trình vô bổ, mất thời giờ khi không ra hệ thống gì. Nghị trình 5.15 tôi thấy nghị trình này đáng lý phải có lâu rồi, nhất là từ khi bà Amy vào thành phố. Con người này lúc nào cũng nói nhiều hơn tất cả các nghị viên khác, mà lúc nào cũng là lai bãi là không có quyền tự do ngôn luận. Bà thật là quá gian dối, và nếu ai thật lòng theo dõi các buổi họp của thành phố thì sẽ đồng ý với tôi. Hôm qua tôi đọc bài viết trên Nhật báo Người Việt mở đầu bài báo rằng cuộc họp thường kỳ của Hội đồng thành phố Westminster vào tối thứ Tư 28 tháng 8 hứa hẹn sẽ hỗn loạn hơn nhiều so với cuộc họp 2 tuần trước đó, theo nghị trình thành phố gửi ra hôm 24 tháng 8. Cái cảnh hỗn loạn và hình ảnh của Amy và Nam Quang xuống phòng họp cãi nhau với ký giả và cư dân, tôi cho rằng đó là một sự sỉ nhục của Hội đồng thành phố, không còn gì tệ hơn nữa. Ai cũng thấy rõ và tờ báo Người Việt đã diễn tả lại. Có lúc bà Amy và nghị viên Nam Quang Nguyễn cãi nhau với một số ký giả và cư dân làm cảnh sát phải can thiệp. Buổi họp căng thẳng đến độ có tới 5 cảnh sát viên trong phòng, bao gồm cả cảnh sát trưởng, để giữ trật tự. Hầu như suốt phần thảo luận, nghị viên Amy Van West thường nói chen vào một cách lớn tiếng, cho dù thị trưởng Charlie Nguyễn gõ búa nói phải trật tự. Có lúc ông thị trưởng phải tắt microphone nhưng bà vẫn tiếp tục nói. Cư dân chúng ta đòi hỏi Hội đồng thành phố phải có biện pháp cứng rắn giải quyết những trường hợp ăn vạ, cãi bừa, phát biểu lấn át, chiếm diễn đàn xúc phạm, bôi nhọ đồng viện, đưa ra nghị trình phá rối gây mất thời gian, gây hỗn loạn nhằm mục đích hạ thấp sự nghiêm minh của Hội đồng thành phố, trả thù cá nhân vì những đòi hỏi bất chấp luật lệ của cá nhân Amy và Nam Quang không được chấp nhận. Cần phải chấm dứt tiền lệ nguy hiểm này. Tôi xin trích đoạn trong báo trang Los Angeles Times đưa tin trong buổi họp tại Thượng viện California ngày 23 tháng 2 năm 2017. Bà Janet Nguyễn đã phát biểu về ông Tom Hedin, một người hoạt động phản đối chiến tranh Việt Nam. Chỉ vài phút giây sau khi phát biểu, bà Janet nhiều lần được yêu cầu ngưng, yêu cầu ngồi xuống trước khi mic bị tắt, và thượng nghị sĩ Bill Moynihan nói bà vi phạm nội quy, đồng thời yêu cầu nhân viên an ninh đưa thượng nghị sĩ Janet ra khỏi phòng thượng nghị viện Cali. Câu hỏi tôi đặt ra, thành phố Westminster có thể làm như thượng viện tiểu bang không? Chúng ta không thể nào để bà Amy và Nam Quang lũng đoạn thành phố nữa. Cảm ơn đã listen. Cảm ơn.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, my name is Wei, a resident of Westminster City. I would like to voice my thoughts on the following agenda items. Agenda 5.9, it is not the responsibility of the City Council if Ms. West is really a person with good and kind hearts. Help the victims, bring those involved to court to be tried. Agenda 5.10, strip Amy of her right to represent the city at meetings with other cities in the district. I completely agree with this. It is a shame for Westminster City to have a representative like Ms. West. Agenda 5.14, I support it because otherwise the city will be paralyzed by two worms, Amy and Nam Kwan. How can the City Council work for the residents when council members Amy and Nam Kwan keep causing trouble and proposing useless and time-wasting agendas without any form of organization? Agenda 5.15, I think this agenda should have been here a long time ago, especially since Ms. West came to the city. She always talks more than all the other council members, but always complains about not having freedom of speech. She is so dishonest, and anyone who's actually followed the city meetings would agree with me. Yesterday, I read an article in Noi Viet Daily News. The article began with, quote, "The regular meeting of the Westminster City Council on Wednesday evening, August 28th, promises to be much more chaotic than the meeting 2 weeks ago, according to the city's agenda, which was made public on August 24th," end quote. The chaotic scene in the image of two council members, Amy and Nam Kwan, going down to the meeting room area to argue with reporters and residents, I think that is an insult to the city council. There's nothing worse. Everyone saw it clearly, and the Noi Viet newspaper described it. At one point, Councilmember Amy and Nam Kwan argued with some reporters and residents, forcing the police to intervene. The meeting was so tense that there were 5 police officers in the room, including the police chief, to maintain order. Throughout most of the discussion, Councilwoman Amy Fan West often interrupted loudly, even as Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen banged his gavel to tell them to be quiet. At one point, the mayor turned off her microphone, but she continued speaking. We, the residents, ask that the City Council take strong measures to resolve cases of harassment, random arguments, statements that dominate the forum, and I ran out of time.
Our next speaker is Gigi Vo, followed by Jody Boyd.
Xin chào thị trưởng và hội đồng thành phố. Tôi tên là Gigi Vo. Tôi là cư dân trong cộng đồng. Tôi thật đau lòng và cảm thấy nhục nhã cho thành phố của chúng ta. Vì cuộc hỗn loạn của kỳ họp ngày 14 tháng 8 với sự ngoan cố, quậy phá, ngồi xổm trên pháp luật của nghị viên Amy và sự hỗ trợ bất chấp của nghị viên Nam Quang. Hôm nay tôi xin nói về item 5.12 do nghị viên Nam Quang đề nghị để khiển trách thị trưởng Charlie Chí Nguyễn. Với 7 điểm đưa ra, tôi cho rằng hai nghị viên Amy và Nam Quang thật sự họ đã điên cuồng
mù quáng, tăm tối chỉ vì không đạt được mục đích đuổi bà tổng quản trị. Và cả hai người họ không được ông thị trưởng cho lá phiếu để giữ ghế phó thị trưởng thêm 1 năm này nữa. Điểm 1. Nghị viên Nam Quang nói ông thị trưởng tiết lộ thông tin mật để tấn công đối thủ chính trị. Là tiết lộ thông tin gì? Hay là chính hai người, Emmy và Nam Quang mới là thủ phạm, đem những vấn đề họp kín ra nói hoang hoang trên YouTube để bôi nhọ đồng diện, để lừa bịp cư dân? Điểm 2. Nam Quang nói ông thị trưởng tranh cãi với cư dân trong lúc làm việc. Tôi đọc câu này mà thấy buồn cười. Cho tôi hỏi những cư dân có mặt trong phòng họp hôm nay, quý vị có thấy ai tranh cãi với cư dân? Hay chính nghị viên Emmy là người mà cãi tay đôi và dùng những ngôn từ hỗn láo và bộ mặt khinh khỉnh, sất sượt với cư dân? Còn Nam Quang đã từng phát ngôn, tôi muốn nhảy xuống tát vào mặt mấy cái và bóp cổ cho chết những cư dân lên phát biểu. Điểm 3. Nam Quang đem chuyện phát ngôn nè, mày hèn, du hèn giữa ông Nguyễn Mạnh Chí và bà Kimberly Hồ tranh cãi từ nhiệm kỳ ông cựu thị trưởng Trí Tạ để censor ông thị trưởng bây giờ. Thật đáng xấu hổ, không có gì để censor, làm càng quấy hả ông Nam Quang? Điểm 4. Ông thị trưởng Chạc Ly Chí Nguyễn làm gì mà gia đình trị? Ông nên dành thời gian và những ngôn từ này để lên social media của ông nói về vụ giám sát viên Andrew Đỗ. Lý do gì mà ông im lặng đáng sợ vậy? Điểm 5, 6 và 7 là 3 điểm gì không còn thời giờ. Tôi không cần phân tích thì đồng diện của ông và cư dân đều thấy rõ. Tóm lại, nghị trình 5.12 Nam Quang đưa ra để censor thị trưởng, ông nên tự giả vào mặt mình như một cách tự giáo dục về sự bất lương chính trị. Trân trọng kính chào quý vị.
Hi, Mayor and Council member, and everyone present here tonight. I am Gigi Vo, a resident in Little Saigon. I am heartbroken and feel ashamed to our city because of the chaotic meeting on August 14 due to the stubbornness, disruption, squatting on the law of Councilmember Amy, and the defiant support of Councilmember Nam Quang. Today, I would like to talk about item 5.12, proposed to Councilmember Nam Quang to censure Mayor Charlie Nguyen, and 7 laughable points stated. I think that the two Councilmember Nam Quang Amy are really crazy, blind, and ridiculous just because they did not achieve their goal of firing the city manager. Both of them were not voted for the vice mayor post, and Mrs. West gets censured due to her violent conduct and ethics. Point 1, Mr. Nam Quang said the mayor disclosed confidential information to attack his political opponent. What information did he disclose? Or were it really Amy and Nam Quang, the two culprits who brought up the closed-door meeting issue to talk loudly on YouTube to defame their colleague and deceive residents? Point 2, Mr. Nam Quang said that the mayor argued with residents during council meeting. I read this allegation and found it super sarcastic. Let me ask the resident present in the room today, which one of these council members do you see arguing, yelling at the resident? Wasn't it Miss Amy who argued one-on-one and used rude words, had a contemptuous, insolent face towards the residents? And wasn't it Mr. Nam Quang who said in his YouTube channel talk show on around June 13, I want to jump down to slap them in the face a few times and choke them to death, referring to the resident who dared to come in to council meeting and criticize Mr. Nam Quang. Point 3, Mr. Nam Quang used the controversial statement, "you hand," that means coward, referring to incident of then Vice Mayor Charlie and Mrs. Kimberly Ho during the term of the former Mayor Chita. This incident happened way before Mr. Nam Quang was elected, way before your time here at the council. So how is it that was related to your concern, Mr. Nam Kwan? This is really shameful. This is nothing to censure. You cannot think of anything to censure the mayor, so you have to resort of these nonsense points. Why are you making more trouble, Mr. Nam Kwan? Point 4. What is Mayor Charlie Nguyen doing right now that is considered nepotism? Mr. Nam Kwan should spend his time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vio. Before you call the next speaker, it's my job to enforce the policy that we have here. So if you are recording Mr. Kaidao, I would like to ask you to go to the back of the room because that's a policy that we have. And if possible, I would like to have one of you to move in the front and reserve one of that seat for Mr. Kaidao. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jody Boyd, following Victoria Cooper.
Good evening. My name is Jody Boyd, and I'm a citizen of Westminster and also of District 1, where we have been completely without competent representation for almost 2 years now. I'm here to talk to you because I want to remain focused on our finances. So I'm here to talk to you about item 3.3. Time is money. This city is broke. We have been broke for years. Why are we not focused on that? Why don't we add a specific agenda item after we take the treasurer's report to report on how much money we have stolen out of reserves? Stolen. You have no plan to pay it back, ever. How much has been taken over the last 10 years? How much was taken again without much fanfare this last June? What is the plan? What has the city council come up with? Okay? Our biggest problem is we have two incompetent people starting right there. You need to sharpen your pencil and get busy because they should not be allowed back in the chambers this evening. This is uncalled for. Okay, last week I watched a woman on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and it had nothing to do with the late Gina Rowlands. It was Marjorie Taylor Fan West, who quickly went off the edge from the far right fringe into the lunatic fringe. I honestly considered dialing 911 to report a psychiatric emergency in council chambers. It was either that or offer her a joint. Instead, I smoked one myself that I bought in Santa Ana and gave them my sales tax money. Because we can't talk about real adult issues here. This is ridiculous, okay? I've looked. Indeed, a city council member can be removed from their office without a recall. But if somebody brings me a petition for a recall, I will sign it. I will give them money. I will walk and dedicate my life to it. This woman must go now. We can solve this problem with math. Since she has been added, she's created nothing but division, which continues to multiply. The only solution is subtraction. Get rid of her. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Victoria Cooper. Victoria Cooper, followed by Debbie Schwabel.
Trước hết tôi xin được trân trọng xin kính chào Hội đồng thành phố và tất cả cũng như là quý đồng bào đến đây để nói sự thật. Tôi công dân Mỹ, Việt Nam Cộng Hòa.
First of all, she'd like to greet everybody present here, and she wants to speak the truth. She stated her name.
Yeah. Và để góp ý với lại thành phố, ngày hôm qua tôi đã tới thành phố để đưa cái thư để báo cho thành phố hãy làm việc, nhất là cô tổng quản trị yêu quý của thành phố.
Yesterday, she came to the city to present a letter to the city council, city manager.
Vì hiện nay thành phố Westminster nói riêng cũng như nước Mỹ của chúng ta đang bị cái thảm họa gian lận bầu cử mà sắp tới đây là ngày 5 tháng 11 năm 2024. Chúng tôi không muốn xảy ra một cái trường hợp gian lận để cho đất nước Mỹ của chúng ta và thành phố đang bị tan tác. Cho nên
She said America as a whole and the city of Westminster is facing a dilemma of fraudulent election.
Và cái quyền làm người của người dân Mỹ chúng tôi là người Mỹ chứ không phải là con chó đi hai chân để mà im lặng trước những cái sai trái. Cho nên trước Hội đồng thành phố và cư dân cũng như quý cảnh sát xin được cảm ơn, kính tri ân quý cảnh sát Westminster.
Well, I'm just translating. She said she's American, not a dog or a two-legged dog. So she like to thank the police department.
Vì cảnh sát đã giúp đỡ cho tôi, người công dân Mỹ luôn luôn là tôn trọng luật pháp và hiến pháp nước Mỹ, và tôi bảo vệ cái quyền làm người của tôi đã vote được tổng thống Donald Trump và người dân Mỹ chúng tôi. Đây là tổng thống của nước Mỹ.
She thanked the police for protecting her because American citizen and doing her right to vote for President Donald Trump.
Và thành phố Westminster mình, cô Amy Pam Quyết đã vượt qua, cổ đã
Could you please stop for now? We hold
quyền làm người
the
của tôi.
clock.
Okay.
Again,
Xin lỗi. Stop. I want to talk with him.
It is the meeting that I am presiding, so please respect me for my comments.
Đang được nói chuyện mà cái ông thị trưởng này, ông rất là độc tài.
Okay. What I want to say is that I haven't seen that she speak on the item of the agenda, and I want to make sure that I gear her back to if she continue to speak out of the agenda, please wait until the end. And if she want to speak on the item on the agenda, I will allow her. Can you?
Đúng rồi, không, tôi đang nói cái chuyện này là vì là cô Amy Phan West, cô đã lắng nghe cái cử tri là tôi đã phản ánh với
can you translate for her, please?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I give you the first warning, please. If you continue to talk out of the agenda item,
đúng rồi. Yes.
Then I will stop you.
Thì chủ
Okay.
đề nè, thì tôi nói như vậy, nhưng mà để từ từ đó, mà đừng có chảy trong họng của tôi. Rồi một đội trưởng phải biết làm việc. Rồi
No,
tôi
I don't.
góp ý là tôi xin cảm ơn cô thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng Kimberly Hồ đã lắng nghe cái kêu cứu của tôi bị trấn lột cái tiền 600 của hỗ trợ cúng tàu cộng đó, cho nên cô đã làm một cái việc đúng là mà được mà cử tri chúng tôi tôn trọng, nhưng mà riêng cô Amy Phan
This is the second warning to you, okay?
Của dân. Yeah. Thì đúng rồi, thì tạm thời, nhưng mà ông này ông giành được giờ của tôi không có chịu. Giờ của người dân là không được quyền.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Debbie Schwabel, followed by Monique Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council Member Monzo. There's just a couple of things I would like to say. I didn't plan on speaking tonight. On 5.7, I do have to agree with Jody that our finances in the city are not real good. To me, a trip to Washington, D.C., I know can be business. It also is a perk, and I think it's something that we could cut. And I don't mean any offense by it, but I just think it's something, if it were in my budget and I had the opportunity to go to a convention or something, I believe that I would probably have to not go based on my budget, and I believe our city's budget is just as bad as mine sometimes. 5.9 to me is not a city business matter. I would like to see that removed if we could. 5.10, I totally agree with what is written here. One thing I did think about after watching the show from last time, I wondered if maybe the council could hire somebody who has training in narcissistic behavior and maybe give you some tools on how to handle it, because it was totally out of control. No one argues with that. I do know a little bit about narcissistic behavior, and I'm not a doctor, but I can recognize it when I see it. And she baits you guys. She puts things out there to bait you, and you take it each time because I think you're just helpless. You don't know what to do, and that's very, very typical. But I would like to see maybe some instruction to help you, because if she's going to remain on the council through the rest of her tenure or her term, in some form or another, you're still going to get it. She's not going to heal. The gentleman previously had said that it appears there are two separate rules here. There are two separate sets of rules. There's rules for us and there's rules for the council. If any of us even started to act like that, we would be removed. And maybe I don't understand the law, but I don't understand why the police officers cannot remove someone like that. It's not fair to you. You don't get your business done. I'm a citizen. I pay taxes. You pay taxes. We'd like to get our city business done. This is just a waste of time. 5.11, to consider changing the office of mayor. I say no. People voted for the mayor. When you run for mayor, you're voted for mayor. You serve as a mayor. Just because someone doesn't like what the mayor is doing, I don't believe we should do that. Thank you for your time, and thank you for what you do for the city.
Our next speaker is Monique Nguyen, followed by Kai Dao.
Good evening, dear mayors and council members. I am Monique Nguyen, a resident who only care about Westminster City Council meeting. I am very sad because recently the two council members, Amy and Nam Kwan, have increasingly joined hands to create a less agenda with no practical value to the city, but only cause trouble, wasting time to spend the city money wastefully, only causing chaos to the city meeting. Really shameful. We need elected officials to create laws to attract investment, develop social culture, making Westminster more beautiful, more diversified, and more lively place. Agenda like about 5.9, GoFundMe, just solely blame Vice Mayor Ho why she not responsible for the story how it came. And changing 5 minutes to 3, and then reverse changing 3 to 5 minutes. And agenda more the 5.11 requests changing the mayor's office from directly elected to rotational. Back in 2022, the city had spent more money, a lot of money, in major ballot, and people have chosen the mayor position to be voted, not by rotational. Now, why bring back something the people had chosen before to waste city money? Item 5.12, Amy Nam Kwan demand censure of the mayor simply because of retaliation. Amy meant to say, I am censured by you, I will do the same in revenge. City and residents of Westminster don't have time for the ridiculous censure for the revenge of being censured. Agenda 5.13 also censure Vice Mayor Ho apparently show Council Nam Quan and Amy don't have anything better to do for the city besides revenging and rebellious. To Council Amy and Nam Quan, let's show yourself more respectful to Westminster residents and not for your own power and ambitions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kai Dow, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Well, good evening, everyone. Sorry, I wasn't planning to speak. I was very moved and agree with most of what people have been saying, especially Joe Boyd. I'm sorry, I forgot her name. But yeah, Mr. Mayor, I hope now that you realize why I've been criticizing you, the way you handle the gravel, presiding the meetings. I have no problem you telling me to go back, sitting in the chair and live streaming. I respect that. When you did the right thing, I have nothing against you. But I guess everybody can see that the last meeting has been a circus for what it is. And, we should be ashamed. I'm ashamed, to call myself a Westminster resident, having you guys represented us and behaving the way you did and put on a show that becoming the laughing stock of the whole county, of the whole nation, and everybody, even people back in Vietnam, they're laughing at us, thinking, using the word, not even banana republic, but they would call it not even kangaroo court. It's like a rat council. That's in Vietnamese, there's a word for it, rat council. Anyway, I'm glad finally that you guys would, Mr. City Attorney, I think it's time for you to sit them down and, doing whatever it takes to come up with some kind of, he keeps saying decorum, policy, whatever, to at least, to control the meetings in the future, because we don't ever want to see it happen like that again. And I'm all for the item 511. You guys, I'm one of the person that proposed that we have a rotating system to choose a mayor instead of having to going through election or going all kind of mudslinging. And Mr. Councilwoman Kimberly Hall, I think now you have a chance to do the right thing, and I hope you guys can pass it, push it through. And well, like I said, with the item 512? Yeah, I totally agree with it, that we need to have the rules set aside, and just like Mrs. Boyd said, there's more important things that you guys to focus on, like that's why I didn't run when Mr. Kim Ho said she will reform the county and balance the budget. That's what you should focus yourself on. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
This agenda is embarrassing. Don't ever move BS items before city business or noticed public hearings again. That move resulted in the chaotic abortion of the last meeting. Item 5.7, Amy should be prohibited from attending any city-paid conferences in addition to 510 sanctions. We don't want her representing us anywhere. Item 5.9, this isn't city business. Since the last meeting was aborted because Amy would not STFU, on this, go ahead and let her yap on, further incriminating herself. Vice Mayor Ho's attorney will have a field day with the video. Amy and Namquan ditching meetings is obstructionism. Item 510, finally, sanction Amy Fan West, remove her from all boards and committees, and don't let her go to costly conferences either. Appointees serve at the pleasure of this council. Her egregious behavior disqualifies her from representing our city anywhere, anytime. Item 511, Namquan, you're a friggin' hypocrite. You obsessively campaigned hard against Measure C in 2022, alleging it would strip voters' rights and more. Last year, you and Amy demanded a full cost accounting of Measure C, trying to shame those who place it on the ballot. But now you want it because you hate Charlie, hence 512. Ridiculous. 1 and 2, no specific cited. 3 was in the first Charlie censure resolution that those two voted to overturn last year. 4 was before their time. Council adopted Ordinance 2576 in 2021 to address this. And 5, 6, and 7, total bullshit. Vote no. Item 513, Amy, you lazy, narcissistic twat waffle. You just copied and pasted clauses from the resolution to censure you, and they don't even apply to Vice Mayor Ho. Your few edits are senseless with poor grammar and sentence structure, even with staff fixing your spelling. No factual evidence is cited, period. So vote no. Item 514, Mayor Nguyen, I applaud you for trying to gain control over these meetings, but the city must stop legislating around these 2 problematic council members and punishing everyone else. We've changed the agenda policy far too many times in the last 5 years as knee-jerk reactions to council infighting. Vote no. Item 515, Mayor, please split this item into 2 separate discussions and votes. Putting time limits on council members won't fix these meetings any more than reducing our speaking time did. It didn't. The focus shifts to controlling the clock versus listening to each other and having robust discussions on important city matters. If we need a rule to enforce state law, then yes to the 4 strikes you're out rule portion of this item. Christian, consider the legal concerns that I raised yesterday. Chief Linné and City Manager Corden consider getting outside legal advice. Item 8, we were denied our right to speak at the last meeting due to the chaotic disruption and abrupt adjournment caused by Amy Namquan. New rules. Council members must attend all official meetings absent a bona fide reason. Council members must first be recognized by the mayor to leave the dais, announcing the reason to leave and the estimated time they'll be gone. And Amy and Namquan must be held accountable. If those 2 can't do the job, they need to step the hell down, and we need to dock their pay. Thank you.
Mayor, you have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Again, thank you for taking your time out and voice your opinion. At this time, I would like to close the oral communication. And the next item is consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council and our staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. At this time, I will entertain if there's a motion for approval of the consent calendar.
Motion to approve.
Mayor, I'd like to, 3.8, I have to
3.8.
recuse myself, and the rest I approve.
Okay, so you,
Amend my,
okay.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
Yeah, and I know we, Councilman, Vice Mayor Ho, we had talked about you recusing,
Yes.
but just to be aware, since if she recuses, then we only have 2 votes. So on that particular item, we wouldn't be able to approve it.
Okay.
Just that one.
So we can
3.8.
approve the rest except for 3.8
Yes.
Yes.
because of their absences.
Yes, we're trying to conduct city business, and this is getting
Can you state-
very unprofessional and
sorry.
ridiculous.
So I would recommend pull item 3.8 and then move the balance.
Yes, if you'd like to amend.
Yes, I amend my motion to pull item 3.8 and approve the balance.
I second.
Motion and a second on the floor.
Thank you, and this is also with the revisions for item 3.1 in the late communications.
Correct.
And our seconder, is that correct with you as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, second made by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to approve the consent calendar with the amendment to item 3.1 listed in the late communication memo and to pull item 3.8. I'll go to call roll. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-0.
Thank you very much. Next is a public hearing.
And let me just say, for item 3.8,
Yeah, 3.8, can we-
we're unable to take action at this time because we don't have a quorum.
Can I motion to bring it back when we have at least one more council member?
We'll just bring it.
Yeah.
Well, is it a time constraint thing?
I want to say part of this is funded by ARPA funds, so we do.
It is. Oh, we have one more council member, so.
Okay. So at this point, we have, so we have council member return. So for 3.8, why don't we,
you want this?
you can recuse yourself if you want to, Vice Mayor Ho.
But I don't think I need to go to the back since.
Since we've pulled it separately, you should leave then if you're going to recuse yourself now, since
Okay.
it's not, no longer on the consent calendar.
May I ask for what reason that you excuse yourself?
Well, I'm within 500 feet,
All right.
linear feet.
Can we vote on the rest of them?
You want me to
and then
leave,
come
you
back
said?
for?
Oh,
sorry.
I think we already did vote on it. Did we not?
No, we didn't vote on it.
No,
I
not
meant the
yet.
rest of it. The rest of it is.
Yeah, let's
But-
vote on the rest of it.
We already did.
So she has to leave her.
Now all that is left is 3.8.
3.8, right?
Yeah.
So if we're going to discuss 3.8, then it's no longer on the consent calendar. If it's on the consent calendar, you can stay and abstain. There's a rule that allows that. But once we've pulled it, you should recuse and leave the dais if you have a reason to recuse.
Okay, so going on with the 3.8.
Motion to approve.
Well, Mr. Mayor, may I make a quick thing?
Okay, please.
So I just want the public to know that I was dealing with some police report on the back. That's why I try to come back and forth with the meeting. So I want to let you guys know that I was not here the whole time. And if you want to, you can ask the police. I was doing a police report back there. Okay, sorry, you guys.
Okay.
So please not give, make a judgment before you know what happened.
So
Okay, thank
all right,
you. I
thank you.
appreciate that.
So I second to the motion. So motion and second on the floor.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve the plans and specifications for the Cherry Street Community Garden Project Plan Number P2614, and authorize the Public Works Director or City Engineer to approve minor modifications to the plans and specifications to accommodate requested revisions from public safety and utility agencies, and authorize the Public Works Department to advertise and solicit construction bids for said project. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
This is to approve the consent, right?
This is to approve item 3.8.
Okay. You know what? Can you come back to me, please?
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Okay, next is public hearing. Can you read the instruction into the record, please?
Would you like me to get Vice Mayor Ho back in the room, please?
Yes, can somebody ask? Yes, you're back, okay. So please read the
Yes,
instruction
Mayor.
into the record. Public hearing.
For public hearings, anyone wishing to speak on an open public hearing may speak in person. Speakers during public hearing comments will each have 3 minutes to speak on each public hearing item. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record.
So 4.1, introduce the first reading and ordinance amending the city's policy regarding to the use of military equipment, and present the 2023 military equipment annual report. May I ask for a staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. Per state law, we deliver an annual report to council on 4.1, which is our 2023 military equipment annual report, and I'd like to introduce Commander Scott Gump, who will be delivering that report to you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager, and community members. Assembly Bill 41 became law as of January 1st, 2022. Per AB 41, law enforcement agencies are required to obtain approval by ordinance adopting a military equipment use policy from their respective city councils. Law enforcement agencies are further required to submit an annual military equipment report to their city council for as long as we use that equipment. Agencies must post the proposed policy changes at least 30 days ahead of time of the public hearing. Our proposed policy was posted to our city website on July 24th, 2024. We must also hold at least one community engagement meeting within 30 days of submitting and publicly releasing the annual report. The 2023 annual report was posted to our website on August 6, 2024. And the community engagement meeting is being held today at the council meeting. The community engagement meeting was also advertised on the police department's social media accounts and the Westminster Herald Journal newspaper. After the adoption of the current policy, we determined that there was a need to amend the policy with respect to certain equipment. The only changes we have proposed from last year's policy are the potential future purchase of drones, upgrading a few rifles, and distraction devices, also known as flashbangs. Any amendment to the policy requires reinitiating this approval process and the passage of new ordinance adopting the amended military equipment use policy. Items deemed to be military equipment by AB 41 are used as a component of overall best practices by law enforcement agencies throughout this country. These tools have been field tested and are used to enhance public and officer safety. Loss of these items would jeopardize the welfare of our police officers and the citizens of Westminster whom they serve. The term military equipment, as used in the Assembly Bill 41, in fact, does not necessarily indicate equipment that has been used by or purchased from the military. Pursuant to AB 41, items deemed to be military equipment include, but are not limited to, our armored vehicle, pepper balls, less lethal shotguns, projectile launchers, certain firearms, and diversionary devices. The attached ordinance seeks to amend the existing WPD policy section 706, which constitutes WPD's military equipment use policy. Policy 706 outlines each item identified in Government Code section 7070 that is currently owned by the city. Policy 706 also includes the current use and cost of each item that we deploy. These items and their stated uses have been in place prior to the implementation of AB 481. WPD seeks council adoption of the attached amended military equipment policy, section 706, to allow WPD to continue to use this vital equipment specified in that policy. We are not requesting any additional money at this time, and that includes my presentation. I'm open for any questions the council may have.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will ask our council member for comments, and if there is any.
I have just one question. Thank you for the report. Just for the sake of for the public, can you let the public let us know why the term military, why that term is used, even though it's not really military equipment?
It's a legislative Senate Bill 41 that was passed by our legislature identifying certain equipment as military equipment. And like I said, that goes from our armored car, Bearcat, for high-risk situations where there might be armed subjects, to our less lethal equipment, like less lethal shotguns, somebody who's armed with a knife that won't put it down. All that is described by legislation as military equipment.
Okay. And can you talk about the benefits? Because I understand that when we use drones, there's a netted cost to use from another agency for us to have that service, and the benefit of us having it in-house.
Absolutely, sir. So having the ability to use drones, the only other options are other agencies to use them, which there's a time delay. And also, a lot of times drones will provide live feed and our officers can react in real time. We can also use helicopters. That comes with a heavy fee and they're not always available. So for us to have our own drones would be ideal to deploy in situations that we need to take real-time action.
All right. There's a cost savings?
Absolutely over time, yeah.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Any others? I move to approve this item.
Mayor, we need to
Sorry.
open public.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I am sorry. Well, I would like to open for public comment.
Our first speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Terry Rains.
Thank you. I probably shouldn't even have to talk. I didn't see any opposing comments here, but I would like you to approve this because there is so much equipment out there that the federal government is willing to pass along to city and county law enforcement agencies. And as the commander was just talking about, the Bearcat, you can't really go out and buy one of these things off a lot somewhere. And the fact that most all of them are in excellent condition, they've been very well maintained vehicles, along with a lot of the other items, small arms, ammunition, things such as that. So please consider, regardless of what it is, if it's going to save the life of an officer, that's the only thing you should be concerned about. If it's going to save the life of an officer, I don't care if it's a water balloon. Let's get it for our officers. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Terry Rains.
Good evening. First, I want to commend our police department for an excellent, detailed report. Not only, I would encourage everybody to look at the details because it actually spells out the incidents where they had to deploy some of this equipment. We have a lot of slap houses, or we had a lot of slap houses in this city, but a lot of times those raids are very dangerous for our officers and the surrounding residents. We need that kind of equipment. And I think, honestly, I have to say, maybe we need some of that equipment, or at least the threat of that equipment around here, because I don't know what else to do, but law enforcement needs to have every tool in their toolbox to keep us safe. And this equipment is absolutely necessary, and I trust that our officers don't overutilize this equipment. There's very strict protocol of when they can and cannot use it, and you know, there's a command, and they go through all sorts of cautionary procedures before they deploy any of this. But if we hadn't had this equipment, some of those slap house raids might have gone really south. And I mean that an officer could have been injured or worse, or somebody in the surrounding neighborhoods. So this is a good thing. I just wish maybe the last meeting we needed some tear gas set off, because maybe that would have, you know, at least put things back on track, or at least got us all out of here safely. Anyway, thank you so much. Lock her up.
We have no further speakers, Mayor.
All right, thank you. It is now the time for Mayor and Council member discussion and action. And I believe that we have the motion on the floor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have one last question. Do you mind if I ask?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I was wondering, the armored vehicle that we have in the back there, is that part of our vehicle, or are we sharing with someone else, or what's that? If you can elaborate on that.
Yes, the armored vehicle, we have one of them that was bought with a UASI grant. No city money was spent on that, and we do share it with 4 other cities. That's part of our West County SWAT team.
Okay, but does it belong to us since we use the grant?
It's housed here, but anybody that needs it
Okay.
in those agencies can use it.
Okay, so with this one, so we need another one, that's what you are saying, or to replace that one?
No, we're not requesting a second Bearcat.
So you want to replace the other one we have?
No.
Then, because what I'm seeing here, it would cost $315, so you want another one?
No, in that report, I just have to itemize what it originally cost, but we're not asking to purchase anything additional regarding that.
Okay, so today you said that you guys want more stuff, right? That you listed today. You wanted you need a couple weapons, which is okay. Also, you said you need, drones. That's totally fine. We do need that because last time I went to your guys' early morning, kind of like clear, the slap house, you guys do use someone else's drone, not your own. So I understand that we can use the drone. Now for the, long-range device, I'm totally okay with that, to other stuff now. But then with the, so tell me exactly on this list, do you need that right now?
No, that list also includes items we already have, but we just
Okay.
have to come to you to ask permission to continue using that stuff. The report you're looking to itemize equipment in green is the stuff that we don't have.
Can I hear what he's saying, Mayor? I can't even hear what Commander Gump is saying. Can you please?
So on that itemized equipment list, there's 2 types of drones that we're asking to have the opportunity to purchase, and one type of rifle, and then one type of flashbang electronic diversionary device that we use for high-risk situations. We're not asking to purchase another armored vehicle. We just want to keep using the one we have.
Okay, so it will cost money to maintain it. Is that what you're saying as well?
There is maintenance costs, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Roll call, please. Roll call vote.
Mayor?
We have, yes.
Yeah, I just, thank you so much for the report. And as the resident stated earlier, this is a very nice detailed report. And I think that before we vote, I just want to read, just a short paragraph. And it says, it deemed to be military equipment by AB 481 are used as a component of overall best practices for law enforcement agencies throughout the country. These tools have been field tested and are used by law enforcement agencies nationwide to enhance public and officer safety. Loss of these items would jeopardize the welfare of peace officers and the citizens of Westminster whom they serve. And I think that just kind of sums it up. And that's, really the reason why we need to make sure we vote yes on this. Thank you.
Okay, is there any others comment or question for this item? Otherwise, we have a motion and second on the floor. We did. It was motion moved by me and then seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Unless you want me to go back and ask for that again.
No, it's
No,
clear.
then I have a
We have it
motion
now.
made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo.
No,
Oh,
no.
no.
Vice Mayor
Councilmember-
Ho.
But no,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Nguyen. Okay, so I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Okay. This is to introduce an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending the city's policy regarding the use of military equipment, read by title only, await further reading of, and file and receive the 2023 Military Equipment Annual Report. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
4.2, we continue with public hearing, case number 2023-0818, City Council review of the Planning Commissioner's recommendation to approve case number 2023-0818, request for a development review, affordable housing density bonus, investing tentative track map for condominium purposes for the development of 25 for-sale residential condominium units, including 23 market rate units and 2 very low-income units located on parcel 1 of lot line adjustment LL 2023-0804. APN number is 096-041-30 and 096-041-31. Previously addressed as 13552 Golden West Street, Westminster, California, 92683. May I ask for staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight's presentation involves planning case number 2023-0818, proposed 25 for sale condominium units development by Brandywine Acquisition Group on property located formerly known as 13552 Golden West Street with assessor's parcel number 096-041-30 and 31. The project site is 1.29 acres and located on the northeast corner of Golden West and Fenway Drive, just south of Trask. The site is currently owned by St. Luke's Lutheran Church of Westminster and consists of 2 lots. The applicant, Brandywine, is in the process of purchasing the vacant portion of the church property, which was used as a church uses and a private daycare, which is no longer there. In April of 2024, the Planning Commission recommended for approval to the council members of case number 2023-0804 to legalize existing church just south of the subject parcel. Additionally, a lot line adjustment was approved and recorded with the County of Orange, creating the 1.29 acre project site. The proposed land use approval includes a development review for the development of 25-unit residential condominiums, vested tenant parcel tract map for condominium purposes, an affordable density bonus to grant additional residential units above what is otherwise allowed by the general plan designated per state density bonus law. The project includes 11% very low income affordable units and is therefore entitled to a 35% density bonus. The project site is zoned R2 with a general plan designation of residential medium. The project site abuts multi-residential uses, duplexes to the east, single-family houses to the west, and religious place of worship to the north and south. The project proposes 6 buildings, comprised for the 25 condominium units, and 3 plan types are proposed. The 3 plan types with varied floor plans range from 1,200 square feet to 1,775 square feet in size. All plan types provide a two-car garage. Plan type 2 and 3 are 2 stories with 30 feet in height. While all plan types comply with the maximum building height of 35 feet, plan type 1 actually exceeds the allowable maximum of 2 stories. The project amenity includes a dog park located between the buildings 1 and 2 on the north side of the project site, and with a community open space area with the outdoor barbecue. Tables and covered trailers on the south side of the project between the buildings 5 and 6 is provided. The proposed plan includes a 25-foot wide private street featuring a hammerhead at the eastern end of the provided access to 8 of the units to facilitate emergency turnarounds. The site's design includes enhanced paving at the entrances on Golden West Street for added enhanced aesthetics, reduced setbacks in the front yard, the side yards, and the rear yard. And I will provide the table to show the differences between the required and what's being proposed. The proposed landscape covers approximately 19% of the total project area, exceeding the city's required 15%. A 6-foot-high block wall, perimeter wall, with pilasters at the end of the wall closest to Golden West Street, as well as the 2 low, less than 3 feet tall block walls towards the front. The project architectural theme has no distinctive architectural style like the Old English. However, the building is articulated achieving through the various roof planes, building facade offsets and shutters, and painted trims. For buildings 1, 3, 4, and 6, the top of the roof reaches at 30 feet high. For buildings 2 and 3, the top of roof is at 35 feet in height. The exterior elevation includes stucco, vinyl windows, painted garage doors, decorative front doors and shutters, and concrete S-tile roof tiles. The proposed color palettes is primarily tan with dark browns, greens, and terracotta accent colors. The proposed project is subject to the state's density bonus law, which was enacted in 1979, amended several times since. The intent of the law is to incentivize developers to, in exchange for building affordable units. This is achieved by requiring cities to allow more residential units than the site's land use density, by offering certain development concessions and waivers for income-restricted housing projects. Other benefits of the density bonus law includes incentives intended to help make a development for affordable housing economically feasible. This could include increase in building height requirements, as well as the waivers or reductions of the development standards, including reduced parking ratios. As proposed, the project includes 11% very low income units and is therefore entitled to a 35% density bonus law on the formula which was created by the state. The general plan is designated as a residential medium density, which allows up to 14 dwelling units per acre. Based on 1.29 acre site, the project can have up to 18 units. With the 35% density bonus, it will allow additional 7 units. Therefore, the proposed total units is 25. The 2 income restricted units are designated as Plan 1 and located in buildings 2 and 5. In compliance with the state law, the applicant is required to enter into an affordable housing agreement with the city, and both the applicant to ensure that the 2 affordable for sale units are initially sold and occupied by persons or families of very low income. However, if the unit is not sold within 180 days after the certificate of occupancy, the units may be purchased by qualified nonprofit housing corporations that meets the specific requirements. In addition to the entitled density increase, at the request of the applicant, the city is required to provide 1 or more incentives or concessions via a reduction in site development standards or a modification of zoning codes or architectural design requirements, which result in identifiable and actual cost reductions. The number of required incentives and concessions is based on the percentage of affordable units in the project and can range from 1 to 4 incentives or concessions. As proposed, the project is entitled to 1 incentive or concessions. The applicant seeks to see the allowable number of stories from 2 stories at 35 feet to 3 stories at 35 feet for the 4 proposed Plan Type 1 units. Additionally, at the request of an applicant, the jurisdiction is required to provide waivers or reduction of development standards. As stated per state law, the city is not permitted to apply any development standards that would physically preclude the construction of the project at its permitted density and with the granted concessions and incentives. It is important to note that waivers or reductions of development standards do not count as an incentive or concessions, and there is no limit on the number of development standard waivers that may be requested or granted. According to the applicant, Accordingly, the applicant is requesting 7 development waivers, which include reducing the front setback, side yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, distance between the dwellings, and monument wall sign setbacks, lot coverage, and on-site open space per unit. As you could see in the one column, it provides the required, code-required minimum setbacks, and the proposed reduced waivers or reduction is provided. The project is eligible to receive assistance in the form of reduced parking ratios when any residential project includes at least 5% affordable units per state density bonus law. Because the project provides 11% affordable units, the city can now require a vehicle parking ratio inclusive of parking for persons with disability and guests of development that exceeds the ratio as shown. Based on the state's parking ratio, the maximum of 52 parking spaces is required, whereas the project exceeds the state's requirement by providing a total of 64 parking spaces. And those 64 parking spaces are allocated for 50 garage spaces, 9 driveway parking spaces, and 5 off-street parking spaces for guests. The proposed project has been reviewed pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA, and the requirement of the city, and has been deemed exempt from further CEQA analysis under the categorical exemption of Class 32. Class 32 is known as infill development project exemption. The exemption lists under section 15300.2 do not apply as discussed further in the categorical exemption reported, included as attachment 4 of the staff report. The project site itself is less than 5 acres, and it has no value as a habitat for endangered species, rare or threatened species. Further, the proposed development of the condominium will not result in any significant negative effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality, and can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services. Finally, the project analysis. Multi-unit residential development is a permitted use per zoning code. With the density bonus and requested concessions and waivers, the project is consistent with relevant development standards contained in the city's municipal code. The project does not exceed the maximum height of 35 feet, and the 64 parking spaces provided exceeds the city's and the state's requirements. The proposed development provides a diverse housing opportunity in the city, and it would assist in identifying different level of housing types as identified in our housing element. The proposed housing development is in compliance with the objective design standards as well of the general plan and zoning ordinance. Therefore, staff recommends that the mayor and the city council approve planning case 2023-0818. This concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions. Additionally, the applicant is in the audience, and they can provide additional answers specifically related to the project. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to open up for mayors and city council question for staff.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask?
Yes, please.
Okay, is the applicant here?
Yes.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Would you please step to the podium?
My name is Angela Meyer, and I'm with Brandywine Homes.
Okay. Hi, Angela. Thank you for being here. The layout is very beautiful. I do like it. It's very modernized, and it's good, for our community. It looks good. I love the fact that you have more garage to space for people to park. That's great, because that's an issue we have in our city, and I appreciate that. Now, I guess my question is, You say there's 2 units for very, very low income, right? And is it only 2 bedroom and 1 bath, right? Or is it more options?
Can I jump in real quickly? I think the proper process here would be to have the applicant open it up, have the
Okay.
applicant make their presentation, and then if the council has questions about it, that way they get a chance to basically explain their project.
It's- that's
I think it'll
perfect.
answer a lot of the
Yes,
questions.
thank you.
So,
All right, thank you.
may I ask you?
Can you speak?
Oh, may I ask?
Present.
May I ask
Can
to
you
come back
present?
and speak? Yes. If you want to, do you have a presentation that you're going to present?
She can move and you can.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me start over.
Right,
Good
thank you.
evening, council members and mayor. Okay. My name is Angela Meyer. I'm with Brandywine Homes. Brandywine appreciates staff support and that we've been able to bring this community to Westminster. We appreciate the opportunity. So Brandywine Homes has been around for 30 years, and we have built over 93 communities in Southern California. Our specialty is infill communities. That means we're redeveloping areas that had no longer any use or was aged. These are 2 of our communities in Artesia and Laverne. This is the subject side, obviously. Oops. And this is the front perspective elevation. So it has more of a Spanish feel to it. And we show here on this site plan the amenities that staff went over, but we plan to have a really beautiful community with trees along the frontage of the street and obviously some new development in an aged area that's underutilized. Some of the benefits of the community, obviously adding a new community with new homes, the 25 homes with 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms, 2 car garages for each unit, 15 guest parking spaces, private patios and rear yards for 21 units, common open space with trellis, barbecue, picnic benches, and beautiful landscape, 2 very low income affordable units, and those are the 2-bedroom units. And we're paying $318,000 in development impact fees that will help the city's coffers and helping to fulfill the city's housing needs. And I'm available if you have any further questions.
Okay, so I guess you answer that. I appreciate it. So I guess we just got this document just before we walk onto the council. Do you know why we get it so late, the slideshow and the presentation?
I'm sorry. We had sent it to the city earlier, and it just wasn't received. It wasn't noticed in the email, so we apologize for that. We did send it. It was part of the city council or the planning commission as well.
Okay, so you sent it to us a while ago, right?
Well, we sent it, we requested, we sent it on Friday,
Okay.
so.
Okay, and city, there was a difficulty for us to get this slideshow on the agenda, attached to the agenda until right now?
Well, so slideshows and presentations are generally not part of your staff report packet. So we usually just provide it at the dais when they receive it, when it's presented. It's actually not a part of your staff report. So it would never be included as an attachment. So you would just get it at the dais. It's to help you follow along the presentation that's actually being shown.
I know, but I noticed on the agenda, we don't even have the layout of the your condos. So it's like we didn't know what to look at. It's only just what was on here.
It was
There's
part of
no
the
detail.
attachments that were in the agenda. So you had to click on the links to get to all the plans.
No, it was not on our agenda item, so it wasn't attached.
Councilwoman Fan West, to answer your question, the attachments was a total of 2,000 pages. So due to the volume, we added a piece of memo behind your staff report, my office did, when we published and put it in your packets, advising you that due to the volume, the attachments would be available online, and to contact my office if you had any questions or needed anything further on that. But due to the volume of it, it was not included.
I understand it's, a lot of pages, but the thing is that this is only 3 pages. I mean, I would appreciate to have something where we can see the model, for future.
Sure.
This is visual.
So the presentation piece, just for clarity, that is not one of the attachments. So that was not a part of that volume that my staff did not print. Those were always going to be provided to you tonight.
So in that 2,000 pages or whatsoever, you guys didn't even have the picture of the housing? You guys didn't have that?
So the attachments?
This page, at least just something for us to look at.
So if you would have clicked onto the link that is within the agenda, the staff report that's online includes the Planning Commission's report, which does have all of this data that you're looking for. It also included the environmental report, which is why it was also 2,000 pages. But when that was sent out on Saturday, if you would have clicked on the link, you would actually see all of the attachments that you don't have printed.
Yeah, and I think you give us the paper document that we always write on, and on this, we don't have it. So for those who like not going online, but physical paper to write, I think for future, Mr. Mayor, if there's just something that we can look at,
Okay.
I think it'd be great.
Okay, well, I think they get what you're saying there.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking. I
Okay.
would
All right.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else from Council?
For me, I'm good.
May I? Okay. Yes, thank you, staff, for the report, and thank you. Thank you for building in our city. Really appreciate that. Well, as I was looking or following your presentation there, I just want to know, how did you come up with, now this part I really don't know, so I'm sincerely asking, how did you come up with 7 waivers? Is there a sliding scale for that? How many waivers or is it 7 waivers or 0 waivers?
So the state law has, the state law has been updating.
Okay.
And currently, it's unlimited waivers.
Oh, wow. Unlimited?
Unlimited waivers.
What does that include? The height limit?
If the applicant requested, yes, could be. But the applicant is not requesting for higher than 35 feet. They will maintain at 35 feet. It's just that it won't be a 2-story. There's a building that's going to be 3-story.
Okay, so now my question is on the stories. Maybe, okay, so that would be the stories. 35 feet, I know some buildings are 35 feet tall and some are 30, correct?
I'm sorry, yes, most of the buildings are 30.
Right. So did you know that you could have ask for a variance on that? I was just thinking because, 35 feet and then one of the buildings is 3 stories, right? So I was just thinking like an extra 5 feet for an additional story. That makes the ceiling or the height of the ceiling probably around 7 or 8 on the one that is 35-foot tall building and 3 stories.
Does that have to do just with the grade of the roof, the pitch of the roof? One being it can be a 212 or, you know what I mean? To get that height difference?
I believe that there was a lot of negotiation early on that I was not party to, maybe.
Because if I were developing, I would be asking for a height variance. And especially when you're telling me that it's unlimited, or it is now, but maybe it was limited then.
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
So my name is Taylor Ashton, and we're working hand-in-hand with Brandywine Homes. So thank you guys for letting me address you. To answer your question, that 35-foot height requirement is on the 4 units it's kind of like a 3-story pop-up. The ceiling
Oh,
plates are
I
10
see. It
the
just
ceiling
pop up at
plates are
the
10
end?
Yeah, and the 35 feet, so when we talk about unlimited waivers, this is not a waiver. We're allowed because we're giving 2 very low income affordable units. We're allowed 1 concession, and that height requirement is a concession.
What's the
allotted
difference between a concession and a variance?
Waivers are development
Waiver.
standard. Waivers are more development standards that inhibit, setbacks and trash enclosures, but concessions are actual building types and things that might affect actually the overall development of the project.
Well, my question is to staff, is that concessions, is that by state? Is that controlled by the state or by our city ordinance?
Concessions are done through a formula by the state.
Okay, so that's also done by state, got it. Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful project, so I was just wondering. Other than that, I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Taylor, and I forgot your, sorry, forgive me for age. Thank you for being here and having your presentation. Thank you for your detailed presentation. You hit every point. Just not really a question, but a comment. I know the state gives kind of do away with parking requirements, but the reality is that parking. If you're going to own a house, you're going to need parking, and I'm glad that you exceeded the parking requirements because that would be a big selling feature for your potential owners to have somewhere to park. I just had a question about the count of the 9 parking spaces on the driveways. How do you come up to that calculation? Isn't there more than 9 driveways? You have 25 driveways?
No, there are only 9 driveways.
Oh, they are?
If you look at the site plan, yeah, you can see the ones on the left side are driveways and the ones on the right don't necessarily.
Okay, I may have missed that one. So
You can go around.
I missed that one when I did find them on the planning commission when I went online on Sunday. So I missed that one.
No worries.
So thank you. Well, thank you again for bringing this development to our community. And we welcome you. Thank you.
Can you hold on? Councilmember Nguyen, you have anything? Okay. Back to
Mayor, I
Councilmember
just have a quick question for staff. This is just for myself, my knowledge alone. I was just wondering, I thought that our ordinance says that the height could be, we changed it from 35 feet to 50 feet. I could be totally wrong, but I seem
I
to
think you
remember
may
that.
be confused with mixed use.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Mixed
this
use
is-
is
yeah.
50. Didn't we change it from 35 to 50 for mixed use?
I believe they are
Oh, okay.
higher, yes. It
Got
is
it.
higher.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't have anything. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for here. Right now, I would like to open up for public comments.
Our first speaker is Ryan Lamb, followed by Jody Boyd.
Hello, I'm Ryan. I'm a resident of Westminster. I had a question about, you guys addressed it previously, but the 35-foot height limit. It towers over other buildings nearby, and I understand that those 35-foot buildings are your low-income buildings, and that's probably going to lead towards your allowances to do other things. But I'm okay with that, 35 foot. I'm fine with it. My question I have for the city is that, are you going to be able to hold your contractors to building this cleanly, essentially? I run civil grading operations, and I understand that there's a lot of dust, a lot of noise, a lot of debris that happens, a lot of track out, all those things. And from working with other cities, their city inspectors have always been on me in order to make sure the job site's always clean, making sure the communities around us aren't getting dust on their cars at the end of the day. I just want to make sure that you guys are going to be able to, keep these contractors and developers accountable when it comes to keeping our air clean. And then my second question is also for the developer, I'm not sure if you guys know, but on Golden West, we have a flooding issue occasionally between Golden West, Trask. It floods there all the time. Reading through your plans, it seems like you guys have a modular wetland system, and that makes perfect sense for the area that you're in. But the contingency is that there's going to be a parkway drain in case there's any overflows that will overflow onto Golden West. Will that cause, additional flooding that's going to happen? And Is there something we can, get in front of if it does happen? So maybe just something to look into a little bit more. Thank you. That's all I have.
Our next speaker is Jody Boyd, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Judy Boyd is not here.
Last call for Jody. Okay, Terry Raines.
Good evening. It looks like a beautiful project, and this is the kind of progress that we as a city need to make. My only questions or concerns, I'm so happy, we got garages, we've got extra parking. I didn't study it. I clicked on a lot of the links, though. So where that hammer is, there's no even emergency exits other than the main entrance and exit, so there's not a secondary fire department. And I'm sure they've looked at it because I didn't get that far, but just because, if there's fire and you're in the back, one of the back units, a lot of times the development will have a pop-out gate or an emergency that only the fire department can utilize or law enforcement to open that and get out onto the street. I don't know how that fits into this, but I know the fire department had to have reviewed the impact, so I would assume if there's a problem, they'd mention it. But that was just the only thing I noticed. And then I'm going to harp on the same thing I've been harping on for 5 years. We, as a city, I think Costa Mesa just did theirs, if I remember right, but I've been harping on doing an inclusive ordinance, housing ordinance, so that we can incentivize developers to not just give us the bare minimum to get their waivers and their concessions and everything with the state law, but that we can motivate them to actually put in more affordable, and I mean truly affordable housing, because $50,000 that's great. And for a purchase, this makes sense. But for rentals, I think we could better incentivize these developers to give us truly affordable housing with the city ordinance, in addition to the state law. They get a lot of concessions and all that, but we as a city, what do we get? We get 2 units, that are at 50,000 income. So that's just something I bring up at every time there's a public hearing, every time that there's something about development, because I don't know why this city has been so resistant to doing that long before these state laws actually passed. I've been harping about it. So anyway, that's it. Thank you so much.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Yes, City Attorney.
Yes, before you close the public hearing, the normal process would be to allow the applicant an opportunity to respond to some of the comments that were made, if they want to.
Yes, thank you again. To answer that gentleman's question, we have conditions of approval that have been presented to city, and we've agreed to them. It does allow that we have to be enforced to make sure there's no dust.
Try to talk into the microphone. Yeah.
That there's no dust and that there's everything that we're doing in our power to make this the safest, quickest, least noisiest type development that we can possibly do. And by achieving that is you guys put together conditions of approval, which we've approved. And I will say that city staff has worked extremely hard because we've been in this process for a long time. And Sandy is doing an amazing job, so thank you so much, Sandy. And to answer, you had a question. What was it?
Drainage.
If there's an emergency exit for fire and
Yeah, so that, I don't believe we have that, but this has been studied by every department numerous times. So everything that we're doing is by the book and it's by the code and per code. And as far as the drainage issue, we did have to do that little drainage thing to make sure that it was draining properly. But again, that was also studied by our engineers, by our civils, and by city, and everything seemed to be up to par. So, thank you.
All right, if there's a additional question, I guess that
Close the public hearing.
you can take it outside and continue the conversation. At this time, I would like to close for public comments, and it is time for council mayors and council action. So I would like to entertain if there's a motion on this.
Mayor,
Yes.
Thank you. Adolfo, can you address some of the concerns from the one speaker about the flooding along, I think he mentioned Golden West and Trask. Wasn't Trask that flooding? That was really bad at one time, but that whole Trask was totally redone for the flooding issue, was it not?
That's correct. There have been some improvements to that area, and I'd like to see if our Public Works Director can come and talk about the improvements on the south side of Trask at Golden West.
Correct. So that, I know that was done a few years back to address all that flooding.
Thank you. Yes, so we do monitor that corner of Trask and Golden West. We do have some minor flooding, but it actually on the surface flow. It actually the catch basin on the south side of that intersection. We're taking the water. We'll continue to monitor it because we improved the section south of Trask a couple of years ago. The more you put, asphalt and concrete, that's created more water. So we're looking into that one and have planned for improvements. In regard to the developments, yes, we will work with the developers to look at their grading plans as well as the water management, water quality management plans, and make sure that whatever the contribution to the street flooding would be taken care of by the developer.
And another question as far as a concern during construction, do we implement the SWEPS program during construction?
I'm answering on behalf of the building, but the magnitude of this type of project, absolutely, this would be going to be part of the plans.
Okay. And make sure our building officials, building inspectors look at that when they're out visiting the site.
Absolutely. Our building official and the inspection team will be visiting the site as often as necessary.
Okay, we'll have mud plates right before you go on to Golden West.
Mud plates, licensed traffic control plans if necessary to close roadways as needed. Okay. All of that will be taken into account, as well as any impacts to pedestrians or bicyclists that are traveling along the construction route.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's part of our NPDES program. We always have that in place, for that type of construction.
All right. Thank you.
Entertain
A motion to approve as recommended.
Second.
Okay, motion and second on the floor. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to adopt a resolution entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, approving case number 2023-0818, pertaining to a development review, affordable housing density bonus, investing tentative track map for the development of 25 for-sale residential condominium units, including 23 market rate units and 2 very low-income units, located on Parcel 1 of Lot Line Adjustment LL 2023-0804, APN number 096-041-30 and 096-041-31, previously addressed as 13552 Golden West Street, Westminster, California, 92683. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Before I answer, I just want to say, cast my vote. I want to say, Brandy Wine, thank you so much for answering all the questions. Great presentation, great model of the new housing you'll be putting in and answering the question of those concerns residents. So thank you. Good luck on this project. And I look forward to see the end result. Thank you. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, congratulations on that. Now, before I move into regular business, let them leave first. Okay, before we move into regular business, I want to state it that as a power vested in me by the voters, that I'm a mayor presiding at the city council meeting. I know how important the items is, which if we don't take care of it, then it would be flowed out to the end, and we can't take care of our business effectively. So with that, I'm sorry that I have to do the second time, but at this time, I would like to recess from the open section and move into the closed section item to continue with the item that we have on the agenda. Since we have all the council now, because I believe that maybe they were busy at the beginning, but now with all the councils at the dais, I'd like to go ahead and take the recess for closed section item. We'll come back later. The time now is 8:57. I would like to reopen the open session and report out the closed session. So, roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West. here. Councilmember Bonzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilmember Nguyen absent.
All right, City Attorney, would you please report out the closed session?
We were unable to have a discussion in closed session for lack of a quorum. Councilwoman West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
All right, thank you. So at this time, I would like to move on with regular business, 5.1. Continue from the August 14, 2024 regular City Council meeting. Award of contract from the Mendes Historic Trail and Green Street Bikeway Project, Mendes Freedom Trail Projects, P2499.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have motion and second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to approve a transfer from the gas tax account 55005 to a newly created CIP project account number 55036-362502, Mendez Historic Trail and Green Street Bikeway construction in the amount of $647,109.83, and approve the award of contract to the lowest and responsible bidder in the amount of $8,199,515 to CASA Construction Incorporation, and that all other bids be rejected, and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $819,951.50 for potential change orders, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city. I'll go to call roll.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I guess, you know how in the past you guys did give us a couple of the bids? I know you said that they are the most responsible one for the Mendez. Where are the other bids? We don't need to see what they propose, but just other bids? Because, you know, transparency, we always mention was
they're on
important in the
page 2.
council to vote on.
They're on page 2.
And I think it's important, I know, but we need the contract of what they propose, because staff recommend that we should approve the contract to KASA, but the other two is here, but we want to see more, because we only see the contract of the CASA construction here. Where's the other two? So we, as council, elected official,
It's the scope of work,
can,
right?
may I finish, Mr. Manzo?
Yes.
I'm talking, thank you. What I'm saying is that it's important for us to see the other contracts so we can compare apples to apples, because the thing is that we're elected by the people to make sure we vote accordingly. You know, even though staff recommend this, but it's important for us as a council to, in a way, you know, look at the item that you guys were talking about and assess. Isn't that fair?
Yes, may I attempt to answer the questions?
Okay.
Based on the public contract code that we do have, we call it a schedule of base bid items, and every contractor bidding the same thing. And by the state law, that if they are deemed to be the lowest, and we also verify if they are also responsible bidders, we have to award to them. Every contractor going to have bid the same items. Their number is going to be variance, but at the end, the total numbers, whoever the lowest one going to win the bid. Does it make sense? So the
Right.
schedule, that part of the report, is pretty much the same. So the other bids have different numbers. They are higher numbers. So the totals shows on the page 2 of the report. If you look at the number 1 is CASA Constructions, number 2 is Sequel Contractor. They are higher. There's $8,763,000, and number 3 is Los Angeles Engineering. They are $9.9 million.
Right, I understand that. But what I'm saying is comparing their contract, because every contract will be a little different in their statement, right? We only see the CASA contract, and it's very important for us as council. I mean, just give us things that we can compare apple to apple. That's all we're saying, so we can make the best decision for the people that vote us in. I mean, if it's possible and if it's reasonable, that's all I'm asking.
So if I can add a few things. So as engineers, our staff put together a bid sheet, and everybody essentially pencils in their bid for each item. So our engineers, as professionals, are tasked with looking at all of the information that's written. So there's a number 10 is written, and then the word 10 is written, so that there's no confusion. And our engineers are experts at making sure that they compare every single bid entry, and they do this very meticulously to arrive to the totals that are presented in the page. Once the staff has determined that they are going to recommend a bid, then that one contractor is presented with a contract. All of the contractors are not presented with contracts because we're not hiring all of them.
Right, I understand that. Let me give you an example. I feel like we're not on the same page. What I'm saying, if it's reasonable, like the RFI number 1, right? The question is, does this project have a geotechnology soil report? You know, like this one say no. But all we're asking is, this is reasonable, right? If they can tell us all the question that you're asked, the 3 recipients, the same question, I mean, isn't that reasonable to just have this copy so we can see and compare and contrast in the future for other bids?
So the request for information.
Can I listen to staff, Mr. Mayor? Can you?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
run
can you
the
keep
meeting?
order, please?
Yes.
Please,
Out of order.
Jeez.
So
Golly.
the request for information, the RFI, those are the process that when a contractor, any contractor, asking the city staff for verifications before they submit the final bids, we respond to those RFI to everybody, to all the contractor. The main thing is make sure we want the contractor bid apple to apple. It's comparable bids.
I understand, but what I'm saying with the RFI for 3 of those bids, right? They might have different answer. You guys, but whatever it might be,
The RFI
Say,
is
do
the-
you require, it is required to only have a Bravo sign for the
Yeah, I will.
signage.
Ca-
So then would they
Councilwoman,
answer
can-
differently?
Can I jump in?
Councilwoman,
Yes.
Can I jump
City
in?
Attorney, yes.
Attorney?
I think what's really important to understand here is when we're bidding out things, there's different kinds of contracts, okay? There's situations where we're hiring planners or things that are more discretionary, where the quality of one person might vary. They might actually cost more, but they're better, and we're going to go with that. When it comes to public works, though, when we're talking about public works projects, state law significantly restricts what we have to do. They mandate that we go with the lowest responsible bidder. So, and that's all defined under state law. So this is, whenever we're doing street work or any other kind of work at a park or whatever it might be, these are considered public works. And so a public works contract has to be bid very specifically. We have a closing date, and they all get the same question. So, basically, so the bids are all equal. And
City
then we're-
Attorney, I understand
forced to
that.
take
I
it.
would
understand
you
that we
please allow
have to
him
get the
to
lowest.
Would you
Mr.
please allow him to complete first?
Oh, yes, go
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say here is that we can, the bids could be included in the packet, certainly, but the truth of the matter is that we're not able to, say, adjust it and go with the next one based on a response unless we were to find the lowest bidder to be non-responsible or non-responsive, like they didn't answer one of the questions, or based on significant evidence in the record that they're a non-responsible type of company, like based on the fact that maybe they did something in another city. And there's a real burden on us. So we have to go with that lowest bid, and it's a very specific process that we're following. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that you understood that.
Mr.
Go
City
ahead.
Attorney,
Go ahead.
I understand that by law, we have to go with the lowest bid. I understand that. That's why I say, is it possible for us to look? It just shows May I finish and stop instead
Why
of
don't
you guys
you
interrupting?
continue to
Okay, thank
to
you.
address, okay?
Can you
Why don't you continue to
run
address?
order?
I can hear you. Everybody can hear you.
I'm getting distracted
Please,
because
go ahead.
you're activists.
Go ahead and address
So,
yours.
Mr. Mayor, please run your meeting. When you're stopping
do.
us, stop them too. Run orderly, come on. Mr. Mayor? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so what I'm saying, if it's possible, that we as council just look like what city attorney said, it's okay to put it in, so we can see it. Like, for example, these questions or how they're drawn, whatever it might be, from those 3 bidders, so we can look at it, but we know the rule that we have to go with the lowest bidder. It shows the trust within the city and the staff and the bidding and the community. And it shows us as well that we're doing our best to make the good decision with evidence, with showing transparency.
Wait,
That's all I'm asking.
Hold on, Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay?
Councilwoman, if it's,
Because I can't even see,
Hold on.
this is what staff is telling us
Okay.
to pay.
Please, it's my turn. I know that you have a amount of time that you can present about this item. And I know that Councilmember Nguyen want to talk about this item too. So he's trying to jump in, and I have to stop him a number of times. What I would like to ask, if you can reframe your question so that we can go the first round, and I will come back to you. I promise I will come back to you.
It's fine, but Mr. Mayor, the thing is that what I'm saying is that I understand. I feel like none
Whatever
of you
you
guys
say,
are
people
understanding what I'm
understand. I
asking.
understand. It's just right now, can you refrain, I ask you to refrain your question and comments so that I can go around.
Not a problem, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Menzo. Councilmember Nguyen raised.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I remember like a long time ago, we encountered the same situation like this when I specifically asked you guys to include every single bit on the report. So I kind of understand why Councilwoman West asked such question. I don't know what, hold you guys back. Or if we specifically request to see those bids, can we?
Yeah.
As a council member.
Legally, yes. I mean, as soon as the recommendation is made or the award is made, those become public. It's really just an issue of, in this case, there's 3, there might be 10. There could be a lot. It all depends on how many bid. But yes, they become public after the bid is open and it's determined that that's the one that we're going to be recommending.
And if I can add, it's
Thank you.
actually very common for the other companies that bid to request all of the information. And then they compare it themselves, they make sure our math is right, they learn from the other bids. So it is public and it's presented to whoever asks for it.
Before I continue with the next council member, I believe that you have something you want to say.
yeah, all I was going to say is if it's not general practice in a situation like this, the last bid that we were talking about last year, which was billboards, was not a public works contract, so it was a little bit different. There was some discretion there. This in particular, generally you don't have all of the bids attached to it, you just have the one that you're being presented. But if it's the direction of the council that you want to move forward with, these types of public contract bids to attach the bids that were received, then that's absolutely doable. But it just would need to be the direction of the council as, part of your motion or something. But it would be for every public contract that's this type of a public works contract that we can
All right,
attach it.
thank you, very clear.
Thank you.
Anything else from?
No, I would not need to see the contracts. Public Works contracts are very clear, very simple, so, yeah.
It's your choice, but until the item come up, then you can vote
Sure.
whichever way you want to.
Yes,
Councilmember.
thank you.
Oh, I have a question. I know this is from, I learned this a long time ago, and I don't know if I just want to clarify. When is it that it's not legal for us to expose the other companies? When is it? I know it may not be Public Works, but what kind of contract is it that when, after bidding, it's not kosher or not legal for us to expose the bidders? Which type of contract is that?
Well, there are situations where you've got where there's more discretion, and the bids are submitted. It's not a public works contract, so we're not bound by lowest responsible bidder, and there's an evaluation process going on. While that evaluation process is going on, those are protected because you want to give the council a fair opportunity to review them and to properly analyze them. Once the recommendation is made, we're going to go with this one, then they're not. That's typically how it goes. There might be stuff within the bid, though, that would be protected, such as trade secrets or financial
That's exactly information. what I'm saying.
not asking for
So
that.
it's not I'm trying to clarify, it has nothing to do, so it's the non-public works type of contracts. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that and thank you for trying to explain that, but it's not I hate to say this, but it's not, you can explain it for us, but you can't understand it for us. And I'm trying to just make sure that we're on the same schedule, same page, that all the bidders are bidding off of what here, the schedule of base bid items, right? And under each one of those line items, there's a number from this particular contractor. And at the end of the day, when you add up all the math, you come up to a number. In this particular case, cost is 8.1995. So at the end of the page is after they sit there and itemize each line, and then they add it up, they come to a total. And every single company that bids it bids off the same page, bids off the same line item. If there's a question from one bidder, RFI, the whole bidding people, all the contractors who are bidding on it get to see the same question and the same answer, so that everybody, there's no hidden questions, there's no hidden answers. Everybody's on the same page.
That's correct, Councilman.
And your job is to present us with the top three. And by state law, we have to.
Can we have one meeting, please?
The state law, we have to go with the lowest, most
I
responsible
ask the
bidder.
attorney, please refrain from discussion.
And then,
if you want to, you can always, ask for.
And then after that, the other pages are on this report is the references from that particular contractor, correct?
That's correct.
So there is no hidden secrets. There's no hidden answers. Everything's out in the open, and we're presented with everything out in the open for us to review. So I just want to make sure that we're not trying to create doubt or some sort of, that our staff is doing something wrong or anything like that. So it's all right here for us to review.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to go for second round. Go ahead.
Do you want to say
You are
anything?
recognized.
Me?
Mr. Mayor, do you want to say anything before we go second round?
Well, if I want to say something, I already said that. But if I recognize you, it's your turn. Go ahead and do it.
Absolutely. I was just being considerate.
That's okay.
Okay,
Don't
thank
worry.
you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so what we're talking about, yes, in the past, I brought this up before. It's been 18 months that I've been on the council. It's not about we underestimating your guys' judgment and suggestion to the council, okay? For us, we want to do diligent because it's our job when the people elected us is to compare apple to apple. So we can say to our resident, actually, yeah, staff did give me that, questionnaire from all three or all five, and I look at it, yes, and I made this decision and I vote. Because some resident would say, why would you vote for this? Do you know what other contract? What did they bid? But like what I'm saying, I want to address to you guys. We're not asking for some business secret because I would not give my business secret to anyone, right? We're not asking about that. Those are close information. We know better, but I don't know why Council Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho asked that, as if we don't know that. And then also another thing with Mr. Menzo asked is, we don't understand. It's like the things that is about transparency and trust,
Exactly.
and about accountability of us as elected official by the people and for the people, that we're actually showing them we're doing our job. And then not only that, the public can see it too. And if you don't want to see it and you just want to believe everything, then that's on you, Monzo.
Councilmember West, I believe that we give you the time so you can state your points. But if you are repeating, I believe when they recognize what
did
you are,
address.
and they actually addressed, the city managers already addressed that we are going to, if you want to, you can always agendize an item so we can go next. If you are repeating
I'm
this
not, I'm
information-
addressing Carlos Monzo and Kimberly.
No.
Didn't I just address them?
It's the same thing that you are going over, so.
Mr. Mayor, did I
go
just
ahead and
address
continue.
Kimberly and Monzo?
If I hear it, if I don't hear it differently, then I have to stop you. Please,
Then
go ahead. Go
we
ahead.
can replay it if you want.
No,
That's
no,
why they respond
Don't do
back
it
to
right
me.
now. Go ahead and continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not asking the question, same thing, I'm just answering them. Okay, so what I'm saying is, of course, we can, as the majority of the council, but we did that last time, that we want, and you guys agreed, staff agree, that you put it in, just not the business.
You are
secret.
repeating yourself. The
No, I'm
staff
not.
already told you that we can agendize that item.
Mr. Mayor, that's
I am sorry.
different. I'm
Okay, we have to
talking
move
about
on-
something
move on.
different. That
So-
it should be already on different bids.
Okay,
Jake,
Councilmember Nguyen, go ahead.
okay?
You're
That's all I'm
recognized.
asking.
So, okay, I believe that we already talked about this, and I expect the staff, or if you guys need the council's instruction to do that, okay, I'm willing to make a motion right now
I second
to
it.
have on the bid, to be included in the report.
So I would just like to clarify, like what Christian said earlier, and I'll defer to Christian.
Because this is a public record, right?
Yeah, he
This-
said the
this-
public record can be shown.
This isn't, we talked about this in the context of a request for proposal, and with requests for proposals, proposals are submitted. That's the conversation that we had on one item. This is a public works bid. It's different than an RFP. I just want to make that distinction. So we're talking about two different
All right.
types of
Okay,
contracts.
understand that. I'm talking about this situation right here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Christian
All
said
right,
yes.
so if there's, I will entertain if there's a motion on the floor.
We
Yeah,
already
I
have a
second
motion.
it.
We already
Yeah.
have a motion in a second.
And I second him. Yeah,
I just
Mayor-
want to make it transparency
Yeah.
for the people to see.
yeah, and I
Mayor?
second it.
What the motion again, please?
Mayor, if I can just clarify
Yes.
for the record. For 5.1, we already have a motion on the table. Motion moved by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen, which is to approve the recommendation as read to the record prior. This is for the Mendez Freedom Trail Project, P2499. I'm happy to reread that full recommendation, but I already have that motion on the floor.
Okay. Then
So it'll be-
call for the vote, please.
But would it be a substitute to what staff recommended? That we can
Well,
vote as a
if you want to
council?
make a substitute motion, then
Yeah.
go
okay.
ahead.
Can I ask for amendment? So we
Yeah.
included that into the motion.
Yeah, into the motion.
Okay, what do you want to include into the motion?
So on the
Future bids.
in the future, all the bids going to be included into the staff report.
That no
Yeah,
business secret.
as we're
review.
able to, as we're able to.
Yeah, exactly,
legally.
exactly, legally.
Yeah, if we can do that
Yeah, legally,
legally.
yeah.
With that, then we don't have to agendize for the.
No.
No, just amend
Okay.
it, yeah.
Is that okay?
That would be fine. It's just
Okay.
providing direction to staff.
All right.
Thank you,
Does
Mr.
the
Mayor.
does the maker of the motion agree to the
No, I
amendment?
don't agree with this. The current process is fine. If you want to add it, you can put it on our agenda. We can put it online, and we can click on it and read it ourselves.
Why we
online.
going to waste another
Yeah.
hours for this
City
if we can just simply
resources.
do it right now?
Yeah,
So what I'm hearing is that the second of the motion refused to agree with the first motion.
So the maker of the motion is refusing the amendment made by the seconder of the
But,
motion.
okay, so
so
in that
can I
that
second,
case,
Mr. Mayor?
in that case,
second
can
you?
I make a substitute motion?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, yes, I'm going to make a substitute motion to include those bids into the staff report.
I have a quick question, Mr.
Okay,
City
there is a
Attorney.
motion, hold on.
I don't understand.
You don't understand his
Okay, that's why I want
motion? Go ahead
clarity.
and repeat that for
No,
us.
I want clarity. So, Mr. City Attorney, you said that the mayor okay with adding amended, but then the second didn't agree to it?
No.
Correct. They would both need to agree.
The
Whoever-
mayor-
But can one of the council agree with the mayor?
I'm sorry, if I can just correct, because I think there's
Can
a
we
confusion.
agree with the mayor?
No, no, no.
Okay.
I am not agreeing anything until my vote, okay?
No, no,
So
no,
right
no.
now,
Okay.
the motion
Wait.
is the floor, but
Time out.
the motion maker did not agree with the second one. So
Correct.
we have to resolve that.
We
And so-
we can repeat this again if we need to.
Okay,
as
why
I
don't
think-
you
I
go
think-
ahead and make
Let
your
me-
motion?
Okay, no,
Hold on, hold on.
I already made
Let
the motion.
Christine.
Hold on, let me ask, since I
please.
made the motion,
Yes.
quick question for staff. If we do what Councilmember Nguyen is requesting, is that, how much added work is that is it simple to do, just to include the other
My copies.
the other copies on here?
I mean, it's hard to say. It's obviously more paper, more scans. It's some bids you get 1 or 2 bids, others you get like 10. So it really, I mean, it's always going to generate more work.
So I
but
think a simple approach would
Yeah.
be if the council is okay with us providing them with the bid comparison sheet, which means that we take the bid schedules and we enter them into one spreadsheet.
You know what, at least,
That's
if
too
I
much
can ask
work.
question,
That's what I'm saying. Well, let me
at
get-
least you
That's all right.
provide a
We want
link
the
to it.
original.
I'm okay
It's too
with
much
that.
work. Just make copies of it.
Well, let him answer, go
So
ahead.
when our engineers do their job and they put all of the data into a spreadsheet, that is a standalone spreadsheet that's already generated and that isn't a lot of paper. So that is a fair approach. Jake, would you agree with that?
Absolutely. So typically, when we receive all the bids, we call it bid comparisons. That means we list all the received bids, and that will show everybody numbers on it. So everybody, bid apple to apple, and you will see that. So instead of every single bid packages, which is very long and thick, we just give you that comparison, and that will take care of your
Okay,
issues.
I'm okay with that.
So you can do
let me-
that, and then you can just show, you only need to see one schedule, bid schedule, right?
Yeah, we
Because
have-
they're all bidding off the same schedule.
Correct. Yes.
So
But
just
you'll
show
show
one
us,
bid
right?
schedule and then all the
One bid
bids.
schedule, and then company A, company B, company
Okay,
C.
then do that.
That
And
number.
what their
Yeah.
pricing.
Okay.
That's
I'm
fine.
asking the council follow when you are recognized, okay? Please let the other council finish so that we can move the business along. Well, right now, the maker of the motion, go ahead and finish yours, and the
Yeah.
second of the motion will be your turn.
So if it's not putting the staff out that much, then yeah, I'm fine with it. Just do it.
Okay? So are you agreeing with
Okay,
it?
okay, I'm second.
Okay.
If you want me to, okay, I'm second.
Okay, and so the motion, the primary motion is amended, and so are you going to withdraw your substitute motion? then?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is the amended motion for staff recommendation, and then also to direct staff to include the bid schedule with all the bidders included in the staff report. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.2, continue from the August 14, 2024 regular city council meeting. Award of contract for the Magnolia Street improvements projects from Eniger Avenue to Howe Avenue. Project plan number 2566. Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve a budget allocation from Fund 214, street improvements in the amount of $330,008 to cover the City of Fountain Valley's portion per cooperative agreement 2023-09 and create a new CIP account number 55037-372500 Magnolia Street Improvements, COOP Agreement FB, and increase the revenue account in Street Improvement Grants Fund reimburse other for fiscal year 24-25 by $330,008 and approve the award of contract to the lowest and responsible bidder in the amount of $1,296,853 to All American Asphalt and that all other bids be rejected, and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $129,685.30 for potential change orders, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Wynn.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.3, continue from the August 14, 2024 regular city council meeting. Award of contract for the playground renovation project for Tolin Lamb Park, project number P-2605.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay?
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to approve a budget adjustment from the Park Dedication Fund Balance Fund 200 to a newly created CIP project, account number 76502-762503, Tony Lamb Park Playground Renovation, and the amount of $142,210, and approve the award of contract to the lowest responsible bidder in the amount of $294,824 to R.E. Schultz Construction Incorporation, and that all other bids be rejected, and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $29,482.40 for potential change orders, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Wynn.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.4, continue from the August 14, 2024 regular city council meeting, business license administration and application process update. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Adolfo Zaida. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and tonight I'm here joined by Ryan Sauls, our Senior Management Analyst, and then one of our consultants. His name is Ian Davis, is HDL Compliance Manager. The update, we're providing you with an update tonight as part of item 5.4 for business license administration and application process. And we have a presentation we'd like to share with you. First of all, I'd like to point out that HDL has actually been a consultant for the city in the past, assisting our finance department with other tax-related activities. They actually, on October 14, 2020, the City Council approved the contract for HDL Business License Administration, where we would bring them on to help modernize some of the activities in the Community Development Department related to business license. HDL Partners, the name of the firm, has over 700 governmental agencies across the U.S., and this is the business that they're in. They've recovered over $3 billion in revenue for clients over the 40-year history of their firm. Many cities have embraced technology, and we've heard loud and clear from this council that we need to move forward with modernizing our day-to-day activities. In addition to us having HDL as part of our consultant team, 8 other Orange County cities, including Fountain Valley, utilize HDL's business license services. They began administration of our business license services on April 12th. Again, our goal tonight is to provide a little bit of clarity on the process. There have been questions and concerns that we've received and that we've noticed. This launch took place prior to this current administration. So one of our directions from our city manager when she took over was to really revisit all of the technologies that had been recently implemented and see if they can be improved. And that's what we've done over the past couple of years with HDL. So really the goal of the benefits of the HDL administration is to modernize the business license application and renewal process for the city. We heard, again, we've heard from this council and previous councils about the importance of modernizing and providing flexibility and options to the members of the business community. And we also heard directly from the business community. If you can imagine, in the past, a lot of these business license transactions, not too long ago actually, were handled over regular U.S. mail. Folks that are doing business in the city for one task pull business licenses, and they're coming from sometimes pretty far. So it became more convenient for them to be able to have their business licenses needs addressed online instead of having to just simply come in prior to a job to pull a business license. One of the things that was a glaring oversight that we quickly rectified with the help of HDL is to provide Vietnamese services. We already had Spanish services when it was launched, but we noticed that there was a void, a pretty glaring oversight. So we took care of that now, and now there is a Vietnamese services if needed when a business license applicant reaches out to HDL. It has increased productivity at the counter, and mainly this administration is very much about metrics. You hear our city manager talk about that quite often, being able to provide to you actual data and so that you can make more informed decisions. The system that was in place for many years, particularly after the layoffs a few years back, a decade ago, resulted in business licenses being transacted at the counter, but the data not necessarily being collected and processed in a way where we could access it and then analyze it and improve the processes. So again, just basics, a business license is an official permit, given to an individual or a company in order for the company to legally operate a business. Business licenses ensures legal compliance, enables governments to regulate the business activities. So that's pretty standard definition of what a business license is. We're going to show an illustration now, kind of a flow chart from left to right. This flow chart is going to appear on several screens. It's intended to provide you different bits of information overlaid on the same screen. So you can see to the far left there, you have your business. That's the icon for the business. And at the end of on the far right, you see that the business is operating and it's functioning as a business in our community. HDL is the icon there that you see next. HDL essentially collects and gathers all of the information and puts it into a portal. That portal is then processed directly into our staff's divisions. And it is somewhat of a linear process. Planning does have to look at the application first, and then it gets passed on to building. And then depending on the type of business, it does require per our code that it also be reviewed by the police department. Not every business is reviewed by the police department, just a few, and those are listed there at the bottom. Once our staff collectively in this process approves it, HDL then goes ahead and invoices the taxpayer, the business pays, and then HDL issues a business tax certificate. I want to focus a lot of the attention here to the verification of compliance with the Westminster Municipal Code. I mean, this, to be 100% blunt, this is the area where the frustration has built up from time to time from business to business. And I want to make it clear that it's not a broken system. It's not a meticulous HDL process. It's actually very streamlined. It's just that our planners are being asked to review, per our code, quite a bit of information. And this is where there is sometimes we'll call it a log jam. Things can take longer. Some businesses can be processed relatively quickly. Obviously, a more complex building going into a particular site requires oversight, life, safety, zoning, general plan, compliance, all of that good stuff. So that is where the application, the business license application, resides for the longest amount of time because there is the most amount of review that is necessary in that area. And I'm just going to dig down a little bit more without going into too much detail. The city approval process, which is what I kind of clustered in that last slide. Business licenses are reviewed for zoning code requirements. What's the big deal with zoning code? So it's very important. It ensures that adjoining land uses are compliant with each other. Ensures that thoughtful planning and design is actually occurring. It ensures public safety and welfare. So when I talk about public safety there are elements to the land use from a public safety perspective, but then let's also remember ADA compliance. A building that opened in the 80s and we have a new person coming in to operate a new business, the ADA needs, all of those are federal and state requirements. So all of that actually goes into the process. For the city approval process, there is a zoning review process that includes ensuring that the use is permitted. So we talked a little bit about that. If there is a conditional use permit, we want to make sure that how that transfers over to the next applicant. It's an opportunity for staff to verify with code enforcement if there is any issues happening at that particular location, and also to make sure that the new applicant fully understands the conditions of approval that come with the business. And I mentioned before, life and safety assessments are also, they're kind of cooked into our Westminster Municipal Code, but we are still beholden to ensure that federal and state laws are also addressed as part of our oversight, part of that review. So part of that cluster that has the city review, we carry the burden from the federal and state level to essentially make sure that all of their regulations are reviewed through our planning department. So keep that in mind, that there is the Westminster Municipal Code review, and then any applicable federal and state requirements as well. So we'll go back to our spreadsheet just to get, to our flow chart, just to give you a little bit of little bit of timelines. In an ideal process, HDL collects the information, and HDL can collect and process the information within 24 hours. Our planning division typically can take usually less than 5 days. Our building division is actually really quick. They're a lot quicker, and only because they have a more detailed focus of what they're looking at. So their scope of work is actually less than the planning division. That's the only reason that the planning division takes a little bit longer. And planning division has to go first before it goes to the building division. The police department, I would say, rarely does it take the 5 days. It's also pretty efficient. And then once we process that through, HDL issues an invoice within 24 hours. The business pays, and that's a very simple transaction. I think just about everybody that I know now, of all ages and backgrounds, is able to process online payments. I would say this is as simple as paying your cable bill. It really, once you get the invoice from HDL. And just the amount of work that goes through them, they currently have processed 4,800 active business licenses in the city. To give you a little bit of a per month breakdown, we have about 40 new business licenses per month that are processed through the system. We have remedied some of the delays that were experienced in our review by making sure that there is a staff member assigned to the HDL portal. So every day, regardless of how busy a staff member is in the planning department, somebody is allocated to visit the portal and to make sure that things are moved along. So that was an issue in the past. I think people got busy. Sometimes it laxed a little bit. That we have everybody now on a schedule to do that. And Ryan had a lot to with implementing those controls into our process. So back to 40 business licenses per month. 15 of those are home-based, so those are a lot easier to process. And then we really have, this is kind of the number I want everybody to focus on, we have about 25 traditional brick-and-mortar businesses that are pulling permits in our city monthly. So that's the amount of traffic that comes through. Again, everybody that is currently in the system that is not modifying their business receives a renewal in the mail, very, very much like an annual fee, annual invoice. But the traffic that is flowing through the system is about 25. So keep that in mind as we move along. And we're here to help always, and to help improve the system. One of the things that we heard very clear from business owners is that in some cases their banks, their other lenders or partners were requesting a business license before that other process outside the city system could get going. And we realized that that was actually slowing down the overall goal of getting them open as soon as possible. So one of the things that is implemented now, and working with HDL, and again, Ryan has a lot of he's our in-house HDL expert. We created a disclaimer business license solution, which is, and I won't read all of the details here, but essentially what it does is that if somebody requests a business license because a lender is requiring it early in the process, and let's say they have a tenant improvement that's going to take a few months, but they want to get other financing going, we provide them with an actual business license, but it has a disclaimer that is not a license to operate the business. The concern from a city perspective is that people will run with that, post it, and open the doors. So we do have an itemized list of who we're providing these to. And we check in with them regularly to make sure that they realize that they need to kind of close the loop, get all their permits, and get all of their approvals in line before they actually receive the official closed business license. One of the other things that we hear a lot about are analytics and the power of managing data. Something that the city and most cities do not have. We don't have our in-house algorithm preparers that run these sorts of softwares. HDL has their own methods, and again, Ian is here if you want him to elaborate a little bit more on that. But we enabled and activated HDL's discovery compliance services, which essentially kind of unleashes them through all of the different methods of identifying where businesses are taking place in the city. They do their research, they run their algorithms, and they've been able to recover $319,000 since August of 22 by finding businesses that are operating in the city without a business license. That's something that is a skill and a specialty that most agencies don't have. So I would say that that's a huge added value to what HDL brings to the city. The cost of administering these services is $87,000. So you look at how much money is coming in based on their direct actions. So the net revenue is about $231,000. And again, I mentioned that city staff does not have the in-house capabilities to go out and track all businesses that are operating. They have their methods of doing that. And that concludes the overview. I know we've been wanting to get to you to present you with an overview of business licenses, and we're here for questions at this point.
I want to thank staff for the detailed presentation. I normally let the council go first, but for this item, because there are some misunderstandings, so I would like to take a first cut of this, and then I will be brief, and then we'll go back to the council. First of all, let me ask you, this is the item that, before we have this item, we process the business license in-house, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And then the council decide to contract that with HDL.
Yes, sir.
When was that?
That was in October 14th of 2020.
2020.
Yes, sir.
That means it's clearly before my term as a mayor and some of the council here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's clear. I just want people to understand that it's not during my term as a council. Can you go back to sheet number 3 or slide number 3? Okay, I can see that significant increase in business license tax revenue to the city by going through the HDL.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and at the same time, I heard that you said we don't have the capability to do it in-house.
We do not have the capability, the technical capability or the ability to build a software that can go out and track it. Again, there's an HDL rep here that can elaborate on what they do to bring in the revenue, but we do not have that skill set in-house, like you said.
Okay. Now, we can see clearly that the advantage of going with the HDL that bring us the revenue. Just because what we did before in-house, we did not have that capability, therefore we lost the revenue.
Correct.
Okay, so with that, I would like to have you ever look at, well, what I hear from the people is that if we do it in-house, it can go faster than going to the HDL. But at the same time, I was looking at your slide number 8. If you can go to that slide, I can see that the number of hours, number of days that you're processing, is that correct? Less than, or do you think that it's quicker to do it in-house than HDL?
It's not going to be quicker because we have had issues at the counter transacting business licenses and having those interactions at the counter.
Okay.
The review process is going to be the same either way, though.
So, due to misunderstanding from people, do you see that if we can go hybrid, which we can do it, we can process in-house and we can also use HDL. Is that the advantage to the resident here and to the city of Westminster?
Yeah, you bring up a very good point, and it's very, if we look at the number of transactions we have per month, without, and Ryan did a deep dive to figure out just how much foot traffic that could generate if we did some form of an in-house. We have about 25 brick and mortar licenses that are processed. That is a very reasonable amount of businesses that we can process at the counter by appointment.
Okay, I have
And
one more.
I think that would be your hybrid approach. Is that what you're describing as a
Yes,
hybrid?
Yes, I have one more. It's clearly understand that we are not going to reinvent the wheel and go through the whole thing and put in a cost proposal for doing it in-house, because we know that HDL is the advantage to us in terms of getting us more of the revenue. So can I ask staff to come back sometime with the cost to have the hybrid so that we can make a decision on that? Is that possible?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, based on the number of foot traffic that we're seeing and the number of folks that, of the 25, let's just say half of them come to the counter, you know, setting aside maybe a workspace by appointment, that wouldn't really generate additional equipment costs. It's just a matter of making sure that we have somebody available to walk somebody through the process, scan for them if they don't know how to scan, help them fill out a form. So we provide very good customer service at the counter. We would be able to absorb that with our current staff. But we definitely can come back to you with a more detailed plan of what that could look like.
Okay, I will come back with you later, but at this time, I would like to open up for council comments. Let me start with Councilmember West, District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I've been hearing too is that, as Mr. Mayor has many business people coming to him saying the process, the streamline, before it was faster, they can get their license, business license, and then start their business and making money for them and for the city. Now they say the problem is when they try to open another one, it takes forever. And the process is delay, so they can't make money, so they can't pay tax to the city. So the delay is there. So that's why a lot of people go to Fountain Valley, go to Riverside, Corona to get their process faster. And that's been the complaint I've been getting from the business community, from the people. And so that's why I feel like it's not matching up. So you said you guys start streamlining with this company in 2020. Is that correct, Adolfo?
Yes.
Okay. And 2020, I mean, most of you guys were here, right? The senior council, is that correct?
I think so.
Adolfo?
Most of them.
Okay.
Just one, two.
You?
You won on, no.
Monzo, we're not there,
It
right?
started at 21. Right, you won on
Oh.
2020. This is your fault.
Yeah, so it's just Kimberly and Charlie only. Okay, so I guess,
No, but we have
Huh?
to go, what? at
but
what
it was
month-
2022,
at what month the city
October
council-
14, 2020 is when they start with this company. But maybe Kimberly can give us more in detail of how the businesses back then, the process was faster. And that's what I've been getting, is that the complaint of businesses, they wish they want to do business with our city. But when you guys got into this contract with this outside company, it just delayed the application, the process for them to get that license. So they can't be taxed on and give tax back to the city. So what I'm saying is, if you do go, this is kind of like a continuation, right, with this company, then can they promise, I mean, is the person here that we can ask?
I would have to disagree with that assessment, because the lion's share of the time allocated to a business license application is currently handled within the city as it was prior to 2020. So, and I have not experienced or helped somebody at the counter that is explaining to me what their delay is. So I can't really confirm the delays. I know I'm not saying you're not hearing them, but we're not hearing them at the staff level.
Even right now, to this day, I've been coming to you with many businesses to get their license. and it's taking forever. One of them, during COVID, they bought a property, and they want to start it, but they haven't been approved yet until not even now. So that's what I'm saying, is that I've been working with other business owner, and so if HDL is here, do you mind if I ask you a question quick? Who's HDL? Do you mind if I ask you quick? Thank you, sir. So I appreciate that you are providing a service that's going to help our city to streamline and move our city forward and the business community. And that's what we want. But from what I'm hearing on the ground is different. So what is the delay? I mean, why aren't they getting their license?
So
It's frustrating.
Yeah, so I can understand the frustration, and I'll have to, in some way, echo what staff is saying, which is that our processes, as far as HDL's side of things is concerned, is actually more on the tax side of things, not on any sort of approval side of things. So as you're mentioning, with the business that bought the building during COVID, they bought this building and had to go through some sort of approval process through some departments that, just depends on which one they're going through. HDL immediately approves things because it is a tax, so once they've qualified themselves as a business, we accept the application and move it on to the planning department, the building department, the police department, whichever department is necessary for that particular business. So our processes, as was explained in that flow chart, takes less than 24 hours at most. And just to, again, elaborate one more time, just in case I missed something, the processing side of HDL is normally very quick, normally very easy for someone to apply online. They get communications through email as follow-ups, because if the taxpayer doesn't respond within a reasonable amount of time, they get a phone call, they get an email. We also ping the planning department and the building department whenever that's not been responded to in a reasonable amount of time. So I can't necessarily speak for why the delay is happening in this particular business's case, just that HDL's processes tend to make the process more efficient and more streamlined from the business license side, which is the tax operation side, not the planning approval side or the building approval side.
Okay, since that's the case, that you guys process within 24 hours, when it gets to the city, like the chart, the three process, the chart was through the city, right? Then go back to you guys.
Correct.
So then the delay is within the city. So you pin them, meaning, do you pin them every 2 weeks just to like, hey, what about this application? Or do you pin them every month?
I think it depends on the complication that comes along with the staff review. So in some cases, it might be that the building department has referred the business to have to make some sort of maintenance. If it says like it's going to take 3 months, we're not going to ping them every 2 weeks to try to remind them that it's time to do something when it's not 3 months delayed. What we'll usually do is that we'll stay in constant communication through what we call our Approval Central portal, which is an active portal that both HDL and city staff review at all times. This is a live database that we're keeping active in and keeping notes in and making sure that we're communicating with the taxpayer, communicating with the city. We're kind of at the end of the day, HDL almost operates as like a middleman between the business and the city. For a long time, it also was an issue, from my understanding from talking with Ryan and Adolfo, there was an issue where business owners didn't even know what they would have to do, so they would actually operate more often without going through the proper compliance channels. HDL being the stopgap at the very beginning of the business license process has allowed it to be that not only the planning department, the building department, and the police department, and the business license department to be able to communicate with the taxpayer specifically about what their needs are. We're giving them a more thorough list of what the requirements are in order to operate a business, rather than it being something that's thrown up in the air or that they have to navigate on their own. This is something that we're guiding them through the process, walking them through the process, and really hand-holding them through the process in order to make it simple and adjusted.
Now, I know most of the application expire in 3 months. Is that correct, Adolfo? Most of them? Is that correct? Ryan?
I don't believe there's any 3-month expiration of business license applications. Do you?
There might be some special event ones that run on some irregular basis. All business licenses normally expire on an anniversary cycle. So if you applied in June, your business license goes till May 31st, and then it basically goes on that cycle every year.
Okay. Perfect. I just feel like somewhere is dropping the ball, but if you can assist and help maybe pin maybe every quarter, if it's possible, and reasonable if you can help us out with your technology, which I think is very easy for you guys tech savvy.
We can work with staff to try to
Right.
navigate that. And I think that Ryan and Adolfo are both very dedicated to trying to get this process more streamlined as the council's direction has been. Ryan and I have worked multiple times together to try to manage this process more efficiently. That's kind of what the disclaimer business license is supposed to also solve. This disclaimer business license is supposed to almost in a way circumvent, but also follow the more legal practice about business tax collection. We don't want to prevent a business from basically doing business in the city if it's not something that's relevant to a particular process. We want to help the business get through the process, pay their business tax, get a certificate, tell them you may not have gone through the proper channels of getting your planning approval or getting your building approval, but you've paid your business tax, you have a business license, please go to these different departments to make sure that you're getting up to date. That's one of the solutions that we're trying to work with together. It's probably going to be a long list of things that we're going to have to work on with staff and make sure that things are being moved forward appropriately. But yes, we are dedicated to trying to enhance this process.
I want to thank Councilmember West for all excellent questions. I'd like to move on with Councilmember Menzel.
Thank you for your detailed report, Ryan, for all your help, your dedication. Adolfo, you too. Yeah, I think the disconnect, the confusion there is that between the issuance of a business license and then the term, the length of time to get all their entitlements, which a lot of that time can be construction, all the permitting process for all the different construction they may be doing, and any other requirement that they need to comply with, right? That's getting your business license is one thing, getting the rest of your entitlements is a whole other thing.
So absolutely, if somebody comes and says, I want a business license disclaimer, I want to pay my business license, they're going to be able to do that very quickly. They can do that now very quickly. That doesn't mean they can open their door.
Correct.
If the fire department hasn't signed off on their requirements, if our building official says, well, you don't have ADA access, you don't have fire sprinklers, you're not done with construction, all of those issues they're outside of the control of city staff, and the doors will not open until it's safe for those doors to open. And that is the frustration that I think ultimately gets essentially redirected to the city.
So, I mean, in that case, HDL, you're pretty much handcuffed during that whole process. There's nothing much, very little you can do in that situation.
That's why we're creating this disclaimer certificate. So in order to make it so that there's more separation between what the city's handling versus what HDL is handling, because we understand that, again, HDL's been operating in this middleman situation where it's made it so that these waters are really muddy when it comes to who's handling what and when is it. It's HDL's fault because I went to HDL first, haven't even talked to the city because we have been managing that relationship. This disclaimer certificate is supposed to remedy some of that. We're not going to no longer be handcuffed if the business is demanding that they need this business tax certificate, as Adolfo mentioned, for getting their lease approved or getting some sort of banking funding or something along those lines. We're trying to navigate that process to make the process less frustrating for the business as it goes on. And also the business is usually less involved in the approval process as well. This is something that they're usually more frustrated about because they feel like they're left in the dark. They don't know what they're supposed to. Is it their fault that they're not or getting licensed? What's going on? This allows for more transparency. Allows for more continuity with the business license process.
Okay, and then once all the entitlements have been done and they're open, then what's your role after that?
So after the business has been issued their license and everything's been approved by the city and they're just moving on as a normal business, the only time the business would ever hear back from us is on a yearly basis when they have to pay for the renewal. That's when we're notifying them through post mail, through email, through phone call. We're trying to do every avenue to make sure that they stay up to date on their business license and don't accrue penalties, don't accrue anything that would basically put an extra burden on the business.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen. You are vice mayor, so you're going to be next to us.
Yeah, be nice. Then we come to you soon. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know what? I have no problem with the city go contract out to SDL, but I personally experienced the delay when when I apply for a business license, and Adolfo knows about it. And before that, there's at least like 4 business owners came to me, and they complained about the issue, the same issue that I personally experienced. But I don't believe them, okay, until I experience it for my own. Then I submit my application 3 times, and it takes me about 3 months until I talk to Adolfo. I don't know about what is on the process, the queue, or what is the workflow that you created. I'm the engineer, I'm a software engineer. I know, how you're going to implement the process. But then there's a glitch somewhere that delay all, I think like most of the application that came through the queue. So I personally talked to Adolfo, and it takes you weeks to get my application done. So just talk about that. At least like about 4 business owners came to me, and I don't know how many business owners came to Councilwoman West with the same issue. Okay. A month ago, when I visit Zip Post to send a package, the owner of Zip Post personally called me out and complained about his getting a permit, not at this time not a business license, but a permit, and it took them 2 months until now, and they just abandoned the idea to get the permit, and they plan to go to the Người Việt newspaper to complain about it, to go public about that. So I just want to give you a heads up of what's going on. Before, let me tell you this story before. When Nancy, is that the old lady that, when I applied for a business license, real estate business license, it took me half an hour to get the business license from Nancy. But I don't know if right now with SDL, can we do that, or at least in an hour or 24 hours? That's my suggestion and my concerns. Thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor Ho, you were not forgotten. But since I go first, you took my role as the mayor, I go last.
But Mr. Mayor, can you answer my question? What is the glitch, in the system?
Yeah, go ahead and answer his question.
Can I get the question one more time? I thought you were more giving like a story, and so I apologize if I missed the question.
Adolfo, can you explain that?
Are you asking us to see if we can match the speed that transaction?
No. About the problem that we have.
The problem we have to look at.
Yeah.
I can answer that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
When you
But
looked into the license.
we have to look at case by case. Sometimes that the applicants didn't complete their application, and the application have to go back and forth. And if they not completing their application process, the application correctly, then I think that they will be kicked back. And I know that several times that had happened before. So I don't know, for the project that you're talking about, you have to state the problem, why.
This is a very simple application.
Okay, go ahead and tell him.
3 times.
The system asked me to submit the drawing, right? Okay, my shop here, what I'm going to do with my shop, I arrange like a supplement, a shelf, somewhere else. And I submitted it. And it asked me again to submit again and again and again.
Can I ask you guys to look at that particular case and get together with Council Member Nguyen
No, I get it done already.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I can.
I get it resolved, with the help of Adolfo.
I can answer your question. I'm not going to provide a lot of detail, but I know that you did have an issue. You let me know, and I passed that information along to Ryan. He reached out to HDL, and then it was taken care of. I don't know exactly whether it was stuck in the planning department or whether it was stuck, whether there was a glitch on the HDL side. I can't comment on that, but once the input was provided to a staff member, it was resolved pretty quickly after that.
Can Ryan give us the answer? What was it, the glitch?
I don't know exactly. It was a few months ago, or
It was a
I don't
while
know
ago.
exactly without it in front of me, the
It's
information.
about
But
All right,
almost like 6 or 7 months ago, right?
Yeah, it was a
Okay,
while
yeah.
ago, and I know it got taken care of. We could look into what that particular issue was on that identifier.
Right.
And learn from it. But we did take care of it once it was reported to staff.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Vice Mayor Ho, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you so much. I really enjoyed your write-up, staff. I wrote, great read. I really enjoyed it.
That's all, Ryan.
I'm sorry, it's all because I have experience. I have a lot of experience in dealing with the business department, and I was just thinking, because I had a business in the city of Westminster, and for years we had to deal with Nancy, and then we had to do everything by mail, the snail mail. So, those days are gone, and I think it's good. That's a good thing, the age of the dinosaurs, and I feel like we are, upgrading or doing things faster, and that requires technology. So I really thank you, HDL. So I understand that not every business owner is tech savvy.
Correct.
So sometimes technology tend to slow us down. So I really like the idea of a hybrid situation, because we are serving our constituents. We are serving our business community. So I cannot imagine that every business person is tech savvy, especially, I would say, sometimes it's not about the technology, but it's the language barrier. So I think, I don't know, many of you, I'm sure, have experienced this when you call an airline to make reservations and you want to talk to a live person. You get so frustrated because it keeps telling you or sending you round and round and round. Technology sometimes don't really serve you well. So we do need to, have an alternative method. And so that's the hybrid, like the mayor had suggested. I like that idea. And one thing I can tell you, that being on the other side, the recipient of the business licenses, sometimes we don't do it on purpose, but there are times when, we forget to pay, I'm sure. I do have a lot of licenses, and so they expire, and sometimes we overlook. I can tell you that it is absolutely necessary, and it is so, for you to recover that much money for us in the tune of, $300-something thousand. That is, you definitely need technology to do that. It's almost effortless because you've got some software that it might be proprietary, I'm sure, right? You're not going to tell me what kind of software. You're not going to give me a copy.
It's homemade.
It's homemade. That's what I thought. So definitely that's a plus. And I've always thought, I smile as I was reading through these pages, and I have to say that the one city that I can applaud, and like I said, I do business in a lot of cities, surrounding cities. And the one city that I felt that was, been doing a great job, and I have to say that's Santa Ana. I mean, they caught me. You know, they actually go back and they make you pay for all the years that you didn't pay, you know. And when I talk to them, they're like, that was just pretty amazing. Actually, I didn't even need to talk to anybody. They just say, pay up, you know. And before you can pay forward, you have to catch up. So that's really a way for us to recover the fees that we didn't have. And how would we do that if we have a person? It's impossible. So technology is you know, helping us here to recover and to be proactive, because we haven't been proactive. I mean, I know that a lot of times we catch ourselves being late on paying the fees. I don't think there's ever anybody giving us a ring saying you forgot to pay, or even an email or a mail or a letter. So I think I really, really like that. That's a must. HDL is a must. Do you also serve Santa Ana, or is that a different company?
I was just about to say that I'm sorry that we do. So sorry for sending you a notice.
No, did you?
Yes.
Do you serve
It wasn't me specifically, but yes, we do serve
No,
Santa
I mean,
Ana.
you serve Santa Ana as you have a contract with Santa Ana.
Yes.
See, so we've chosen the right company.
We did.
And like I said, you know, we are, as business people, we are very busy. So it's understandable that, you know, I mean, you focus on the licensees and the, you know, business license particularly. So we don't mind paying you, you know, and the only way cities could recover or make money on licenses is to be proactive. So I'm really excited. And I know that there are complaints. I'm sure there are legitimate complaints, but I don't hear any cases from beginning to the end. So if there's a case, you need to present your case to Adolfo, and then I would think that, I seem to remember, to be fair, I seem to remember like maybe a couple years ago, I had someone who called me about, you know, the length of time that it took for him to, there was a trouble with getting a license, but I don't remember that particular case. So I'm saying, but it has been a couple years since. And that was the only isolated case. And so, yeah. And here's one thing I want to know is that in Santa Ana, what they were after me was, or shall I say, you know, the one thing that I want to ask you, if we are collecting, is business licenses for landlords. Are we pursuing that? Are we? Because you see, that is a whole lot of money. And I think, I don't know if you are pursuing for our city.
So that is but that I believe was the first phase, if I'm not mistaken, that me and Ryan worked on together, was property rental discovery. It is a huge market because of what you specifically mentioned. Those businesses tend to be more diverse. They usually span over multiple cities / counties / states. And that becomes difficult to manage of where do I need a license, where do I not, especially since not every city requires a license for the same type of rental activity. So an example is that in Westminster, there is a minimum requirement for apartment rentals. So like a single family home doesn't need a license, a duplex doesn't need a license. However, 3 or more units needs a business license to operate within Westminster. And so the one thing I will just add on top of that is that that functionality is something that we're constantly monitoring, making sure people qualify for their exemptions and or get taxed for whatever their taxable activity is. And we're monitoring that at all times when a new business or a new building is purchased. We try to notify the business as soon as it's been purchased, if it's like a fourplex or some sort of massive apartment complex.
So right here, I need to ask you a question. You mean our short-term rentals, I mean, not short-term rentals, our long-term rentals, single-family rentals, we don't require a license?
Correct, they are exempt.
They are exempt.
They are? What about Santa Ana? Because they were after me for that.
They have a tax, so that's why I was just mentioning the jurisdictions make rules for business tax. I will say the City of Westminster's business license tax code is, for lack of a better term, a little outdated in comparison to other jurisdictions. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but that is one of the reasons. There's a lot more modernization that's happened over the last few years with business tax to include certain business types, such as business, like software businesses and things of that nature that have become more prominent, including rental properties, because that's been such a more booming market as
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something for us to look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that,
I have a follow-up.
okay.
Thank you. Since the Vice Mayor brought up that topic, I know there's quite a few area homes that are used as businesses when they have a primary residence, and then they have a single ADU or an ADU and a JADU. So if in an instance of just the main dwelling and one ADU, and they're running it as a business, that they are exempt?
If it's rental activity, if they're operating a business, like let's say you're selling something out of your home on Etsy or eBay, whatever the case may be, you will require a business license for doing retail activities, but for doing a single unit of rental, it's 3 or more units is what qualifies the business license tax.
So you just said that different cities have different policies.
Correct.
Since I know in our city, we got quite a few ADUs that I think they're being used as businesses. Is that something? Yeah, rental. They're rentals. But the owners clearly has, they're using it as a rental business.
Right.
Well, if I hear him correctly, that he said that for the city of Westminster, the business license process is very much outdated, which we need to work on it. So why don't we looking at that from the council standpoint?
And in response to your question, I apologize. In response to your question, it's specifically if they exceed 3 rentals or 3 or more. So if they have 3 or 4 or 5 rentals, then that is when they would qualify for a business license, and they would be required to get one in the city of Westminster.
How about we know if they do?
That's
I'll let Ian answer that.
That's our team. So what we do is that we basically, not only do we take property tax data, but we also buy data from Zillow and other types of apartments.com and things of that nature to try to identify these businesses that are operating without a license. So once we've identified that, we also identify a unit count, because we also have other vendors that can provide us certain lease information about how many leases that they're offering out, how many units that might be on a particular property. This might include, it could be that there is even in a case in which that there's multiple rooms being rented within a certain household, like just one, the unit is not necessarily defined as unit as like one single house. It could be that someone's renting out a room, someone's renting out multiple spaces within a residential complex. All these things are things that are reviewed by our business tax team. One of the things that I believe was mentioned on the presentation by staff was that we have a lot of business license expertise because we work for all these different jurisdictions, so we've kind of seen everything that can be thrown in a particular way, and we try to navigate the local business market based on whatever activities are going on, and we try to regulate that towards your business tax code.
All right. Could that be something you'll be looking into? Thank you.
Okay.
Can I interject just real quickly? First of all,
We're past 10 o'clock.
the question was asked about 2 units. Let's say you had an owner living in it, and then there's an ADU, and then also a JADU. Sounds like that would not qualify because there's only 2 rentals in that situation with the owner. But if they're renting all 3 of them, potentially that would apply.
Correct.
The second thing I wanted to mention was, if you change the business license, it's a tax. So that would be something that would have to be submitted to the voters. So cities do that, but basically like a comprehensive update and submit it to the voters.
All right, thank you.
Just to be
I got a reminder from the city attorney that we passed to 10 o'clock. However, we were in the middle of discussion, so therefore we are exempt from doing that. However, I guess we have enough discussion about this today, so I move to receive and file this report before I move to extend the meeting time.
A second.
Okay, second, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have
Thank you, Ryan.
Motion and second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor Wayne, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to receive and file the report. I'm going to call roll.
Wait.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Before I cast my vote, can I Once again, verify that, what is the suggestion of Mayor Nguyen?
What is what?
That's correct. Can we take a step back, Ashton?
Yeah.
There was conversation about a hybrid,
Right.
and I had responded to the mayor that we would be happy to come back with information as to equipment or logistics to be able to make that operation occur. But I don't know if I heard it in a motion.
Okay.
I just started to bring that up. I think that's your.
So can the maker of the motion
Yeah.
clarify?
Yes, I'd like to, well, for this item is receive and file, so I will receive and file and then also make modification to that, or what?
Yeah, you could provide general direction to staff.
Okay. My motion is to have staff to come back with the hybrid cost proposal so that we can, the council can take a look at that and see, not only from the cost standpoint, but from their response time standpoint, so we can make a informed decision on that. So that's my motion.
Thank you.
I
And
agree.
Councilmember Bonzo?
Yes.
Great. So we'll go ahead and add that into the motion. I'll go ahead and recall roll with the amendment. Councilwoman Fan West?
Can you please repeat that one more time?
So this is to receive and file the report and to direct staff to bring an item back to the City Council regarding a hybrid cost and response times.
Perfect. Yes. My vote, Fan West, is yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yeah, yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
At this time, I would like to extend the meeting time past 10 o'clock. Motion?
Second.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. per city policy. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West? Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Okay, 5.5, continue from the August 14, 2024 regular city council meeting. Banner hanging request from Garden Grove Unified School District. Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilmember Monzo.
But I think we should pick A or B, right?
No, that both. Oh, A or B. Well, before, I believe that they asked for 1 year, and then I believe that Councilmember Nguyen was proposed for 90 days.
Right.
And so with that, and we don't have any problem or we don't have any complaint from the requester, so go ahead and go for B.
Do we know if we have?
Yeah, I think like last year we approved the same item with a B, option B, right? Okay. I don't know, but let's see what Vanessa is about to talk.
Why don't you go ahead?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Yes, they are requesting the year. We went through the process of renewing that request every 90 days, which really didn't impact their request. There were no other requests that were contradicting their banner hanging. So on the school district's end, it didn't make any difference.
So every 90 days, we have to redo it again?
So
or-
every 90, no. Every 90 days, if there were no other requests, it was within the city manager's jurisdiction to approve the continuation.
Okay, well, let's go for B then.
Okay.
And
Okay.
we have motion and second on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilmember Monzo to approve option B, authorize a 90-day request to hang banners along Bushard Street between Hazard Avenue and Bolsa Avenue, and along Brookhurst Street between Hazard Avenue and McFadden Avenue, and authorize the city manager to extend the 90-day increments should there not be any request for banners at the location from another organization or agency. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Fan West, yes. Can you hear me? Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Bonzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.6, continue from the August 14, 2024 regular city council meeting. Consider sponsorship for Midway City Sanitary District 85th anniversary celebration. For this item, I would like to recuse myself. Council Vice Mayor Ho, can you take over?
Yes.
And just to clarify, that's because of your role on the Midway Sanitary District
Yes,
Board.
my role as a director in Midway City Sanitary District.
Yes, item 5.6.
So,
Ashton, prepared by Ashton, would you? Or actually,
So I think it's more for the council to discuss regarding the sponsorship, but we have staff available for questions.
okay, let's start with District 1.
Thank you. I think this is great. We did it last year, and this is a great partnership between Midway Sanitation and our city of Westminster. We did 3,000. I think we should do it again. I think it's a great idea and great partnership and great way of promoting Westminster. I have no other further questions.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So my motion is to approve
I second it.
the 3,000 gold sponsorship, since we're, reciprocate what they done for our city, and I think 3,000 is warranted.
I second it.
Okay. Councilmember Nguyen, do you have anything to say?
Okay.
5.6?
I know, but I believe that the event's already passed, right?
What?
No? September 14, oh,
No,
the
it
other
says
one, okay.
continued from,
All right, okay, I got it. I mistaken it
September
with,
14.
They have a lot of events, okay. All right.
September 4th.
Right.
14?
14. It's September 14.
There's so many dates here. Yeah, September 14.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Next year, next month.
Yeah, September 14, 10 to 1. You're okay with,
$3,000.
all right. So I believe last year we sponsored the same amount. And so for me, my comment is that, we've been in partnership with them with Midway Sanitary District for a long time as a community partner. And so a lot of our, they serve, it states here very clearly that serve the city of Westminster and Midway City residents. So our residents will be attending this event. So I think it's right that we show support. So I would also go for $3,000. So roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Councilwoman Fan West. This is regarding to approve the request for Midway City Sanitary District for a city sponsorship and approve the sponsorship level of gold for a total of $3,000 for their 85th anniversary celebration event. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
4-0, motion carried.
You want to call Mr. Mayor?
Thank you.
Okay, next item is the 5.7. Continue from the August 14, 2024 regular city council meeting. Approval of out-of-state travel for council members to attend the Association of California Cities, Orange County, abbreviation as ACC-OC, 2024 Washington, D.C. advocacy trip from September 16 to September 19, 2024. So I'd like to have a brief report from the staff.
Sure, I'll take that report. We used to be members of the Association of California Cities, OC, or otherwise known as ACCOC. We recently, are now members again, starting this fiscal year. So one of their many events includes an advocacy trip in which there is an itinerary. They'll be going to Washington, D.C. There will be a delegate of other city officials, that includes staff and elected officials from the member cities, in which they will be, they'll be attending different meetings with with the legislators, with other stakeholders who would be influential in terms of policy decision-making at the federal level. It's also an educational trip. So advocacy and education, this particular trip is from September 16th through the 19th. And per council policy, the approval of any out-of-state travel for council members is, the approval must be made at a city council meeting. So that's why this is being presented. The budget for, or the estimated cost per se, for each council member who would like to attend is approximately $2,750. That includes the registration, the airfare, hotel lodging, and per diem of $50 a day. And that will be expended from, from the budget.
Okay, thank you very much for that report. I just want to make sure I present myself. As a mayor, I've been reaching out and doing a lot for the city by joining different volunteering. Okay, this is volunteering. Joining different agencies out there, such as Lake of City. I was on the committee as housing and development, and also I was attending with mayors of a lot of mayors roundtable and all. A lot more than that I can say is right here. So basically, I want to tell you that in my capacity and as a mayor, I am responsible in doing all I can to put the city of Westminster on the map. And we are proud of what we are doing. So I myself intend to go to this and represent for the city of Westminster. But I respect the vote from the council. However you want to vote it, then I will take it. So that's from my proposal to you. Anyone else?
Sure.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So like Mr. Mayor, we both are on the California Leagues of Cities, and he's on the housing, I'm on the public safety committee to work with the sheriff, the chief of police, and the DAs up and down the state of California to fight Sacramento on the public safety. He's fighting on the housing situation. So it's been great. We've been to many different events on that and voicing the opinion of the resident in the city of Westminster up to Sacramento. And we've been very successful on that, and we were able to overturn a few bills and also enacted different bills as well. And it's been an amazing journey. We learn a lot. I guess I have to speak for myself, Mr. Mayor. I learn a lot, and I think it's important as we go to this. This is something which I know is cheaper than the Vegas trip. I know you guys spent almost somewhere ballpark of 25, 30,000 with a few of you guys, city manager, city assistant, Lynn and Adolfo went, the mayor, Kimberly, and Carlos. So now with this, it's only 2,750, and so far it's just Charlie and myself, the mayor and myself, able to go to represent us in DC and fight for, the things that we need in the city of Westminster. Bringing federal into local control, I think it's important on different issues that we can get funding. And I know the mayor and I can do that. That shows teamwork, shows that the mayor, I mean, if, we go together, it does show teamwork and that we can unite as.
Please, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate, you have control of the meeting. And so I think it's important, to work together, and this is another way that we as a city can come together and show our resident and the city of Westminster that, yes, the council can work together, and I think that's important. So I would be honored if the council would allow the mayor and I to go. I think that's great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So next is Vice Mayor Ho.
Oh,
Let me
yes.
go this way then.
Yes, I'm the vice mayor. I would like to go with the mayor, and I think we worked very well together as in Las Vegas, very professionally. And for me, I've been on the council for 8 years, and I know previously when I first started, we had the DC trip, but I don't know what happened. Never had an opportunity to go. So I'd love to go.
Oh, okay. All right, so she's asking to, because here, it only to express that you want, but now you want to add to the list?
Yes, I actually didn't know, I told Lynn I didn't know anything about
Okay.
this. Yeah,
All right,
so-
no problem, no
yeah,
problem.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Menzo?
Yeah, I would not be going to this, but I do think there is a need for us to have a representation at DC, and I think considering the reputation and then what you've shown, both of you, the mayor and vice mayor, have shown that you're there to represent the city and put that community first before yourself. I think if anybody should go, it'd be you two. So that's how I feel.
Okay, Councilmember Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. While sitting here listening to all the reason that you guys put on
Goodness.
Okay, you know what? To be fair, I at the very beginning of the meeting, I heard one of the residents, which is I think is Debbie, talking about city is a very bad situation financially speaking, and we should listen to our constituents. But I think personally, I think this is very important for the mayor to represent the city at Washington D.C. to advocate for whatever that Councilwoman from West just mentioned. In this case, I totally agree with Mayor Nguyen, but if consider the second spot, I would like to have Councilwoman from West to accompany the mayor on this trip because.
Please. Councilmember Wilkie.
Yeah, because Vice Mayor Ho and Carlos Manzo, you got your chance already in Vegas. And I believe that at the very last meeting when you guys approved for the three of you to go, we have no problem with that. Mm-hmm. And I exclude myself from the trip. And this time I personally talked to Lynn and say, okay, I am not going to go, but I'm willing to support my colleagues to go. So if you guys want to go, just vote for yourself to go. I totally have no problem with 4 of you go or 3 of you go. Okay, just so right now, I like to make suggestion. The mayor, the vice mayor, and Councilwoman from West to go. Okay, so that's my. Can I nominate that?
Any one of us can make a motion? No?
All right, yes, I can make a motion for the mayor, vice mayor, and Councilwoman Van West to go.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second it. I think that's fair for the three who's available. And, I know that last time, like I keep calling you Vice Mayor. Nam Quang says that, you guys went to Vegas. I don't know what you brought back, but you guys were partying in Vegas. We're going to do business in D.C. So, the thing is
that's not right, okay? That's not right. You are accusing us, and me particularly, that you tell me that I'm partying. You said the partying. We are not partying. We are doing the work for the city.
I'm saying that the city wastes, if you want to say we're still
That's
in
okay.
bankruptcy.
All right, you
Can
got
I
your
finish?
turn now.
I haven't finished
You
my
already
thought.
talked. Let's say that there's a motion on the floor and there's a second. Is there a substitute motion to this?
I'll make a substitute
I
motion.
second Nam Quang.
A substitute motion to have the mayor and vice mayor attend ACOC. And the reason I'm saying this is because the council member West's display of so unprofessionalism. And last meeting, I've never seen anything worse. And even
I
right
will
now,
fight for District 1. Don't silence my voice. I will fight for District 1.
Please, let him finish.
They
because
want me to fight for the voice of
let him
District 1,
finish.
and I will fight for the voice of District 1.
Well, you're not
So
because
you can fight for District
Can I
3
ask-
if you want.
Can I ask you to wait so that he can finish his? Because he's not jumping in when you're talking. Okay.
And
Go ahead,
I
finish
hate that we're in this situation. Believe me, I wish that we had, our council meetings were no drama whatsoever, but unfortunately, that's not the case.
You egg it.
And for a year and a half, you've displayed that you're
You
just in it
egg
for
it.
yourself, so
Oh.
unfortunately, that's the way it is, and that's not my doing. That's how you.
So that's your substitute
conduct.
motion?
My substitute motion is for the mayor and vice mayor to attend only.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I second that.
Okay.
I know.
So that's okay. That's okay.
I
Due
know,
respect.
we know the
Now,
vote.
Man, you guys
Now-
colluded
King
together.
of three,
Now, go ahead.
communist
That's sad.
dictator.
We have not.
They don't care
very, very
anything
sad.
about the
not
city.
voted yet,
This is
okay?
The silence
taxpayer-
voice of District
That's a
1,
taxpayer money.
We
you
have
guys are
not-
silent, the
use
voice
it,
of
and you guys use it
representation
for
of
your
District
own.
1. Yeah, you guys
This
all
is
for your
not
Oh,
own.
man, this is not
Selfish.
affordable.
Okay.
Oh, man.
On
You
the
use
taxpayers'
taxpayer
money.
For your own reason. Dang.
We have the substitute motion on the floor. The substitute motion go first.
Yeah, the
Thank you,
people
Mayor.
will
I have a
see.
substitute motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to approve Mayor Nguyen and Vice Mayor Ho to travel to Washington DC for the 2024 AACOC advocacy trip from September 16th through the 19th, 2024. I'll go ahead and call for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West.
Before I vote, I want to make a short statement. The thing is that I will fight. That's why I fought last meeting for District 1 and their voice. You try to silence my voice. You don't have a problem with the mayor silencing your voice, but you guys three want to silence my District 1 voice. So I will fight back for them and their betterment. I don't care how you silence me. And the thing is that you guys, all three, and the city manager, assistant manager, and Lynn, go on this trip that's cost almost $30,000. I don't know what you brought back, but now you're going to waste the taxpayer money to go again
Councilmember
for your
West.
own benefit.
Councilmember
And the
West.
thing is that my vote is no, and the people will see that,
thank
that
you.
you guys are selfish.
Councilmember
Because
Monzo.
And using the taxpayer money for us.
I respect you when you say that you will brief before you vote, so you did
I
say
said
what
yes.
you wanted to say. So next,
Councilmember Monzo is a yes. Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay, before I cast my
Meeting.
vote, I'm going to say this. Yeah, you guys
Why you let the
absolutely, the
activist
mayor.
talking, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
He's talking. Mr.
Can you
Nguyen
keep
is
order,
talking.
Mr.
let him
Mayor?
talk and then we'll
I
come
know,
back.
but the
come
activists
back.
are talking. I can't even
Yeah,
hear
okay.
Mr.
Can you
Nguyen.
keep order?
So can I ask you, we keep quiet so that we can do the business, city business here?
They've been
Goodness.
breaking the rules so many times, Mr.
I
Mayor.
appreciate that. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay,
Councilman.
yeah, I know. I believe that what Vice Mayor just said, earlier, you guys want to make a good team together in DC. All right?
All right, thank you.
I vote no.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
Taxpayer will see. Mayor?
You're wasting their money,
Mayor,
you're bringing
the
nothing
voice-
back, guys.
The voice
Come
over
on.
here. Mayor, I just want to make it clear before the fake $30,000 goes out into YouTube tomorrow. The amount that was spent on that trip was $14,394.64. Just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
How much?
And I want to let the public knows that
How
I
much
was,
again?
I was
14
personally
14,000 something.
I was personally went to that, and then we.
What about the table?
For the city of Westminster, I am proud that to represent.
Well,
the city
I
of
want to see
Westminster
that
and work really
receipt,
hard on that.
actually. I want to
Okay,
see that
next.
receipt public.
Yeah,
Yes.
We are done with that.
I
So
agree.
next-
You made that
next
statement, we
item.
want to see it. Christine?
No,
Next item is
No,
continue.
because we don't take words.
No, I
Just
think
tell-
we
because
can.
we're calculating.
We can make
That request.
Transparency. It's about transparency.
Please,
Wait.
order.
Let's get back to the order. The item already voted, and we move on with the next item. So the 5.8, continue from the August 14, 2024 regular city council meeting, authorize a purchase order to Aqua Metric Sales Company for the purchase of sensors, autogun meter reading devices, water meters, parts for 3/4, 1 inch, and 2 inch cold water meters, and large meter 3 inch through 6 inch for fiscal year of 2024-2025.
We'll move to approve.
A second?
Okay, we have a motion to approve and second on the floor.
You guys,
I have a motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to authorize the purchase of Census autogun meter reading devices, water meters, and parts from the Aquametric Sales Company in the amount of $900,000 for fiscal year 2024-25. I'll go to call roll. Councilman Fan West.
you know, before I vote, I just don't understand why Kimberly's going to be termed out in November. You guys are wasting taxpayer money.
I'm sorry,
To go?
wrong item. This is on item 5.8.
Well, I'm talking about 5.7.
No,
It's on the
no.
agenda. I can still speak.
No, yes, but we
Mr.
are
Attorney,
already- we are-
if things on the agenda, I
Attorney.
can mention it quick, right?
Tell us.
Things
let
on
me-
the
let me ask
agenda,
you.
can I mention quick?
Let me ask you, once we finish voting on the item and moving on the other item already, and especially like we have the motion on the floor, a motion and second on the floor, on the next item, is it possible for us to go back and talk about the other item?
No, that item's finished.
But I briefly just mentioned
Thank you.
it.
So go ahead and,
The thing is,
go ahead and vote on item 5.8, please.
5.8, yes. Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo, Councilmember Nguyen, Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-0.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we don't have the quorum, so I will wait for them to come back.
Yeah, we need to pause. Well, now we have a quorum.
Where are we at?
I am about to go on for 5.9, but at this time here, I know that we have 5 members of council in the meeting tonight. And you know me, I'm very consistent with what we need to do because I can see the importance of the items. So at this time, I apologize that I have to call for recess for the closed item. And we'll come back to come back with the open session. So at this time,
Wait, Mayor, you're wanting to take a recess, or you want to?
I want to take a recess for the closed session item.
Okay.
And we'll come back to report out and continue with the open.
Where'd you go? Why did you go?
At this time, the time is 10:59 on Wednesday, August 28th. I would like to continue with the open session meeting. But before that, I would like to ask the city attorney to report out for closed session.
Roll call.
Before that, we'll do the roll call. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you. I just don't understand. This is the 6th time that I call for the closed session item on this. The reason I do that is because I can see the importance of why we have to do that. But then I don't know, some of the council didn't see that. So that's what we have to live with. So at this time here, before we continue, I would like to move item 5.14, 5.15 up before 5.9, and so on. Motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilmember Monzo. This is to move agenda item 5.14 and 5.15 before 5.9. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Move.
the motion is to move agenda items 5.14 and 5.15 ahead of 5.9.
14. 13 and 14.
No, 14 and 15.
5.14 and
yeah.
5.15 ahead of 5.9.
In front of 5.9.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
4-0, motion carried.
So now item 5.14, review of process for placement of the agenda items. Recently, you can see that the process is to have two council to put up the item on agenda. And I can see some of the nonsense item that were put on the agenda, wasting the city and council, city resources and tax money. So I think that the right process is to have, and fair process is to have the council, at least three council, to bring it and agendize it at the dais. I think that's prevent from using or abusing the system so that we can do the business effectively. With that, I motion to approve this item.
Can we talk dialogue about it?
Hold on, let me finish my, and then you can, okay? With that, I motion to approve this item with the following amendments to the resolution. 1, add a section immediately following oral communication concerning non-agenda items to be business matters from city council and agency members, which is, before the section AB 123, after oral communication, then we are going to have the business matters so that city council and agency member can go ahead and vote for that. Make this policy effective immediately, and all pending city council requested items shall be voided. So that's my motion. Is there a second to that?
Mr. Attorney,
City
is that
Okay.
legal at all?
If not,
He has a question.
Let
Is this
hear
legal?
Mr.
Go ahead.
Mr.
Yes, I will call one by one, please.
Why are you raising your voice, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
That's what I have to say.
Mr. Mayor, because
You are our moderator.
We
Let me
should
go with,
go around
let me go
first
with.
before you make a motion.
Yeah, we have
right?
to talk. Why are you
can
going
make a motion,
rogue
and you can do
again?
whatever you want to do.
Before you
Why
make
you
a motion,
going-
we should discuss around among
I
ourselves.
recognize you, okay?
Okay. I guess
But,
city attorney,
yeah,
is this
let's hear
legal?
from the city
Yes.
attorney.
Well, first, is there a second to that? I didn't.
Yeah, I was
Well,
trying to get a
we
word in
haven't
edgewise
talked.
through all the screaming, but yes, I'm going to second
The
it. Go
mayor
ahead.
is the
Okay.
one that's screaming,
So
not us.
that's okay.
Okay.
We have a motion and second, but now, your turn to speak. Go ahead.
So,
You are not recognized.
So, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Attorney, so is this legal process for us to get it approved and effective immediately with this resolution tonight or the next meeting? Is that,
Well, this concerns how items get onto the agenda. So as far as that's concerned, yes, that we've had a system like this in the past, so that's appropriate. The council controls the agenda. I heard in the motion that there was a desire to, I guess, remove any existing requests for future agendas, I guess, by council members. I want to be sure I understand that part of it.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Just all pending council items requested earlier.
Across the
shall be
board.
void. The
you
start, the
can't
policies.
do it. It's not even
policies-
voted on
Okay,
The
yet.
policies should be start fresh from today.
Okay, so what I would say to that is that, under Robert's rules, a majority of the council has the right to decide what goes on the agenda or not on the agenda. So there's a right to make this motion, but you just have to make sure that there's opportunity to discuss that motion once it's made.
Sure.
So the council members are entitled to make their comments.
Sure.
And that it's a reasonable opportunity.
Thank you. So Councilmember West, it's your turn. You are recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number one, 5.14 is brought up by the mayor. The process of placing on the agenda, I know that we have in place already. We have where every one of us know and voted on last time that Thursday is when you submit your agenda item to staff, which is Christine, city manager. We don't talk to any of the staff because there's an ordinance for that already. So we only submit our agenda item to Christine, and then Christine will work with us on, the agenda item when the time, she has free to work with us. And I know that we have that in place already. Why are you doing the same thing? History repeats itself, because what I see is you did this in the last time with Dido. You silenced his voice. You basically, not allow him to speak. And the thing is that Charlie and Kimberly, you guys have, your dad served in the military in the Vietnam War, and then you escaped the communist regime. You know what they do. They are độc tài. They are dictator. Why are you coming here and silence the voice of democratic process? Which is, District 1 has a voice for my district. District 2 have a voice for a district. District 3, yes, have a voice for her district. District 4 have a voice for his district, but District 1 and 4, we don't have a voice because we don't have 3 votes. In your agenda item is that we have to put it forward on the council meeting and then voted by the majority, which is 3 votes to move anything. And we don't have 3 votes. So purposely, you're silencing District 1 and 4. And that's unacceptable. That's un-American, undemocratic process. And plus, if you guys look at Congress, they dispute all the time. And they still respect each other and get things done, but it takes time. Even our forefathers, they fought like hell on different issues. But they come together to fight what's best, and then they vote on it. But the thing is that you can't silence the voice because we won't ever able to put anything on the agenda because we don't have 3 votes. We would never have 3 votes. And that's not right for District 1. What if something like that happened and the community seeking for justice, we can't put it on the agenda because you guys don't want it. And then our District 1 or whoever in the city of Westminster, we can't represent,
Yeah,
Mr.
this
Mayor.
is insane. Very insane.
We can't represent them, and it's not fair, and it's not just. And you escape communism, you know what that's like. That's dictatorship, and we don't ever want that. And so the thing is that when you...
Please.
Mr.
Wait, no, please. Let her finish. Go ahead.
Goodness. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for controlling the audience. Seriously.
Okay.
Okay. So, the thing is that, Mr. Mayor, I just really want you to think about it. I know you don't always agree with me on things, and we might jive in different areas because of the age different. Maybe, the thing how I address is different. Maybe the way how you address is a little different, and it's okay. If there's everyone who's like Charlie, then why would you need another Charlie, right? If there's everyone like Amy, why would you need another one? So that's why I like the differences. It makes us better. This is the council of different background, different beliefs, different values, and it's okay. That's a democratic process, and let us dialogue, let us debate, let us dispute, and let us bring things to discuss. And Menzo, you know the democratic process. You would hate for someone to silence your
He's a
voice.
Democrat, and he...
I know, and
Are you
he should
talking? If you
understand.
are talking, then I have to stop her.
No.
Okay?
I'm talking, thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
You can talk.
Thank you, Nam Quang. So the thing is that I'm saying, none of us like to be silenced. This is America, and we know the freedom we have here. So let us have the democratic process to speak out and talk about it. And plus, you guys have 3 votes already. At least we can dialogue, about issues in the city, an issue that concerns some of the resident that wants us to fight for them. If it's a LGBT flag, like Monzo want to bring it up last time, at least we did have a dialogue, right? We didn't silence Monzo and Kimberly second it. So the thing is that, I think it's important. Mr. Mayor, I can't even focus when the activists are allowed to just interrupt all the time, Mr. Mayor. I can't even hear,
Okay.
losing my concentration,
I don't
Mr.
think-
Mayor.
Why are you allowing your activists?
I don't think that's the case, okay? So please,
No.
you please.
It's very obvious.
We will control
You are
this meeting.
sided with them.
So if
Yeah,
you can
you
help
let
me,
them talk.
if you can help me, I will make the same thing to them. If you don't do that, then she can't do that. Okay, same thing. So I ask you not to do that, please.
Are you talking to the audience?
Now you can go ahead and continue your, but I just want to remind you that if you are talking something new, then I will okay with that. But if you are repeating yourself, then I have to stop you.
Mr. Mayor, because they keep interrupting me. I'm losing my train of thought. and it's not fair.
Right now, see, they are not. I just stopped them already. So you want to go on? Or
I
you seem
do,
to-
but if I
okay.
do repeat
Then
something that
do
I
it
lost
right
my
now.
train of
Right now,
thought,
or
you have
else
to
I'm going to
remind
go
me,
with somebody
okay?
else. Please.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I
Do it.
just lost my train of thought, but if I repeat again, then you have to
Okay,
remind me because they already
then
interrupt.
why don't we do this? So thank you very much. I will come back to you. So Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor.
Acceptable.
First of all, up here on the dais, it's Vice Mayor Ho, Councilmember Monzo, Mayor Nguyen, and Councilmember Nguyen. It's not Carlos, it's not Charlie, it's not Kimberly. We've discussed this before, that we try to be professional up here on the dais. So please try your best to address in a formal setting by our title. Out in the back, everybody knows me, I'm Carlos. But up here, please be professional and address
You've
this
done
by...
the same for me on the dais. You know that. So don't be hypocrites.
Councilmember West, you tell me to control, and now
Yes.
you are
But
jumping in.
he's being a hypocrite.
Well,
Not being a hypocrite.
did you say that? See, he's trying to make his point. So please, write it down, and I will come back to you, please. Okay. Continue.
And up here on the dais of the city council, party is irrelevant. We're here to represent the city and what's best with the city, not our national views. And everybody knows me, knows that about me. So please, stop bringing national views to our city. It's about what's best for the community. When I heard this, yeah, I was totally against it at first. But unfortunately, we have a situation where council members are abusing the current policy and just wasting a lot of taxpayer money. It costs the city, we have to pay for our city attorney. A lot of staff time, their staffs are already understaffed in every department. It's just creating a lot of unnecessary extra work that shouldn't be being wasted. And if we were more responsible, then we wouldn't be in the situation we are now. If this goes through and one of my colleagues, doesn't matter who it is, brings up an item that's for the community, for the benefit of the community, and it's going to be a positive thing, I'll second and I'll vote for anybody. But if to bring items that are, in my opinion, they're some of the ones that we have today, and we had them on last meeting, is not even city business. If you bring something similar to that, of course I'm not going to vote for it. But if you bring items, and I've been the one that's second multiple times Councilmember West's ideas when they were good ideas. I second them because they were good ideas. But if you're going to bring items, frivolous items like this, of course not. Just be responsible. And I don't want to, originally when I saw this, I said, no way. But unfortunately, we're in a situation where we are right now, and if things change, maybe we'll change again. But with the current situation, and let's just try this and see where it goes, because right now, it's just chaos, complete chaos. And unfortunately, this is what we got to do, and that's why I'm seconding it. So.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Nguyen. Did I call Councilmember Nguyen yet?
No.
No, okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Nguyen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know what, I'm very disappointed that this came from you. You're proud that you champion for democracy, and you are a victim of the communist regime, and then you don't understand any of this. When we came here for freedom, for the freedom of speech, and all the people, down there, I'm very disappointed. You guys don't treasure that what you have, the thing that we have. You know what? We can have a different opinions. We can fight, we can argue, but the treasure that the United States, gave us, the Constitution gave us is freedom of speech. And right now, right here, your voice was oppressed. Wow, this is insane, and you know what? Very few times I heard one of the constituent, like Khai Dao. He went up here and then he mentioned about the idiot mayor. At first I don't agree with him, but for now I thought that I think that he's right. Let me ask you, staff, out of 34 cities in the OC in Orange County, how many cities have this kind of policy?
We actually just didn't do the research on that to find out what the policy was. There was no policy. There was no research that was done, I think, in 2019, 2021 regarding this, but we just don't have that data right now.
You know what? Let me tell you this. Let me answer that question. Okay, not a lot of city in 34 city has this kind of stupid, resolution that because they trust the voice of the people. Okay, you should ashamed of yourself. Okay, sitting down there and applause for such a disgrace resolution like this. A disgrace mayor. I think, you know what, Council Member Mansell, this will stand your entire political career. And for the rest of your life, you're gonna feel very, very bad, looking at. You're proud that you are American. Yeah? And then you go against, every single value of the American. Okay? You should ashamed yourself, I don't know how can you go back and look at your children and your grandchildren in the face, in the eyes, and you're talking. Mr. Mayor,
Please. Please.
Please don't bring my children into this.
Yeah, please.
You will silence their voice too.
My apology, And wow, I don't know what to say, but this is a disgrace to this city. Shh. Mr. Mayor, can you keep order, please?
If you can help me, then I will do the same to them. If you continue to disrupt the meeting, then they will.
Yeah, how many times that we have to remind you?
Please, I ask you to work with me. All right, you finished?
No.
I see that you are repeating yourself, so please don't repeat yourself. I know that what you say about me, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Don't tell me, don't repeat that again.
That's your true self. Okay, I have to say.
That's okay, but don't repeat it.
No, I'm not
I hear you. I hear you very loud.
Okay, I'm not
Can
repeating.
Mr. Nam Quang speak, please?
Let's see. You know what? Just go one by one bullet point. You say what? Any member of the council except the mayor wishing to place an item on the agenda.
Yeah.
You are a mayor. You're not king. Right? So right now you have so much power. We have to balance the power so the people's voice can be listened.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. For now, District 1 and District 4 don't have the voice, but let's say sometime, down the line, when you and Vice Mayor Ho want to have a different opinion with the mayor, then what you're gonna do, okay? And
Next, please.
okay, let me ask staff this. The fourth bullet point. If the council majority approve the request, staff will work with the requesting council member to determine the next available date the item can reasonably be on the agenda. So can you explain that?
Yeah, that was part of what the process was before, because there are going to be some items that you're going to ask for that it requires, research. That's where we would, require some extra time. Like, for example, if it's related to a law or a code or something to that extent, that's going to require more work. That's where we would, discuss. So that's why there's some items that have been requested in the past, and it's not necessarily automatic that it's on the next agenda, but it just depends on what that item is and how much time is required.
One of my most concern is the Brown Act. How can you keep that from happening? Because right now we need like 3 votes.
So the way that,
place the agenda on the item. Item on the agenda.
So the way that this process worked before was that...
Because you placed the city at risk, right, Mr. Mayor?
I guess you asked the city manager a question. Let her respond. Okay? Go ahead.
Let's see.
City
'Cause it-
Manager? are
Sorry,
you-
yeah, no, I'm just rereading that one more time. Any member of the, okay, so the way that this worked before, and this is presumably how it would work this time. So there's a section at the end of the agenda where someone would say, you know, I would like to make a motion for this particular item. Somebody else would second it, and then the council as a whole would then, you know, vote on it. And if it gets approved, whoever that council member that, you know, that placed the item on. So it's really just one council member placing the item on. So it's just staff working with one member, not all the people that approve the item.
Okay.
Like to be placed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question because right now, for example, if I place an item on the agenda and second by Councilwoman Pham West.
Yes.
And the process gonna be, I'm going to approve, you know, the content, right?
It's
and
your-
then you have to go through, you have to wait for Councilmember West to approve it either, right?
So, no, so it's a single person. The second doesn't necessarily make that person a co-author. The second is just putting it on the agenda. If you made a request for an item, let's say you wanted to talk about sidewalks or something of that nature, once it's approved to be put on the agenda, staff would then work with you for your item.
But I'm talking about the current process.
Oh, the current process, I'm sorry. So the current process is you have two who would make a request, you know, send it to me, let me know by whatever the deadline is. So you have the maker and the second, and so we would then talk about what that item is, draft it, send it to the maker and the second for revisions, et cetera. And that's the current process.
Okay, so for the new one, if this was implemented and passed, okay, you don't need to go through the second and the third one. How do you?
So allowing for an item to be agendized is different from the actual agenda item itself and the person who's the author of that item or who's making that request. So you as a council member would, under this new, you know, section of the agenda, would say that I'd like to agendize an item related to, you know, whatever it is. And then somebody would just make a second, so it would just be a motion. You would require a majority vote to then have that item be allowed to be placed on a future agenda. That's where we would make the determination at that moment when that item would be placed. But once we as staff know that this item is going to be on the agenda, we would then go back to whoever made that request, which would be you, and we would work on, obviously, the report, when it would be on the agenda, et cetera.
Okay, let me have this question. Thank you, Christine. This is a question for the city attorney. So you said that, okay, please, if you already make that statement, okay, I want you to repeat it again. You said that every pending resolution or pending items will be legally canceled if the majority of the council pass this resolution today.
Correct.
Okay, so how come the new policy going to go back to affect the ongoing, you know?
Yeah, because the council can change its policy, and that's what the motion is doing. It's creating.
I think the policy going to go forward, not going backward. That's not how the law is, you know, working.
Yeah, and you can certainly argue that, but the motion is to cut off prior ones.
Okay, so that's the motion, but that's the motion from the majority, and the majority wants to do this, that kind of thing.
Yes.
But it doesn't make that they are right?
But legally, the majority of the council controls the agenda, so something could be on the agenda tonight and they could make a motion to take no action or to pull it off. As long as there's sufficient debate and opportunity to talk about that motion, that's a legitimate motion to pull the item.
Right, okay.
Which is the same thing here.
All right, I understand that, but for the pending items that was placed by me and Amy, okay, so the old ordinance, the old policy apply for that. You can just make up some new resolution and go back to the past, or to make something that works for you, right?
Yeah, I mean,
in your favor. I mean, like in their favor.
well, you can argue that that's not fair or it's not right, but legally they could do that. That's what I would say. Legally, they can pull items off the future agenda, which is what they'd be doing by doing this, saying that although it was authorized previously, we're not going to allow any council-generated items that were already authorized. They're going to have to be reissued. That's what the motion is saying. So legally, that's I'm only just telling you what's legal. That's
what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to, let me see if I have something else to say. Right, so, yeah, if you're not ashamed of yourself, okay, just go ahead, pass it. But I want to say, I just said what I want to say.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. I would like to recognize Vice Mayor Ho.
Well, I'm going to say what has not been said. Okay, so when I read this, I was like, oh, okay. Of course, there's a reason. I understand that there's a reason to do this. There's a need. There's been a lot of waste of time, our council time, our residents' time and resource, meaning money, and a lot of game-playing schemes. So, where it gets to a point where we kind of crippling ourselves as we're not moving forward the city's business. We're not able to. So I think there is a need. So with 5.14 in place, we hope that we'll be able to stop all that so that we could do the people's business. And Councilwoman West, I've seconded you more times than you have seconded mine. So I have no problem whatsoever giving anybody a second if it's an agenda that is a good agenda, if I feel like it is good for the community. And I've proven that. I've done that. So yeah, I just think that this is good for now. And I think that, of course, whenever I mean, it doesn't mean that it's forever like that, right, the mayor? So we can always change that. But for now, I think it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that we have the motion and the second on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I thought you'd come back to me,
Okay,
finish
go
my
ahead.
train of thought.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. While I was reading this, it's really disturbing, but let me address, because I took notes of Mr. Monzo and Ms. Kimberly. You said that let's start with Ms. Kimberly. You say you second me more than I have second your items. That's correct, because let me remind you again, the agenda for recognizing Women of the Month, you second mine. That's great. I really appreciate that, because that built an ad into our community. And you second mine when we talk about small businesses, right? Because you're a businesswoman. So I thought you would be a good person to second that. And so those are good to support our small business and honoring them. But I don't know what you brought up that I can be your second. I mean, if you brought up more, I would be your second if you asked me. But so far, the only thing you brought up to me, my attention, was the monument, the Guangji monument that you have put in the container in Utah that you want to brought up. And I told you I will be your second if we do it after the Vietnamese New Year, because during New Year, we don't want to bring stress to the community. But you would not allow that to happen because you say you need to get it done before New Year, during New Year. I don't know what agenda you have, but you said you need to get done. And I go, no, I would not be your second before the New Year. After, yes, and we can talk about it. But you didn't want that. And then also when you say be my second regarding actually talking about, you know, the mayor where he doesn't have to do all the certificate, but to allow, you know, you to be able to do the certificates for the death of Hassan's mom. And I say that's a good idea. I even mentioned to you that we should bring it up again, but you didn't want us, you never did. You say you will, pass notes, and you say you will be my second to do that, but you never did. I would be your second on that, Kimberly. I think that's a great idea. You know what I mean? That's balance, check and balance, and I like that.
May I respond to that
No,
before
I'm
you
not
make
finished.
the?
No, can you write
Okay,
it down?
sure.
Can you write
Yeah,
down,
can
and I
you
will
write down?
have
Okay.
come back to you.
Okay, and so, you know, it's disturbing. And then you said you know very well that this agenda would work because you did it before when you have the majority to censure Dido, and you did it. And I have the proof here that you vote yes for it. So this seems like a way of when you need to silence someone, a voice, for your convenience, you vote for it. So you flip-flop whenever it's convenient for you. And I don't think that's right. It should not be politically motivated for conveniences to silence your opponent. That's unacceptable. It's undemocratic, un-American. You've seen it nationwide when President Biden administration tried to silence President Trump, former President Trump. So the thing is that you cannot, you see, and then social media, big tech, silencing our voice. You know, why would you be okay with silencing another person's voice when you witness this? You know, if they don't like what your voice is on social media, they'll silence you. So that's what I'm saying, Mr. Monzo and Kimberly, Miss Kimberly, and Charlie, Mr. Mayor. Like, it is so important that we see what's going on in our nation, the big tech silencing our voice, and different parties, for political purposes, silence our voice. Why would we do this? For the convenience of the moment to silence an opponent. Why would we do that? And so I just answered Kimberly. Now let me, Miss Kimberly, so let me go to what Mr. Monzo said earlier. So you said, I call you out that you're a hypocrite because you said that, let me try to remember what you said. I just wrote down hypocrite. Because you said, do you guys, Mr. Monzo, do you remember what you said regarding that I do something and I go, you're a hypocrite too because, oh, call names. Call me by first name. You guys call me by first name. We can go back. Excuse me. You call me Amy or Kimberly, Miss Ho have called me Kimberly. And it's just, we accent doesn't mean we disrespect you. And don't get butt hurt and your pants all tied up for that. You know what I mean? You've done it before. Everyone have done it before.
Professional.
Okay, anything that you accuse me of, all of you guys have done it. We have all witnessed it. You guys accuse me of leaving the dais too often. You guys left the dais today too. You guys went to bathroom break. I did too. We look at our phones. We did too. We call each other accident by first name because we're used to it. And we all have done it. So that's a hypocrite. Don't say that you've never done it. You've done it.
No, I haven't.
You can you write down your notes, please? And then the other thing is you say I waste time on non-agenda item, and that's why you approve of this, to silence my voice. Give me proof, give the people proof when I put things that are wasting the people's time. Mr. Nam Quang put up the, I guess, religious freedom fighting for that monk guy. I think that's normal. And we should always fight for religious freedom. And, you know, I thought that's something you guys would agree to, you know what I mean? So that's why I don't see anything. Give us example. When we put an item on that is a disgrace and wasting time. Okay, I would appreciate that, actually, if you tell us concrete evidence instead of making a statement without facts backing it up. And I've seen that a lot on this dais from the three of you guys. Okay, so the other thing is, I was looking at the agenda. I took a lot of notes, as you guys can see, because I'm curious, you know, on your statement, and I read everything I read through every line. So when you said right here, I guess, Mr. Mayor, when I read through this, where it says right here, hold on just a second here. Where is it here? Okay, so I just feel reading through this is that you feel like, because it's exclude the mayor, right, and the city manager on certain things here, like on point, the second to the last point. And Mr. Mayor, I know the city doesn't only belong to you, it belongs to 4 of the other council members and the people of Westminster as well. And so when you silence our voice and exclude you, when you say rules for thee but not for me, and it's why is that? You have 1 vote, we all have 1 vote, but you have the title of the mayor, you sign everything, and we appreciate that. But the thing is that when you tell us to do this, have 3 votes, you don't, to present it, an item, and now you don't have to do it. And we have given you so much power, Mr. Mayor, when you came on as mayor, because we trust you to be fair and just. That's why we didn't ask for you to have a second, because we believe that you are fair and just mayor, and we believe in you. And now not only that you make us have 3 votes, meaning you never have allow us to have a voice. And you already have 3 votes. You shut everything down. We've seen it in the last few months, Mr. Mayor. And I know if you're a fair mayor for all the council, that's one thing that bothers me, is that when I talk to the mayor of different cities, let's start with the mayor of Garden Grove. And he said, I asked him, you know, if activists come and call out the council member on his dais, would he defend them? And he said yes, all the time. Even though some of them are Democrats, some are independent, and some are Republican, he still defend them, okay? So the thing is that he doesn't care the party line. He's able to work with all of them, Mr. Mayor. And so the thing is that he protects the council, that we worked so hard to get the seat, Mr. Mayor, and it should be honored, not to be disdained.
Okay, Councilmember West, you have a lot of time that you go the second round already. Let me ask City Attorney, how much is enough?
Does any other council member have comments?
Yes, I will have be fair with the other 2 for the second round. And so I would think that I have let her get enough time for her to. But most of the thing that I hear is just repeatedly again. And it's just an accusation. And I guess to the point that I think she had enough. So I'd like to call for Vice Mayor Ho to go ahead and go for second round.
Okay, so my point was that my point was not to get into an argument with Ms. West here. when I said that it was an example, I merely said that I have supported you in the past, is all I said, right? And I see heads nodded, so don't get argumentative. So since you brought up the fact that what you did not second of my agenda, and actually, I'll bring this up, but again, I'm not a very argumentative type of person, only when it is for the, if it's well, won't get into that. But I'm saying that to me, this is very, it doesn't really serve the purpose well, but I'm just going to mention it once. I don't want an argument. But since you mention it, I will mention it. The reason you don't second my agenda more than you have done in the past, and I've appreciated however many times, I didn't count, but it's because you hijacked my agenda when I called you over the holiday. It was Christmas around then, or some kind of holiday, I don't remember. And initially, I wanted you to make it as your agenda because it was regarding the reaffirmation of the flag, if you guys remember. And there was a resolution, I mentioned it was a resolution 20 years ago made by former Mayor Trita, and that it's something that you can reaffirm, and I will be happy to second you. But then I didn't hear back from you. I actually, and then I went ahead and make sure I didn't miss the deadline. I went ahead and put it on the agenda. So meaning I was the main person, and then somebody else was a second. So you went around me, you hijacked it, and you made it your own agenda. So I thought that was really odd, but okay, I let it go. Because you know what, I've got so much to do. I've got a business to run, I got things to do. This is not my entire life here on the council. So second, regarding the agenda, you mentioned about the certificate of, what is it, what do we call it?
Death.
The memoriam certificate. Yes, I initially wanted that, but then you wanted me in exchange, you wanted me to second yours, and you proposed that I second yours so that you can have your own name on the certificate. So to which you said, I said no, I would not second that. And that's a reason why I kind of aborted the whole idea, because I thought that was not, I mean, if you're going to second mine, then second mine. I didn't propose that for the Hassan family. It was because I see other cities did it, and when we were in need of a memorial certificate, I realized that we didn't have one. It didn't include that in our policy. So when you asked me to do something like that, I thought, oh my gosh, she's going to be giving out these certificates like candy. So I said, no, that's okay. So I aborted the whole idea. And that's why you guys never saw that.
Vice Mayor, so
come back.
I know that if we have to go back. For
no,
everything,
I just wanted to answer her because she did go into detail, okay? So those are the two things. But what my point here is not that I'm sitting here counting how many, and just like you did. I'm just merely saying, look, if there's an agenda, when this passes, item 5.14, if you bring an agenda on and it's good for our city, I've seconded you before, and I will second you again. So regardless of who it is on this dais, that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Meza, do you want to have the second round or no?
I just want to say that this is, as you all can witness, people who come here and regulars, you see what's going on. People who watch on TV knows what's going on. So there's nothing, I don't want to sit here and bicker back and forth, because I just feel, and I say this everywhere, people can say whatever they want. Those are just words. Your actions is what counts the most. So people see everybody's actions, and that's who you truly are, is who you show you are. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen, I know that when the first time around, I let you go all the way, but being fair, I give you the second round too.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to being fair. Ms. Holt, it's kind of funny, sitting here and listen all the lies that you just mentioned. Please.
Mr. Mayor.
Please.
That's okay, please.
You know what? You are such a flip-floppers, and then when you talk about, you second my item, and then it's very, very last minute, and then you withdraw it because you just try to deal with the mayor, or Carlos Manzo, and this is unethical, and it happens so many times, not one time. And you're talking about hijacking an item. You and the mayor are the ones that hijacked the item from Miss West. Come on.
Jane Fonda. Yeah.
You know what? We have to go through so many hours to talk about that. And you guys use like what? The power of the three, that you can do whatever that you want to. And talking about a certificate, the what you call, what is the memorial certificate? Okay.
The death certificate.
The death certificate.
And we should ask Mr.
the
Mayor.
plaque, the certificate.
That's not the
we should
death
ask Mr.
certificate.
Mayor.
The plaque, the one that they want to hand to give to the victim of the in the
Accident.
e-bike accident.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly. That's what we
Let
were
me
asking Mr.
remind
Mayor
you
about
this.
that.
Let me make it clear to you guys.
And
This is a memoriam plaque. Okay?
Yes,
Not
the
a
death
death
has
certificate.
sinned
All right, the
Lynn's
memoriam.
mom.
Okay, whatever that
Mr.
you
Mayor,
want.
you know
Okay.
that, so don't lie,
memoriam,
speak the
okay.
truth.
Okay, let me repeat it. The memoriam certificate, right? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me remind Vice Mayor Hall and the one that is watching right now, the reason that you don't have that memoriam certificate because the mayor didn't want you to. Because
exactly.
Is that right, Mr. Mayor? Okay, we vote for that also. Okay?
Yeah.
You and Councilmember Manzo really want to have that, and you even you agendized that item to be discussed. Am I right? For the record, okay, let me ask the city attorney and staff, do we actually discuss about that memoriam certificate? Did we? So just, stop lying, okay? You are represent the people here, and the people is not stupid. You just cannot
I
right
ask
here
you to
and
go
talk
wrap
and,
it up, please.
lie about everything.
Yeah.
The people out there, they saw it. And if they don't see it, I am going to voice it out.
Okay, thank you very much. So that we have a motion and second on the floor.
Let me have an answer from Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Can I have an answer from the city manager?
You wanted to know when it was agendized? It was...
No, he wanted to ask, did we discuss about it? Yes, we did discuss about
You
it.
did, yes,
That's all.
you did discuss about it.
Yeah.
All right,
That's it.
thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Thank you, city
Thank you.
manager.
Okay, we have motion on the floor, so call for the vote, please.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to amend the process regarding the number of council members it takes to place an item on the agenda, as outlined in the staff report, and adopt an amended resolution entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, rescinding resolution number 5273 to reestablish the order of business to be followed in regular meetings of the City Council, and add a section to the agenda immediately following oral communications concerning non-agenda items to be listed as business matters from City Council/agency members, and make this policy effective immediately, and all pending City Council requested items shall be voided.
Thank you.
I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
You know, I've never, before I vote, I've never seen anything like this, Mr. Mayor and
Okay,
Mr.
we have
Monzo.
enough,
Never
so
seen it.
go ahead and vote.
Yeah, and the thing is
For my
that
entire life.
this is a complete, perfect dictator, communist
I know.
dictator. That's what they silence people
Man.
over there. You can't even dispute.
damn.
You can't bring anything up to talk.
Okay.
Like, that's how you silence your opponent. That's what we saw in Now Nation right now, and you are allowing that locally here
order.
when we are so close to the public that we can actually help them. Congress and state Senate, it's
So
hard to reach
What
them,
is your vote?
Mr.
So
Mayor.
what is your vote?
And I feel like you're going to regret
What is your
what you're
vote?
doing.
We've been discussing about it, so now it's time
This is
for-
un-American,
to call for the vote, okay?
un-American, and we're Americans. We're not a communist dictator here. We're Americans. And so therefore
Okay.
I vote no to silence the First Amendment
Okay,
right of District 1 and 4.
Next.
Councilmember Monzo.
This is not about silencing, it's about placing items on the agenda policy. So my vote is yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Ho.
I just, Mary, just want to make one comment.
Yes.
Okay, okay, because I was being accused of lying. Councilmember Nguyen, just want to remind you that that certificate agenda was going to come back. We did not finish, and it was going to be agendized another time. So don't call me a liar. So the answer is yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond real quick?
No, we are at the.
You are such a liar. You are a real liar.
No, I mean, you already have your chance, okay?
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
I want to add some more. You know, for whatever you accuse me, I'm proud of myself. And I'm here
All
for
right,
this-
continue
for the
to-
city of
continue to
business.
proud of yourself.
And also that this
You can
is
pat
not-
yourself on the back.
this
It's
is
okay.
not-
Where you sit here.
You already voted for this. Time for me to
You're
cast
gonna-
my vote, okay?
You are the worst
Mayor.
mayor in the
Jeez,
history
I've
of
never-
City of
Time for me
Westminster.
to cast my
Garden Grove
vote.
Mayor is so much better, Jones.
Okay?
I
So
could
this is
not
to
believe it.
silence anybody. Every one of you have the chance to bring up the item at this council at the end of the meeting so that we can vote
Okay.
for it. That's it, okay?
That's a joke.
So, my vote is yes.
That's a joke.
Okay,
3-2, motion carried.
thank you. Next item is item 5.15. Consider the implementation of a policy to limit the amount of time each council member has for discussion of an agenda item. And for this item, you can see that we kept go on and on and on, and we are not yelling each other. And then I can see that it's not effective to run the meeting without, orderly fashion, that people have to respect each other. So I am being fair by having
Because you don't let us talk.
each council talk for 5 minutes, and then we can come back for another 5 minutes. And at the same time, in the staff report, if you read it, it's also mentioned that if there is a consequences, if there is a violation to that. And it's up to the council to vote for that. And I will motion to implement a policy limiting city council discussion as stated in the staff report, and make this policy effective immediately after if it passed. So at this time here, I'd like to open up for the discussion. Let me start with Councilmember West.
Wait, is there a second to that motion?
Is there a second to that?
Can I talk?
Wait, hold on. According to City Attorney, is there a second to this?
A second.
Okay, and now we have motion and second on the floor. So,
So,
Councilmember West, you
thank
are
you.
now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Attorney, before we continue on for me addressing 5.15, why did you guys skip 5.9? That is my agenda item that we can talk.
You are missing that. We are moving.
Then you need to
that
come
item.
back to it.
Yeah, yes,
Yes.
we will come back to it.
Yes, you
missed
have
that.
to.
Yeah, you missed that.
You're
We
outside.
decided to move item
end.
5.14 and 5.15 up a bit. We're going to revisit that.
You're going to move to the next agenda item?
No, tonight.
Okay, move up. What do you mean? We're going
No,
down
no.
toward the end.
5.14 and then 5.15 were moved forward
Yeah,
so that they
Okay.
come first. And so after this next item is done, it will go to 5.9.
Okay, thank you. That's my only verification. Okay, so 5.15. So I was reading it, and you know what? Actually, this agenda item, was it from Nam Quang Councilman, that you wanted the 5 minutes for each of the council, and council member from Garden Grove, Joe Dovin, wanted a 5-minute recommendation for us to function in our council better?
Yes, I did, and somebody hijacked my item.
That's true, because we don't have to vote anyway. It's okay. Okay, so let me, November might be different, so I'm excited about November. Okay, so let me continue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Limit the amount of time each council member. I asked city attorney earlier, this seems like another way of silencing our voice again. But I guess you said that Mr. Mayor just want one round of 5 minutes, but you suggest to Mr. Mayor legally, instead of getting sued, get another round of 5 minutes. So I appreciate city attorney for advocating for free speech and not being sued. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for listening to city attorney's voice on that. And, the thing is that I just feel like everything on this limitation, under the California Government Code, Section 36513, stated any person who persistently interrupt the proceeding of the council who's speaking basically shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. Who's going to keep them? Is the chief going to book us, and call and say we got misdemeanor, send us
since
in
we don't have a judge,
the city jail
who gonna
for misdemeanor
who gonna
for
make the decision?
for interrupting the proceeding? And plus, any person, so is that including Mr. Mayor as well, when some council speak and you interrupt? Any person who persistently interrupt the proceeding of a council, any council speaking, during her or his time, then shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. So number one, my question is, how are we going to implement it? And then number two, does that involve the mayor as well, if he interrupt another council who's speaking? 5 minutes. Mr. City Attorney, can you verify that?
This is a very difficult question. Clearly, there's supposed to be order at meetings, and there are rules regarding decorum and council being able to adopt rules, and as is cited here, 513, or I think it might actually be 813, allows these rules to be adopted, and it does say to punish. That what's not clear is what happens, if there's continuous disruption. What I will say, and what my conversations with the mayor about this concern, is the need to protect the right of an elected official to have a voice. And that's what we talked about, and I think that's what's occurred here tonight. when there's a motion out there, you have a right to a reasonable opportunity to speak on that motion. And we talked about 2 5-minute periods as being reasonable, and that if a majority of the council still wants to talk about it, then we need to keep talking about it. You need to allow that. But that, you know, trying to set some kind of reasonable standard, that's protecting the free speech aspects. Like, we give the people from the public come up and they get 5 minutes. So council members, or 5 minutes, excuse me, is what I mean. Right. So 3 minutes are doubled and it's 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Right. So 5 minutes and then 5 minutes on top of that for council members who are elected. They have free speech rights not only as a citizen, but also free speech rights according to the courts to represent their constituents.
That's correct.
So we have to protect that. And so there's laws that talk about removal of the public from meetings, and they don't specifically reference public officials.
Exactly.
And so this is a very difficult question, and it's not one that I would quickly rush to encourage that sort of thing. We need to do everything we can, and I think we are doing everything we can to get through this meeting in a respectful way and not have to remove somebody on the council for disrupting. The audience has a different standard, and there's state law that governs that. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but what I would say is the effort needs to be made here, and I think is being made here, to allow each council member an opportunity to speak for a reasonable period of time. And once that's met, there shouldn't be disruption. Because it's no longer about free speech. Now it's about disrupting the meeting and the ability to go forward with the meeting. And so those are the principles that I think we need to try and protect here. The right to speak, but once there's been a right to speak, then the right for the body to move forward on the motion that's on the table.
Yeah, thank you.
So I guess you haven't answered the second part, how you manage misdemeanor, how are you going to monitor that? How are you going to regulate that?
Well, part of it is self-regulating. As elected council members, you need to, respect one another and adopt the council's allowed to adopt a process and then follow that process. Honor the chair who's trying to run the meeting in a orderly manner. Again, I don't run the meeting. I always get it from the audience. Why aren't you controlling it? The chair runs the meeting, and the chair does it. The majority sets the rules, and they can change those rules. And the key thing is protecting that free speech right of each of the elected officials. And all I can say when it comes to officials is we don't just kick them out of council meetings for no reason. There'd have to be something very clear and problematic before something like that could occur.
I don't think you answered the first one, City Attorney. Section 3681, any person who interrupt proceeding of a council's time, does that involve the mayor as well, include the mayor as well?
I think what I'm saying there is that the
Any
one,
person,
I think you're referring to the municipal code section.
the middle section of code, section 36513. When it says any person who interrupt the proceeding of the council who's speaking shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. So any person, or does that include the mayor?
Well, yeah, again, there's
Or
a law.
exclude the mayor.
There's a law that's drafted, and then there aren't cases on this that specifically, but it does say a member. It may punish a member or other person for disorderly behavior at a meeting.
We're all council
But
member.
what does that mean? And punish, again, we're going through the process of a censure and trying to punish. But there's limits on that punishment, which is that they can remove from boards and commissions, but you can't do other things. You can't remove that person from office. So there's limits. So what does punishment mean? So what I'm trying to say to you is as a council, you need to come up with your own self-regulation here and fair and reasonable rules and try to honor the process, but honor each other also in giving them each other a right to speak.
Mr. City Attorney, thank you for that. Honoring the process and giving each other the right to speak is so important. But, I don't see that in this one, 5.15, or the earlier previous 5.14 item. And I know that you advised them on this, but I don't think the majority sees it. It's just really sad to me to see that being on the council in America, that there's no different than being in a third world country, a communist country, or socialist. I just don't understand. If we gonna, Mr. Mayor, can you address the crowd that they stop talking so I can have my train of thought?
They didn't talk, they laughed, they smiled, they
It's
laughed. Okay?
interrupting.
It's just that I can't do anything about it. Just like they are clapping their hands, I can't do anything about it. If they are speaking, then I will ask them to go outside. But
Well, really?
yes, but
So then
that's
for
So they
us, we
allowed to
laugh,
clap?
and we clap.
claps their hands
Clap and-
when
and we
they
do that.
What the heck is that?
Let me tell you this.
We would do
What the heck is
that.
that?
And we will talk, and we will clap too.
You want me to talk or not?
No.
Let me respond to you.
Okay, come on. Say it.
When they do public speaking, they clapping their hands, didn't they? I can't stop there. Can I?
No, you are presiding officer. You have to keep order.
I am
If the
asking
public
the
can
city
do it, we
attorney.
can do it too.
No, you have to keep order.
Yeah,
Okay, how about I do it?
yeah, we're gonna do it too. Go ahead.
You-
You
We'll
did that
laugh.
Too. You did that too.
Yeah, yeah, I
Yes, I
did.
did. I know that you
Okay.
did that too. But
You
you're not
allow
supposed
the
to do that.
public, but the council,
So, is that because they are your activists and
Yes.
I allow them to
Let me
talk?
ask- It is his
laugh,
activists.
And then clap their
Let me
hands?
ask the city attorney. Let the city attorney tell me that, okay?
Yeah,
City
no,
attorney.
No.
I withdraw of what I just said. I ask you to tell me which way is the right way.
Don't try to intimidate the
No,
city
I'm not
attorney.
intimidated. I am
Yeah.
asking a legal
don't pressure
question.
him for tailoring to your
You guys want
message.
to fire the guy
Yeah, you guys want
with
to.
3
All right,
votes.
let me ask you once again, city attorney.
Yeah.
When they are giving the public comments and they claps their hand, can I stop them not to clap your hand? Is that?
Yeah.
This is
I know that you
interrupting.
told me before
Yeah,
that.
I am just going to give you the legal answer. Yes, you
Okay.
can tell them to stop clapping.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, you can.
But can I?
tell them.
But what if it's
Tell them.
happen all the time and
Yeah.
very often?
Okay, so there's a government code, and it says that when you are disrupting the meeting, it has to be actually disrupting the
Right,
meeting.
that's what I'm saying.
Then you give warnings, and you can kick someone
That
out of the
is
meeting.
disrupting.
So if people are clapping, you can warn them and say, I need you to respect, we're trying to hear what's going on up here. This is disrupting the meeting, you're talking back, or you're clapping, or you're standing up. All of that you can correct them on. And if you can identify specific individuals or even a group of people that are consistently doing that and disrupting the meeting, it has to actually be disrupting the meeting.
That's right.
You can warn them and then kick them out, yes.
Tell
But it
me
has-
it's actually disrupting the meeting because I know that
Yes, yes.
you warned me before. So now
So
I'm going
many times.
I am going to take your words for that, but don't tell me,
Hey, don't
that-
scream at him.
Yeah,
hey, I have the right
No,
to talk
you
to him.
just say
don't-
Do what you have
in
to
a
do.
respectful way.
yeah, you tell us to respect.
I'm talking to him.
No, just don't point at him.
I'm talking to him. Let me talk to him.
I protest
So
that.
before, you told me disrupting really means disrupting. And you told me that they clap their hand, that means it's not real disrupting.
'Cause
So
he
now
doesn't
you
think
tell
it's
me
disrupting.
clapping hands is disrupting?
If it doesn't
Disrupting
disrupt, then I'll do it.
If that's the case, I will take it and I will move on.
Yeah. There's quiet clapping, there's loud clapping. So it's a context situation. What is happening? If they're disrupting the meeting and you're
Right.
not able to continue and they keep doing something, clapping could constitute a disruption. But if people are just that probably wouldn't qualify, even though it's clapping. So I'm just telling you, it has to be an actual disruption.
Okay.
You have to warn them, and that would be a basis for kicking some.
I will take that, and I ask you, please.
They are your people.
Yeah, you know the group.
I don't care
Who does it all the
Yes,
time.
It's just,
They are their people, your people.
Yeah.
okay, I
Yeah.
just ask that you please.
Can you answer
let
me
do
that? Okay, if they are not your people,
the city business.
just say it.
Yeah,
answer
just
me.
say it, Charlie.
Yes,
Okay.
okay,
See?
they all my people.
Exactly.
They all my people. I don't care what they are. They're saying what?
Evidence,
They
proof
all
it,
my people. I'm
recorded.
serving
See?
them.
All right,
I'm
okay.
serving the
Now
public.
you
The
are saying-
activist
now
who's
you are
running our
saying-
city down to the
Okay.
toilet.
Now you say.
So at this time here, you are done, right? Okay, council member Lamanzo, just as council member. So
Wait, so did you agree that it's disruptive, what Mr.
Yeah.
City Attorney
I
said?
will take it on. I will take that on. And
Okay, then I won't.
All right, please,
Yes,
keep order.
please, keep order. Thank you.
So I ask you, please work with me. So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
you don't need to thank me. I do my job.
Okay, but I've been
Councilmember
polite,
Lamanzo, please.
respectful.
Respectful, dude.
If you ask me to do that, then you have to respect too the process. Be quiet. I already recognize.
I just say thank you.
No, you.
He
what did you say
did.
after that?
I say
said
thank
thank
you. I
you.
respect you.
All
Can
right.
he say
Be
that?
respectful.
That's it. Stop now.
Just
Okay,
don't yell at
Councilmember
us.
Rizzo, please.
We are very.
We're
very-
colleagues, we're not
we keep our
kids.
tone
We're not your
down.
kids.
Your turn.
Okay, we're colleagues.
Yeah, you're not
Treat us
king.
with respect.
All right, we have to listen to Councilmember Menzo.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Monzo and
we're
Hahn.
ready.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Menzo.
I've never
Yeah.
seen such unprofessionalism in my life, ever. And this is coming from a guy who works in construction with people. See, exactly. There you go. There
We've
you
lost a
go.
quorum.
There you go. Bunch of
Can
children.
you take can you just sit? 5-minute break?
Yeah.
May I ask you to get back to your seat so we can continue with the meeting? When I left for the restroom break, I know that we have 4 people on the dais, so there shouldn't be a worry for not to have the quorum. But unfortunately, that happened. And thanks to the Vice Mayor Ho to call for 5 minutes recess. And it's been 5 minutes already, so I'd like to restart. I'd like to continue with the meeting. So roll call again, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
All right, I want to continue. We are talking about 515. I want to continue with that. We know we'd have motion and second on the floor. And at this time here, if there is no more discussion on this, so I'd like to call for the vote.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to implement a policy limiting city council discussion as stated in the staff report and make this policy effective immediately. I'll go to call roll. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes,
Motion carried 3-0.
thank you. Staff, do you know that the other 2 councilors still in the house? Or they left? Okay. I saw that we have 4 members of the city council here. I am going to take the last recess for the closed section item. Again, this is the 7th time. You can see how important that is. And I hope that this time they realize that it's the importance of that before we discuss the item on the agenda today. This is last and final call for a recess of the closed section item, which placed on the agenda today. So 5 minutes recess.
Mayor, we need a voice. We need a voice in District 1, so hopefully she's there.
All right, 5 minutes recess for closed session item. We'll come back with the open. This is the 7th time. So I hope that the council members realize it. The time now is 12:30. I would like to continue with the open session. And I would like to ask the city attorney to report out the closed session.
I'll go ahead, call roll really quick,
Oh,
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo.
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
City attorney, please report out the closed session.
Yes, we again tried to meet in closed session, but there was no quorum. So Councilwoman West and Councilmember Nguyen were absent.
Okay, I'd like to continue with the agenda today. 5.9, continue from the August 14, 2024 regular city council meeting. Demand of payment of GoFundMe funds to Ms. Hills Lynn and proposed investigation of Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho related to use of her title in connection with the alleged GoFundMe scam to raise funds in the e-bike death of Ms. Lan Mi Tai in the city of Westminster. I understand that we have the substitute motion on the floor and the motion on the floor. I think that we have a lot of discussion about this. I'd like to go ahead and move for the vote. First, we'll go with the substitute motion.
What's the substitute?
The substitute motion is the substitute motion from a member, from Council Member Nguyen to continue the item and then seconded by Council Member West.
Yes.
So move it.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do the substitute motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Fan West to discuss the item. Roll call for this substitute motion, Councilwoman Fan West.
Well, the thing is that, Mr. City Attorney, remember, we have our right due process for our agenda item is to discuss it, like you said. All the other agenda item, we allow Charlie, Mr. Mayor, we allow you to discuss 5.14, 5.15. You're the author of that, and you allow all the council to talk on it. Now, why would you not let 5.9 to be discussed? Especially when the author and the
You
second
are
is here.
not here. People don't want to discuss about it. And if now
It's
you are
your
coming back, you want
opinion.
to talk about it, then we talk about it. No
You say you
problem.
follow the process, Mr. Mayor, and you're fair.
Be fair.
Where's your fairness? Show us.
Of course,
You're not
because you
fair.
wasn't there at the time.
You're
okay?
not fair.
Now,
So I have every right,
go ahead.
my due process
Go
to
ahead.
present this.
So are we talking about?
Agenda
5.9? All right,
5.9.
go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so the continuation demanding payment of GoFundMe to Ms. Hassan Lin, the proposed investigation of Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho related to use of her title in connection with the alleged GoFundMe scam to raise fund in the e-bike death of Ms. Lin Mi Tai in the city of Westminster. Recommendation action, consider and demand, because the public came to me and Hassan Lin came to me and demand that Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho pay Ms. Hassan Lin a total of $21,860 for funds she raised on GoFundMe and provide direction to staff to generate a letter to the district attorney to investigate the events for alleged fraud. The background of this is this item was requested by myself and Councilman Nam Quang. Ms. Hassan Lin is a daughter of Lin Mi Tai, who tragically lost her life in an e-bike accident in Westminster on February 29, 2024. According to the report from Người Việt Báo, Người Việt News, Vice Mayor Ho create a GoFundMe account to
Are you
assist
actually
Ms. Lin.
timing us?
Yes.
But
This is
it's not
ridiculous.
yet.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is really ridiculous.
This is
Mr. Mayor.
ridiculous.
Let me ask
Yeah.
Council.
I thought it's approved
ridiculous.
after.
We have talked about this, and then now it is discussion time.
Mr. City
this-
Attorney,
so
doesn't the
this
mayor
is
have to sign the
ridiculous.
resolution before it comes into effect?
So,
City Attorney,
we
can you
have
please
passed-
answer the legal aspect of it?
Did you already sign it?
Did you sign the resolution?
I will ask.
Answer my
Because we
question.
want to
Did you-
see it.
Did you sign it yet?
You have to follow the
Not yet.
procedures.
Did you sign it yet?
I answered-
Don't point at us. We are not your daughter or son.
Go ahead, answer my
We
question.
are your colleagues. Don't point at
Let
us.
me answer your question. You asked me, did I sign it? You know what you just did? We set the policy. We did not do the resolution. The resolution is like what I signed, okay? So the policy that we set effect immediately.
Can you
That's
keep
the policy.
your voice down?
So, well, that's what it is, okay? Listen.
I'm
We
listening.
are listening.
I'm listening.
Oh, good,
listening.
I'm
good.
listening.
Just don't raise your voice at us.
City attorney.
Yeah, let me let the city manager address this, but you're correct. There's no resolution in this.
So the resolution that was presented is what establishes the order. So if you wanted to change the title or the order of the agenda, that's what the resolution was for. The policy that you adopted is a council policy. So it's not something that you sign.
That's right. That's what I just said, right?
Yeah, and your agenda item to get rid of that resolution, you didn't even show us proof of that resolution. This is like
Yeah.
elementary, amateur. Come on, council right here. Amateur running the meeting. Like, we can't have that,
Hey,
guys.
you
Come
know
on,
what?
we're in the, we're a government
We
agency.
overheard
What
that
not the
Council
time?
Manzo talking
Okay.
behind our back.
Oh,
You
my
know,
gosh.
Which one of you
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You say,
Oh, man,
you
this
say
one
you
of
never
you are
called his
talking.
name. You just
Wow.
called kids
You
when
are
we
just
left.
hypocrite.
You are a hypocrite.
you're
Oh, we have it
Did
recorded.
you
You say
call
those
his name?
kids.
Did
We are-
you?
Yes, I
Yes,
did.
thank you for admitting that
stop
you're a
being
hypocrite.
Okay?
Stop being a
Councilmember Nguyen,
hypocrite.
Are you talking or?
Such a liar
If
and
you are talking,
hypocrite.
I will recognize you. And I ask you
Wow.
to stop.
You call
And
us
if-
name.
I
Which
said you're
one?
unprofessional is what I said.
Mr. Monzo.
So
He calls child and he say
let me
he
do
never
this.
calls names.
Please stop,
So who
everyone.
is the
children?
liar
Please
here?
stop, everyone. Now, I recognize Councilmember West. You are recognized. You can talk.
I know, but I asked Mr. City Attorney, asked him what's the legal process, and I just asked you a question, City Attorney, can you please respond?
Yeah, again, the key thing here is that you need to give a reasonable opportunity for the council members to speak. A process was adopted of going 5 minutes, and then a second round of 5 minutes, and then if the majority still wants to keep talking. This is a process, so, it's to try and help bring some order. And so I guess is the question whether or not we're applying that now? The motion was to apply
I
it
didn't even know
immediately.
we're time. If I knew we're time, I would read a different paragraph.
You know what?
Okay.
Okay.
Why don't
That's
we
so
do this?
unfair.
Go ahead and
Mr.
reset
Mayor.
the time. You can have 5 minutes
You
from
know
the
what?
beginning.
Huh?
Please,
Okay.
Yes.
please,
Nam
please.
Quang.
I recognize her right now.
Can I speak just
Yes, Nam Quang.
Okay, go ahead. Go
about
ahead.
5 seconds. Okay, from now on, we're not going to respect each other anymore, okay? Because Mr. Manzo, he didn't want that, okay? He called his name
Yeah.
on the dais,
I know.
right?
And
Okay,
very
so if you don't want that,
You cause children, how professional is that for
respect got
colleagues?
to be mutual.
Yes.
Respect got to
How is that
to be from
respecting your
both
colleagues, calling
sides,
them
okay?
children?
All right.
You're not being
So if
professional.
you don't want
Okay.
Take your own
respect from
advice,
us,
Mr.
we're not going to
Monzo.
give you one.
That's enough.
All right.
Take your own advice, and you know,
That's
you're
enough.
freaking
You
out that I
stated
will
your
expose you, and I will expose you next. You go to
Yeah, you-
training to allow illegal
I ask
immigrants
you
to
to stop
vote
right
in the
now,
local
please.
election, and we know that.
Please.
That's
Yeah,
why
we
we have
expose
all the
you.
proof.
Okay,
And there's a
stop being-
whistleblower,
stop being
and I will
hypocrite.
get that out in the open.
Please.
So, people resident of Westminster, would you allow him, with the vote of 3, to allow legal immigrants to vote in your election? That's pretty pathetic, guys.
Okay.
That's why he's afraid. I'm going to
Councilmember
expose
West.
that.
Be quiet.
I am.
You have no proof.
Oh, you
Okay,
calling me be
Councilmember-
quiet now, your colleagues? You call your colleagues to be
Manzo.
quiet?
Councilmember Menzo, please.
How respectful is
Please.
that?
Well, I ask
Do I
you,
ever
okay,
tell you be
I give
quiet, Mr.
5
Monzo?
minutes to talk about this item. Please don't talk anything else. Go ahead, and if we need to, we go second round, and if we need to, and we can vote on that. So now, please don't talk anything else beside the item. Let's start. We clock. You set the clock then.
Can you hold on, please? Because I feel on the agenda, the letter was removed. Not all of them are here. Why would you do that? On this agenda, you took away Mike Vang Tao letter. Where is it?
I didn't take away. I didn't
No, I
take
said
it away.
Christine, staff, not mayor. Staff. because it's not on the agenda. Why would you remove that?
Okay,
Why would staff remove that?
I'd like to follow the process
Okay.
that we have. So you have
Well,
the right.
okay, I know that staff removed that
Yeah, that's.
public comment that they submitted. You have all the other comment except for Mike
Okay.
Vantao. I want an answer for that later, but now
No,
since we're proceeding.
I'll actually give you the answer right now.
Okay, where's
Which letter, which letter is
Mike
it?
Vantao? I will read it on the email for you.
This is the exact,
No,
The letter that was
the
submitted
letter
through
was sent
the
in.
email system.
Let me send it to you right now. I will forward it to you.
Yeah, the letter that the mayor, didn't allow her to read.
Christine, here you go. And Nam
Okay,
Quang.
can you stop the clock? I will
Start,
her
I'm sorry. I'm
restart.
sending it to Christine so she has that,
Okay.
okay? Okay,
Okay, now we'll go ahead and restart
can
the clock.
barely see.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to start now.
okay, so dear all, we write to regarding the tragic e-bike accident on Bosa Street, Westminster, which resulted in an untimely death of Ms. Hassan's mom. During this devastating time, Ms. Hassan received support from many individuals, most of whom act honestly. Unfortunately, Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho did not. Instead of helping or supporting Hassan, Vice Mayor has caused Hassan so many trouble and loss. Vice Mayor Ho at all time present herself as an official capacity, offering assistance to Ms. Hassan. The trouble began at the office of Vice Mayor Ho, where later she introduced Mr. Tung Wing as a reputable attorney. And number two, he is not an attorney. We look and check at the California State Bar. He is not a licensed attorney. That's a lie. However, he has since learned that Mr. Nguyen has a history of unethical behavior within the Vietnamese community, including allegation of fraudulent activities. Contrary to her claims, Vice Mayor Ho has had prior engagement with Mr. Nguyen, Tung Nguyen, including fundraising in January 20th, 2024 for her OC supervisor for donation were directed to the Asian American nonprofit led by Mr. Tung Nguyen. The following are some of the issues that have arisen or caused Vice Mayor Ho, but not limited to GoFundMe account. Vice Mayor Ho worked with Direct Tung Nguyen to create a GoFundMe campaign for Ms. Hassan. Furthermore, Vice Mayor asked Người Việt News to write an article regarding her support and sponsor for Hassan. Vice Mayor also announced donating $3,000 to GoFundMe. Whether it was true or not, we don't know. With no doubt, it was raising more than $25,860. As of today, it's only $21,860. Balance was still in Mr. Tung Nguyen's possession. Despite repeatedly requests, these funds have not been delivered to Ms. Hassan. According to law enforcement, this can constitute a GoFundMe fraud, a felony. Deception in contrast signing. Vice Mayor Ho deceived Ms. Hassan into signing a detrimental contract without providing a translation in Taiwanese. That's illegal. Inappropriate behavior at the funeral. Instead of offering condolence, Ms. Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho used the opportunity to push her personal agenda, speaking for 40 minutes. False promise. Vice Mayor Ho promised to assist Hassan in securing a visa to legally stay in the U.S., but did nothing to fulfill her promise till this day. Unethical conduct. Vice Mayor Ho exhibited inappropriate behavior, making obscure gesture and verbal abuse of community member Mr. Mike Vantao in public. In fact, Mr. Ho raised her middle finger just about a feet away from Mr. Mike Vangtao's face and yelled, "F you." This is not the first time Ms. Kimberly Ho have this kind of dirty act to citizen. Harassment. When Ms. Hassan demanded a return of GoFundMe, she was harassed by Vice Mayor Ho, who has threatened legal action to Ms. Hassan if she exposed this issue publicly. Vice Mayor Ho then initiated a campaign to harass and bully Ms. Hassin, the 19-year-old girl, and her supporters. So action demand that we cease and desist the campaign of Kimberly Hill of harassing against Ms. Hassin, and also revoke the misleading, baseless accusation, accusing Hassin and the kid. Vice Mayor Ho Vice Mayor Ho should issue a public apology to Mr. Mike Vung Tao for effing him in the face in public. City of Westminster, that is not a behavior of a council member to the public. City of Westminster, I guess she has a habit of keep effing us in everywhere she goes. Even the council in closed session, she F us too, and there's no ethical accountability, and that's unacceptable. City of Westminster should issue a warning to Ms. Vice Mayor Ho and above mistake and taking advantage of her city title to mislead others for her advantage. Lastly, it's unconscionable to turn blind eye to the suffering of Ms. Hassin, the 19-year-old girl. As leaders of Westminster, we urge you to unite and help Hassin, the 19-year-old girl, to recover the fund that rightfully belonged to her. Vice Mayor Ho's action has caused significant harm, and it's imperative that justice is served. Sincerely, justice for Hassin Group and Hassin.
Thank you very much. So in your defense, I would recognize Vice Mayor Ho for 5 minutes.
Before you do that, I made some copies to pass out.
Okay.
I think there are 12 copies, so if the public would like to have one, share, please. Okay, so.
You may start the clock now.
Yes, you go ahead. Yes, it's regarding GoFundMe. I'm glad to answer to Councilwoman Fan West. I don't know since when she made this her livelihood. It really, first of all, this is a retaliation from, as you know, the censorship, the censure on her that, and we already talked about that. And so, you know, the GoFundMe, the amount is $21,960. So, you know, I guess Ms. West cannot get the facts right. So
Right
I heard
now,
in the
it's lower.
no, that is the
Yes,
amount.
I just
Excuse me.
I just checked.
No,
Hold on,
I just
hold on.
checked the GoFundMe. Why don't you check it
can
right
I-
now?
can I ask you to
When was the
silence?
last time you checked?
Can you
It's my
stop the
turn to
clock?
speak. My clock.
Yeah,
Can you start
check
over,
it.
please?
When it's your turn to speak, Councilmember West, nobody interrupts
Oh my
you.
gosh.
So I asked you to
You
respect
just
her.
Please start
did
my clock over.
interrupt me. You guys always do. You did.
No, with your 5 minutes, I did not interrupt you at all. Please. All right, so let her have her 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, so it is $21,960. That's the GoFundMe. And for your information, the amount that is on the website or the flyer here, that is the amount that was raised, not the amount that is left. Okay, so that includes $4,000 from one donor, and I won't mention his name, and the $3,000 for myself. If we deduct $7,000 and about $6,000 for the funeral, the balance remaining is $8,960. So, Ms. West, you are accusing me of being in cahoots with Mr. Tuan Nguyen to steal this
Exactly.
money. Then you're saying, so what you're saying is I split this money, each person $4,480, right? Ms. West, in case you don't know, I have been a philanthropist for most of my adult life, and I am very proud of that. Everyone calls on me when they need money for a good cause. Money needs to be raised in the community for events, for anything. As you know, they call on me. I have donated for many years on the average of $80,000 to $100,000 a year. One of the donation checks that I regularly write is $20,000, 4 to 5 times more than what you are accusing me of stealing. So who believes you? A letter from my attorney to you, Amy Van West, has made public, whether you want to admit it or not. For 7 times you tried to avoid, I don't know why, until this day, I don't know why you try to avoid that. Part of our job as a council member is to protect the city from lawsuits. On August 14, the mayor attempted to walk on the letter from my attorney as potential litigation at the beginning closed session. Councilman West and Nguyen left. Then it was scheduled for closed session, and I won't go on because, and my question too is, why? Why do you avoid the letter? Well, okay, so let's go over this, the last almost 2 minutes that we have left. So the first page, mine are numbered, so I hope you can, there are 11 pages. So the first page is from Richard from GoFundMe. And it says, we have found no indication of misuse of funds. As a result, we are unable to refund your donation under the GoFundMe giving guarantee. So they really have not found any wrongdoing. So the next page is the amount. It says $21,960. Again, it's not the amount that is left like she alleged. It is the amount raised in all. Okay, the third page is, as you can see, that this is the donation with the name Tuan Nguyen Fundraising for Asian American National Committee, Inc. It is not mine. Then the fourth page says, the premier Vietnamese newspaper Người Việt, yes, wrote an excellent, this is Mr. Tuan Nguyen's writing here, wrote an excellent article regarding this horrific fatality, and that Vice Mayor Kimberly of Westminster, Dr. Kimberly Ho, donated $3,000, the most donation for one person so far, of her own money to this GoFundMe. And please note, and doing this as a concerned and caring citizen. If you can please read instead of texting or writing notes. Vice Mayor Ho was one of the first donors to this wonderful fundraising effort. So basically,
Vice Mayor Ho, I think we need to respect the process, and may I ask you to refrain of what you were saying there so that we can go second round.
Now you
hold on. So now I can go ahead. Go ahead, and now I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Now, can you go back to me? I'm going to speak like
Okay. All right. So, Councilmember Menzel.
I just have a question. Councilmember West mentioned that there was something about an investigation. Was this reported to an agency, a police agency, for an investigation? Do we know? Was it reported? So where is this, was this reported? Yeah, do you know, Chief?
I thought your time is on, right? Going, right? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I don't
I'm gonna
know,
answer afterward.
to answer your question, council member, there was no report made with the Westminster Police Department. I do not know if a report was made by any other jurisdiction, but there was no official report made with the Westminster Police Department.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I see on here, I noticed some of the YouTube videos that they were making. I mean, that messaging kept changing. I thought it was a child. Originally, it was a child, but all of a sudden now she's 19. The last time I checked, I think 18 was considered an adult. So I don't know if last month or so she went from a child to 19. And to me, what I see here is just this is a private matter. If this really was a concern of Councilmember West to protect this this young lady, that instead of hashing it out here in public, this should have been reported as a possible fraud to an agency. Why do it up here in public, abusing taxpayer equipment, our city attorney, and all that? It's just for show. That's what I see, just to slander somebody publicly. Because if it really was a concern to protect this young lady, the avenue of suspicion of fraud should be reported to a police agency for an investigation. That did not happen. And what I see here is just actually the reality is that Councilmember West is using her position as a council member to do this to somebody else, to sit there and smear somebody publicly up here on taxpayer dime. That's what I see is happening here. It's not obviously it's not the right thing to do, and she should be apologizing to Vice Mayor Ho. And if you're really concerned, report it. Why are you doing it up here? Why are you doing this? Wasting everybody's time? If you really did care about this young lady, report it to the police. This is a private matter. It appears this is a private matter. And the other issue that I have, and I still haven't gotten an answer, which I cannot believe that somebody that's an attorney could have looked at this agenda item and said, let me look at what you're presenting. You know the municipal law, and I think you should be able to determine if this is purview to a city council to determine. We're not attorneys up here. How are we to make a determination if this is city business? To me, this should have been looked at and say, you know what, I recommend. To me, just looking at it doesn't look like city business. And I would wish that we had a legal opinion about this before it got put on the agenda and put our city at risk. That's what I think we should have happened. So city attorney, so I don't understand how you couldn't have made an opinion on this as far if it was city business or not. Because to me, it doesn't look like it is. So I would still have, and I emailed you this question, and to this day, I have not gotten a response to that email about that. So,
why don't you finish yours and then?
Yeah, I'm done. I just like a response.
Right.
I wanted a response before we came out here and hashed this out in public.
Yeah, and I did
What
respond
email did you send?
previously.
So,
I'm not speaking.
no. City Attorney, you are now recognized.
Yes.
Yeah, as I stated
start
to
a
you,
clock for the city attorney?
as I stated previously,
Please do.
the city attorney and this doesn't set the agenda. The council gets to decide. We talked about this earlier in the meeting. You choose what items go on, what items go off. You have the right to create rules. The council at that time created a rule that let 2 council members put an item on the agenda. And it's not for me to be second guessing everything, because I really don't know all the details behind why something. You may put something on there to give a certificate to someone, and I have no idea if has some connection to city business. So the council needs to decide if something is properly within its jurisdiction, and that's what I said. It would be highly irregular for me to pull something off unless it were obviously, a big legal issue, and in which case I would approach the individuals who put it on and point out that this seems to be highly irregular, or maybe it's problematic, which is exactly what I did in this particular case, but it's not for me to pull it off. And so what has happened is the item was put on, and a motion the issue was immediately raised that maybe this isn't within the council's jurisdiction, which is the proper thing to do. The council discusses the motion, and then the motion is taken. The council decides.
Councilmember Mezzo, I can jump in.
Yeah, time's up.
No, I know, but he's answering a question that I asked, so I need to.
I can jump in
you're
right now. You wait for the second.
Yeah.
Let me say this, and this is not my time, okay? Because as a presider, I can't jump in and give my opinions or answer the question. Based on what I understand, because of the policy that we have two people who can place an item on the agenda. Therefore, I ask this question to the city manager and city attorney. Why did you let this item on the agenda, go on the agenda? They said that because of that policy, they can't go off and do anything else. And I understand where they come from. With the process that we just put in place, that we need to place the agenda here on the dais that require a majority vote, that will take care of it. I can assure you this problem will take care of it.
Yeah, the stupid rule.
So that's okay,
Yeah.
but that's what it is, okay? That's what it is. So please understand that they have to follow the policy that we have put forward, the previous policy. So I feel for them, but let's move on. So at this time, I will take 5 minutes, the same thing as everyone, because I remember that we asked each member, that's including me. So go ahead and put my 5 minutes. And I don't need my 5 minutes, but go ahead and time it. What I'm trying to say is this. I would like to thank you, the City Council, and also all the member of publics, to respect the policy that we put forward. So if someone recognize and talk for 5 minutes, please let them talk about it. Don't interrupt them. Because of course, you don't want anybody to interrupt you. So let's us follow the process and be respectful to each other. Okay. The second thing I want to say is, this is a personal matter. I don't think it is anything to do with city business. And I am trying to protect the city from the lawsuit. And that's all I want to say. So it's just 1 minute for me. So now I will recognize Councilmember Nguyen for 5 minutes.
Yeah, just call me Nam Kwan, because from now on, I'm going to call you Charlie, okay? Thank you, Charlie.
Did I do anything to you? I call you
just don't
Council.
want to
No.
That's fine. That's fine. No
Just be
problem.
fair.
Go ahead.
Call me Nam Kwan. Win anything. I call you Charlie.
Whatever. All right. I will keep.
Okay. Let me.
I will respectful myself.
on,
So go ahead.
Can he
go ahead.
finish?
Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Go ahead and reset the clock for a minute for him, please.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. Let me respond to Kimberly Hall about what she said of giving out the money and being a good person, okay? Recently, lots of people came to me and then make a complaints about you just do.
Please,
Mr.
please.
Mayor.
Hey, I do my job, right?
Stop. Goodness. So
What's going on?
disrespectful.
Is she the one that traveled
First warning,
with
Mr.
you
Mayor?
to Oakland?
Yeah, your girlfriend, right?
None of your business. Go
Your
ahead and do
girlfriend
it
you
right
went to
now.
Oakland with, right there?
Interrupting.
Yeah, she's interrupting. Your girlfriend, come on, tell her,
Go
stop.
ahead and tell.
Bà Nhạc Linh, á, tell his girlfriend to
Yeah.
stop.
Right. Stop the clock, please. Stop
Goodness.
the clock. Please. Please be quiet, please. You are not recognized right now. Let them. I will handle them. I will handle them.
You're not.
It wasn't her.
Mr.
It
Mayor.
was the guy.
Who else?
It would be the guy behind her.
Okay, so
So stop.
Yelling at-
All right. Okay.
You should inform him.
Please.
Yeah,
That's what I told
warn
him.
your activists.
I already stopped it.
disrupt.
Okay. So let me do my job. Let me do my job. You just do
Where's the
yours.
warning?
You didn't do your job
Yes.
well.
Come
You
on.
did not.
That's okay. You are now recognized
You're
for 4
hypocrite.
minutes, 26 seconds. Go. Okay.
See?
Please. Please.
What's going on?
Don't, please don't. Okay, you are now recognized for 4 minutes, 25 seconds.
All right, let me go back to my points. Okay, I completely lost my trust in whatever that Kim Il-ho just said, because this is not the first time, but lots of times that people came to me and then make a complaint about she's doing business with them and then don't pay them. But recently, because the event that Council Member West brought up in front of the entire City Council, and then she just came back to those people to start to make some payment.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you want to me to prove that, okay, I'm going to prove that. To respond to Manzo about the private matter, okay, I believe that Council Member West has all the evidence that Kimberly Ho conduct her business with her son in the back of her office right here. So I think with those evidence that provided by Council Member West, there's a connection between the city with this private matter that Carlos Manzo just said. Okay, so we have all the right to bring it up before City Council to discuss for discussion. Yep, I totally disagree with Manzo, and I still remember at the time that Kimberly Ho running for supervisor District 1. She's trying to promote herself with this event, with this incident, and you are shamelessly, promote yourself, and Manzo promote yourself at the funeral for you speaking for 40 minutes. Come on. And then you even ask the whole council and Charlie to give you the commemorium or some. Okay, I just go with the funeral certificate. Okay. And when you can't have that, you couldn't have that. You and Carlos, like children, you agendized that item to be discussed, and now, wow, I just, man, speechless. And I am very happy that we have a chance to expose you two to the public. I rest my case.
All right, thank you very much. So now I understand that you have more to talk about it, so I'm going to go for the second round. Did you have a chance to talk? Oh, not the second time.
This is second, right?
Oh, yeah, this is
Okay,
second.
thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. Okay, so I wrote down what Kimberly asked, and then Monzo as well. So if you don't mind, do you want me to answer all their questions? It's going to take more than 5 minutes.
No, it's just 5 minutes.
Okay, not a problem. Okay, so how can I was just asking a question. So can you start my time again, please?
No.
I was asking a question. Why is it
so
still running?
yes, do it.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Seriously? Oh my gosh, you guys are dictators. Okay, so Kimberly Ho confirmed to us that Mr. Tung is a good guy. Did you even reply to all the people asking, demanding you to give that money back? And where did you get that number? Did you collude with Mr. Tung to get that number? Because show us proof. The thing is that from my calculation, about $5,000 for the funeral, then about $4,000 was taken out of that $21,000 from Mr. Mike Wang Tao because he would draw and give the kid, the child, the 19-year-old, it's still considered a child to me, that money, $4,000. So if you say you donate $3,000, why didn't you withdraw it? You can ask GoFundMe to refund you. Why didn't you do it to give to the kid? And not only that, you meet the child back here after the death of the mom on February 28th, so you guys write that down. Her campaign for supervisor election is March 5th. So she colluded with Mr. Tung Wing to fundraise for to raise money and put it through the nonprofit organization to donate through that. You know Mr. Tung Wing for a long time, and you say you never knew the guy? You're lying through your teeth. And plus, you donate to whoever in the past, that doesn't affect your donation to Hassan. If you donate, you said $3,000, where is the $3,000? Did you give it to the kid? So basically, what's left is $12,960. So what do you do with all of that if it's from your logic and your calculation? So $12,960, where is that money? And if you know Mr. Tung, why don't you ask him to give that money back? Did you already use it? Is that what it is? And plus in your lawsuit, attorney, stating that Mr. Tung is an attorney, he is not. We checked the California State Bar. He is not licensed attorney. You say he's a good attorney. He's not an attorney. That's a lie. Your attorney said that, and then your attorney in that letter, which you sent publicly to everyone, which Nyaklin put it up on her social media of your letter already, which is closed session item. So I guess now it's all leak out, so maybe I should say it too. I read what Nyaklin put it on social media. We have a copy of it. So therefore, your attorney accused me of defaming you, but never once in that attorney letter did it state the date, time, and quote that I defame you. This letter purpose is to threaten me, to silence me, to even present this out in public, okay? So the thing is that you've done it in the past. Many people I talk to, who elected official knows your game that you've done. Whether there's anything, you pay someone to write a letter quick, an attorney, and who don't know all the facts, and then try to threaten us and silence us. And you do that all the time. I talk to many elected officials who knows you, that you run around with before, and they're willing to tell me. And they say, that's your tactic, Kimberly Ho. And don't lie to us. You've done it many times to many people. So the thing is that, you meet Hassan in the back here after the March 4th, on March 4th, to promise her I will help you with the visa process so you can stay here, and 2, you help fundraise the amount, and you give her $20. $20 is chump change to her. And you say you're a millionaire, what, 20 million, worth 20? And you say you fundraised a lot in the past? Then why don't you ask Mr. Tung, your buddy, which you also say great attorney, to give that money to the kid who actually need it? And the reason why we bring this, because it's city-related, you use your title back there in your office, and if you need proof, Hassan can testify. We can bring her out here and testify. And are you gonna lie? Maybe we should record you and put see if you say truth or false. And then the investigator would do all the rest. So the thing is that stop lying. Does everyone elected official tell me about you? I just came on the scene politically. Everyone who knows you for years through politics that you run around with and then you switch side, they all tell me you lie a lot and you threaten people.
Thank you very much, Councilmember West. Now, Vice Mayor Ho, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
You know what? You are pretty disgusting. First of all, you based your claim is baseless. You read a letter from someone.
Can you stop the clock, please? Councilmember West, we respect you. So I ask you to respect Vice Mayor Ho for her term. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So when it comes to you, you don't want to hear. So basically, please, I would lose my train of thought as well. Okay, so I did meet Hassan and her family, the cousins, once, in my office on the very day I got their phone number. And I was busy. Yes, I was running for supervisor, and I was very busy. And I keep pushing, changing the time, and I think the time that I ended up meeting with them was at 7 o'clock. I wanted to really see if they were real. And so sitting in front of me at that time was a Hassan, and she was very sad, and she was crying, and so I really felt bad for her. At that time, I didn't think about anything about fundraising or anything like that for her. So it was about 2 or 3 days before the election. So as you know, I mean, it was like a very busy time for me. But my intention, the reason I had Mr. Tuan Nguyen form the GoFundMe was because I did not want to handle any money, and I didn't want to be.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry,
We've
we
lost
have
a
no
quorum.
quorum, so we'll have to stop. There's lack of quorum.
Yes.
Okay, we have a quorum now. We've lost the quorum again.
I'm in the middle of speaking.
A recess?
We take a 5
But they don't
minute-
want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear. They just, okay, we'll wait.
Vice Mayor, if we could call for a 5-minute recess until we receive a
Okay.
quorum.
All right. Talking about losing my train of thought. Being interrupted.
The time now is 1:22, and I would like to continue with the open session. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo.
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen, Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilwoman Fan West and
Okay.
Councilmember Nguyen absent.
I believe that I give plenty of time, and we also spend a lot of time here. So we have motion on the floor, which I understand.
No, I'm in the
this-
middle. I'm in the middle.
Do you want to continue, or you want to go?
Yeah, I think the rest of the people want to know. No, you don't want to know?
Okay.
Vote? Oh,
And
okay,
so
vote.
Go ahead and
Okay,
call
vote.
for the substitute motion, please.
So I have a substitute motion on the floor made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Fan West to discuss the item. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Ho,
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
What are we voting
Councilmember
for?
Nguyen.
What are we?
Substitute motion was made by yourself, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West to discuss the item.
Right. Mr. Mayor, can you keep order? I'm
Keep order,
listening to
Mr.
the
Mayor.
city attorney.
Please help me to run the meeting, please.
Yeah, maybe you could clarify.
Yeah.
So we're calling a roll call for the substitute motion, which was made by yourself, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Fan West to continue to discuss the item.
Okay. It's a yes,
And Councilwoman.
We didn't
Fan-
make that motion.
right?
Yes,
No,
you
we did not make the motion tonight on that.
It continued, this is the continued
No,
item.
we did not make that motion last time because you interrupt us. So let us
Okay.
finish. Did you let Mr. Namquang finish his statement?
Let-
You
Oh,
went second round
Hold on,
He didn't
hold
even
on.
go second
my second
round.
chance.
Hold on, let me,
that you implement tonight.
I want to go back and clarify. City Clerk, did we have two motions on this item last time?
We did, Mayor. We had a substitute motion and a regular motion. We
Okay,
had
can you
no,
repeat that substitute motion by whom and what was it?
yes, the substitute
Number
motion.
one,
was-
we have not finished the second round. Mr. Nguyen has
I-
not speak.
Yeah.
I am trying to clarify from the last
She
meeting.
just answered you. Now,
Not
Mr.
yet,
Namquang
yet.
has not.
She has not. Go
She
ahead.
said yes.
Can you
I have a
just let,
substitute motion, which was made by
Kimberly
Councilmember
finish
Nguyen.
talk?
Wait,
Kimberly Ho hasn't
let's-
finished her
Let's
either.
finish this one first.
I have a substitute motion that was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Fan West to continue to discuss the item.
Okay, so at this point here, they want to continue the discussion, so I can go back to Vice Mayor Ho to continue with what you have left.
Could we start my clock, please?
What? You can't do that. You wouldn't
Yes,
let me.
because-
Yeah, just continue.
there's
To continue
no, no,
where
no.
you're at.
You've been
You
talking
wouldn't
for
let
3
me,
minutes.
Mr. Mayor.
Just go ahead and continue.
Okay,
Let me handle it, please.
Mr. Mayor,
okay?
please do
didn't do
your
it.
Let me handle
order.
it.
You're not doing
Okay.
it.
That's okay, let
Because
me
you don't
handle
hear
it.
your activist friends
So
and buddies.
please, okay, go ahead.
okay, for your information, Ms. West, the letter from my attorney was public information because it was email, so it's not in closed session, okay? So if you can pay attention.
say
So
that so
it is
your lawyer-
public
Wait,
information.
please.
You can see on the letter, it says, on his letter, it says email to you, email to all the council members, including Ms. Christine Corden. That's public information. It became public. And
is potential
on page
litigation.
5, I'd like to continue on page 5 of the flyers. It says, Mr. Tuan Nguyen wrote very clearly on on GoFundMe. It says, this GoFundMe is created and managed by and under the auspices of the Asian American National Committee, AANC. And then on page 6, I just want to let you know that at the bottom, it says, this GoFundMe will be used directly for various costly funeral expenses for her psychotherapy and education. So when I spoke to Mr. Tuan Nguyen, he said he still honors those. There's I mean, the only thing is that he's not going to, because he's got fiduciary responsibility, he will not just give a big check to Hassan and say, do whatever you want with it. That's not the intention of this GoFundMe. And then to answer Ms. West, and I don't know, to me, she doesn't care what is right or what is wrong, what's truth and what's lie. So on the very first page, if you may go back to that, now, Richard from GoFundMe replied to me, and this is the result of when I asked for my $3,000, okay, back. And I wanted to see what he would say about it, and he said, as a result, we are unable to refund your donation under the GoFundMe giving guarantee. So again, it says that they found no indication of misuse of funds, okay? So let's continue with page 7, and that's in Vietnamese. This is the cousin named Van, at the very top. This was text to me. She asked me when could she speak to me regarding GoFundMe and see if I could get that money back. As you could see, I did try, okay? And they said that was the very first page, and GoFundMe said, go and, go through the process. And Mr. Tuan Nguyen said, yes, if it's for those, those 3 items, he would definitely pay for them. And so the page 8, it says, I wrote to Hassan. I said, please call me when you have a chance this morning, or as soon as you get this, get this message. She wrote back, I have an appointment with the doctor this morning, and we'll call you later. She never called. So they're not interested in a reply from me.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ho. Next is Councilmember Menzo, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go back to, since I didn't get a chance to get a follow-up question with the city attorney. During your comments, you mentioned, my question to you wasn't about the placement policy, the policy about placement items on the agenda. My question to you was about viewing what was presented and having an opinion, making a legal opinion on that. You mentioned earlier that unless it was a legal issue, and you don't consider this being a legal issue, when what was potentially going to happen if this kept going forward was exactly what did happen. Was we received a letter from an attorney stating that we continued that this is a possible litigation to the city, and it just kind of blows my mind how you will not make a legal opinion on something that's presented. And typically on the agenda, correct me if I'm wrong, it usually says, shouldn't each agenda item be viewed by the city attorney, make sure everything's legal on here? And right here, it doesn't say it was viewed by the city attorney when this can potentially be a litigation item to the city. So I'm still not buying that you didn't view it, and you shouldn't have viewed it, and you should have viewed it, because you're supposed to be protecting. We hired you as a city attorney to protect our city from litigation. So how I'm trying to understand how you would not make a legal opinion on something that can potentially hurt us legally. My question to you isn't about the placement agenda policy, it's about you viewing something and saying, you know what, this can be an issue. You might think about not putting this on, and then on here in the agenda, put here viewed by city attorney, because most items should be viewed by city attorney. So I would definitely like an answer to those questions, which I do not buy that. I just don't buy it. This is where we are. Look where we are. And you knew that this can be a potential litigation issue, and you chose not to make a legal opinion on it.
We have also had certificates on this agenda, and there have been lots of disputes over why did we give those certificates. Was I supposed to pull that off?
No, you said that it can be a legal, unless there was a potential legal issue, is what you said.
Yes, and as, I'm trying to,
Giving a certificate to somebody is not a potential
many
legal
times you
issue.
criticize for people saying things about the city manager. You're doing the exact same thing right now.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you.
Okay, now let me.
I'm asking you
Please let me
honest
respond.
question.
Please let me
Please
respond.
let the city attorney.
I've told you.
You're asking him a question.
Yeah,
I didn't
he's
interrupt you
responding to
guys. I didn't
you.
interrupt you guys.
But
You're
that's what
interrupting the city attorney.
Why
Come
don't we
on.
do this?
You asked-
Mr. City Attorney.
Previously, when you spoke last time, you said, I'm still waiting for a response, and that you know yourself that we were in the office and we had this very,
You let the clock run or what?
we had a
But this is
discussion
consistency.
where I explained what I've already explained once before to you, and yet you seem to forget that I explained that to you. I am not aware of any situation where city attorneys go around pulling items off the agenda when they were put on pursuant to the council policy. And I did do the right thing, which was I noticed the problem and I raised it as a concern. And I've told you, I've told you that
Mr. City
already.
Attorney, can I stop here? This is something new that I don't know what I need to do. But if I should I continue his clock? Because if I stop, then the next time I can see that council member may use the opportunity to ask all kind of questions and use their 5 minutes, pull out to longer. So what I can do is right now that if you have all the questions asked right now, finish your time and then
Go ahead and start it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and finish yours.
No, so if you did, my question to you is if you did view this before it went on the agenda and you did make, gave a recommendation to the council members who are placing this on the agenda, why isn't your name on here as far as viewing the item? And when I asked you during the last meeting, you told me that you did not view it. You said you did not view this, what was presented on this agenda. So that's what my issue is. Just keep it going, Mayor. It's fine. Let it go.
Mr. City Attorney, I think it's better for you to write down and then let them finish with their time, then you can respond. Go ahead.
That's my issue. That's what my issue is, that you're supposed to protect us from legal issues, and you're not making an opinion on this. If you did view it and you did consult with the council members, that's fine, and it's their choice to continue or not. But you should have put it on here that was viewed by you, and then when I asked you, you told me you didn't, but you should have, and then gave your opinion to them, and then it's up to the council members if they want to continue or not. That's on them. But you told me that you didn't view it, and I have an issue with that you should have viewed it, and you should have made it, gave them your opinion, your legal opinion, if it was going to put our city in jeopardy or not, and the onus was on them to continue. That's my issue. Thank you.
May I respond?
Yes, please.
Okay, and as you're talking, I'm remembering our discussion. What's happening, or what has been happening, is that council members are putting items on the agenda, and staff being very overworked, is different people are assigned to help the council member put the agenda item together. I did not assist with the preparation of this item. It was finalized, I don't know if it was the day of or the day before the agenda went out. And this is what I told you, an email was sent out with a copy of the agenda. So it wasn't like the normal process where I get to go into Legistar and I review it. These things are being handled more last minute because staff is overworked. And we're trying to let the council members be the ones who are drafting it, not us. I explained that to you. And so I said, no, I did not get much of a chance to see it. And so that was what I told you. And it was emailed to me, and there was, I can't remember how many of these council-generated items there were. So it's kind of hard to review them all. And it wasn't through the normal process in Legistar. That's not staff's fault. It has more to do with the fact that we had so many council-generated items. But I did my diligence, I saw it, and then I immediately raised it, not only with the council members who put it on the agenda, I said, you need to be concerned about this. You have to be very careful about what you say. You don't want to say anything defamatory. I specifically went to them to say that. Then I also went and I met with the mayor and we had a discussion about this. And I said, what you need to do, if you're concerned about this being on the agenda, is to take a motion at the very beginning to challenge the concept of it being on the agenda is not within the subject matter jurisdiction. That is exactly what he did, and that is where we are right now. So I don't see that I did anything wrong, and I resent the fact that you keep trying to characterize me as not having done my job. I think I caught the problem. I think I spoke to the relevant parties. I've given you the appropriate way to deal with it on both sides, both to not defame. I also warned during the last council meeting, the entire council, to be careful what they said and that they could be personally responsible if they say things that are defamatory. So once again, I feel like you're being unfair in the way that you're characterizing this. I'm trying my best.
Okay.
I
have 30
appreciate.
seconds, Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you're saying when I asked you, you said you did not view it, and I asked you, so you just remembered it. You didn't tell me that you spoke to them and you gave them advice.
No, I told you the exact same thing I just said.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
You told me that you didn't view it and you didn't have a chance to view it, is what you said. So how can, I'm not trying to attack you, I'm trying to understand. So that's what I'm trying to understand. So you didn't view it, but so if you didn't view it, how can you advise them if it's something you didn't view? It just doesn't make sense, sorry.
You could ask the city manager the process.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay, let me go back to Kimberly Hall to remind her that she has such a short-term memory. Okay, based on what she just admit. Okay, let me ask you. Let me say. Okay, maybe you remember. I believe that at the last council meeting, you personally asked Kimberly Ho that if she ever meet or conduct a meeting with her son in the back of her office. Okay, did you ask her that question? And what is her answer for that question? I'm asking you.
I want to state the fact that if you ask the question, you lose your time.
That's all right. Okay, if you don't want to answer, it's okay.
No, she can answer you, but that you are using your time.
I'm okay.
I just mentioned about it.
That's all right. Just
go ahead and answer if you want to.
He asked the mayor.
I asked you. I asked you.
Okay.
Okay.
Then
Did you ask that question?
Stop the clock,
Can you
please.
stop?
So, what's the question again? Sorry about that. My apology.
All right, that's okay. Last council meeting, you asked Kimberly Ho if she ever meet up with her son or her relative in her office here in the council chamber. And what did she answer you that make you want to void the item that Councilwoman West and I placed on the agenda?
What did she say?
I don't understand exactly your question. The question is, at first I thought that you said I asked her.
Right, you asked
if her conduct the
If she
meeting
meet her son in her office.
In the office.
Right.
And what you say about agenda?
What did she answer you?
What did she answer you? That's the first question.
Okay. I don't remember at this time. If you remember, then speak up.
She said
He did not
no.
ask. He
Yes,
did not
she
ask.
said no.
What?
She never met.
Okay?
No, he did not
Yes.
ask.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
He asked me about the letter, or he asked me to start.
We
and I
will
was-
play that next
I
time.
proceeded.
Yeah, we're going to
You can
play
go
that
back,
video.
you can go back and read.
Yes, we're going
And
to.
today,
Okay,
tonight,
okay.
you told
Okay,
everyone
then-
So,
that you met
okay,
her
if
in
you
the
don't,
office.
if you don't,
Go on.
if you don't
Go on.
remember
Go on.
You proved to us
answer,
that you
I'm going to
lied.
say it. Okay, I'm going to answer it for you.
Go
Okay.
ahead, go ahead.
You said that
Some
you never do such thing. Okay. And you know what? Tonight you admit that you met those people in your office here. So I have some notes for me here. Man, what did I put here? Kimberly Hall, you lied through your teeth. Last council meeting, the mayor asked you if you meet her sin in your office. You stated, no, never. Now you admitted that you met her in the office. You just proved us that you are a liar. How can we trust your words now? All right, I rest my case.
All right, thank you very much. Same thing, I repeat myself. I tried to have a closed session about this item so that we can talk about this item because potential litigation. 7 times it didn't happen. And I will continue to tell you that this is non.
Because she leaks
It's
the
my,
potential litigation already.
it's my time
Goodness.
right now. It's not your time, please. So
You're
this is,
fact correct.
to me, is potential litigation to the city, and I think that this is non-related to the city business. And if this is non-related to city business, then take it outside, do whatever you want to do. I don't want to waste time, I don't want to waste the resource of the city. So, that my time, it's still my time. I still have 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
My minutes.
You said that you are done. That's why.
My 3 minutes. I still have 2 more minutes.
You
He
said you're
still
done, that's
has
why I have to start
minutes.
with another one. Then you better keep yourself ordered first, because it's my time.
But you took his 2 minutes. He hadn't finished, Mr. Mayor.
Well, he said he's finished, that's why. I don't think that he wants to use his time anymore. All right.
Why don't you
All
ask him
right.
then? Did you ask Manzo if he wants his time? You never asked Nam Quang.
Then why don't you tell me when I start mine?
No, you
Oh,
asked.
come on.
You asked
Okay, be real,
Carlos
okay? At this time,
if he wants his time or not, but
I
you don't
don't need
ask
to use
Nam
5
Quang.
minutes of my time. I am done, okay? I'm done with my time, so all right. I need to say what I need to say already, so.
Mayor, I believe
yes.
there's a motion on the second on the floor,
Not
correct?
yet. He has
So
2
I'm gonna-
minutes, so don't
I
interrupt
have the
him.
question we
Let
had.
me-
I want to call.
You're not, your
motion
time
to
is
call-
not to
motion to
talk.
call the
Okay.
It's the mayor who runs the
Let me
meeting,
run-
Mr.
let me-
Monzo.
Okay, let me run the meeting.
Everybody
Not
have
you.
their 2
Let me
minutes?
run the meeting.
The mayor
okay?
runs the meeting, not you.
Let me run the meeting. So please, okay, according to the policy that we just adopted, and it affected immediately, we go first round for 5 minutes, second round for 5 minutes, and then we can, it's up to the council to vote to continue or to call for question. So at this time here, I'd like to see if there's a motion to stop or if there's a motion to continue.
Motion to stop.
I thought
But you
he
could
hasn't finished his
just
2
take a
minutes.
consensus. Does a majority want to continue discussing this?
Okay, well, if that's the case, then we take a consensus.
It's not fair. He hasn't finished his time, the 5 minute that you give, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
why don't we do
you
this?
keep your
Okay,
word?
why don't we do this? I want to make sure that you guys, from
Keep
now
your
on,
word.
if you decide, if you tell me that you are done, then the clock is run out, okay? But at this time, because of the misunderstanding,
Mr. Mayor.
I will, because of the misunderstanding, please give him another 2 minutes.
No, let's
Go
do
ahead.
it this way.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You guys, we are entitled for 10 minutes. Okay, it's up to us to use that, that 10 minutes. Is that fair?
I understand, but because you don't want it, okay,
no.
okay, let's say that there was a misunderstanding, so let's start for 2 minutes now for him. It's starting.
It's okay, it's okay. I can
Okay,
use my
okay,
time.
sure,
Okay,
sure.
whatever that I want to.
Sure.
But you keep order, please.
Please, help me to run the meeting, please. We are getting there. Everyone respect each other, so I appreciate that. Please. You have anything to say?
No, I'm using my time.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm looking through my notes right now.
Yeah, goodness.
And you still,
Please.
you know, let your people disrupting.
Please,
Come on.
please,
No.
let me run the meeting.
Disrupting
And
my-
please, let me run the meeting.
my-
Same thing. I do it to them, I do it to you, so.
Please don't
Okay, please.
point.
That's okay.
So disrespectful.
Okay, you know what? What I've been thinking is you are not fair at all. At first, I thought that you are a man of your words, but now all you do is catering to Carlos and Kimberly Hall, and man, you lost my respect, Charlie. You lost my respect. All right, I'm going to forfeit my 16 second.
Can I take your 16 second,
Yes,
please?
please.
No.
Can you- Yes?
Yes.
No.
He forfeit, he forfeit.
is no-
So what's the
there's-
penalty if you ignore the time limits?
Come on.
What are
Please,
you
I
going to
don't-
do?
we don't-
Censure you or what?
We don't
Mr.
do
Mayor?
this. So at this point here, I'm going to ask if there is a consensus to
I
move
can
on,
take
to
the
continue.
16 minutes.
Okay, is there a consensus to move on?
No.
So what's the penalty to ignore
So,
the time limit,
yes or
Mr.
no?
Mayor?
Yes first.
Since you voted
Is there a
for the 5
consensus to
minutes.
move on? Yes or no? Yes or
It's your
no?
law. No.
To
I
move
call for
on?
yes.
It's
Yes, to move
your
on.
majority law.
Move on.
So
what
what
do you mean
happened?
move on?
To
Move on.
continue, to
To continue
continue.
to discuss?
Yes.
Okay. You go with Councilwoman West first, right?
No, I'm calling for the vote right now. I'm calling for the consensus right now. If you say yes to continue this item, to continue discussion this item, then say yes.
I thought we were supposed to vote from the substitute motion, dude.
Oh, now you
You're
want to
going
go for
like-
substitute motion.
You're
Okay,
going
then I will please
Mr.
you.
Mayor.
I will please you. Let's call for substitute motion.
I have a substitute motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West, to continue to discuss the item. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
So before I vote, I'm going to make a short statement. That's my right. And why don't you control your crowd, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
You can't,
At this
right?
time here-
Exactly.
At this time here.
So what is the penalty for you ignoring your time limit, 5 minutes, that you stated to enforce down our throat tonight? And then what are you going to do about it? Or we should censure you then?
Go ahead. Oh, it's already on the agenda.
Because the thing is that you're
So you don't have to.
hypocrites, Mr. Mayor. You say one thing, rules for thee, but not for you.
I don't even use
You can't
my
even
5 minutes.
control your
He's the
crowd.
king. Come
You
on.
say rule for us to be silenced, but for them, you allow your activists and your
God.
crowd
Okay,
to
all
just
right,
go
at
crazy.
this time, you ask.
And look,
call-
your crowd, look, she
At
like
this
F
time, you asked to call for.
Look, she's F you. She flick her finger. Is that okay, Mr.
this
Mayor? That's how
time-
you run your meeting?
At
Let
this-
the activist Terry Ring flick
Terry,
the finger
please.
at the public?
At this time.
That's unacceptable. Why don't you warn her?
I please you.
You
by-
allow her to flick the finger.
At this time, I
to-
please you as your request to vote on the substitute motion. So substitute motion is called. We now voting on that, please. Call for the vote, please.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Nam Quang, let's leave.
What did he say?
She said, Nam Kwan, follow me.
Okay,
How many items still on it?
okay, and continue to call for
Councilmember
the vote.
Bonzo,
No.
Councilmember Wayne,
Substitute motion? Yes, of course.
Vice Mayor Ho,
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Motion failed, 1-3.
Okay, we go to original motion.
What is?
Okay, but now the main motion.
Yes, the main
Yeah,
motion.
the original motion was made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, to not discuss this item further. We'll go to call roll. Councilmember Monzo?
Well, isn't that essentially the same thing?
No, that's okay.
We're going to not discuss this item, take no action on the item.
Okay, no action.
Okay. Go ahead and
Councilmember
call.
Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Can you clarify the item one more time, please?
It's take no action.
Oh, okay, got it. No.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes,
Motion carried, 3-1.
thank you. Let's move on, item 5.10. Resolution determining sanctions and remedial actions related to censure of Councilwoman Amy Fan West, District 1, and appointments to outside agency. You know that we talked about this one already. I don't know whether you want to continue on this.
No. Make a motion.
I am going to entertain if there's any motion.
I'd like to make a motion, 5.10. I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a substitute motion?
Should we?
I want to say something for 5.10.
Okay, sure. If there is a substitute motion, then we can entertain it right now. If not, then we can go ahead and discuss about it.
Well, don't have
Okay,
my
all
right to
right.
talk on it.
Let me go this way. Now, let me go.
So if
Okay,
we,
this
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Go ahead, go
Okay.
ahead.
So if I make a substitute motion, can we still talk about it?
Yes,
Yes, you should be entitled to talk about
yes.
it.
Okay, so what is the original motion?
The original motion by
To approve.
Vice Mayor Ho is to approve this item, and seconded by Council Member Menzo.
Okay, my substitute motion is take no action.
I
Okay.
second it.
Okay, so substitute motion is to take no action. So at this time here, let me go with, because this is to censure Councilwoman Amy Fan West, so I will have, in your defense, I will recognize you for 5 minutes. Okay. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you wait? I haven't even started. I'm looking through my notes to read.
Let me
So can
actually
you
jump in
pause?
too real quickly, because there's 2 items on there. So
Can you
this
pause?
motion, I presume, is to adopt the resolution, Part A. Because if it's adopted, then you would need to appoint people under B to fill those vacancies. Just clarifying that on the motion.
What?
Okay, so there are the two portion of this motion. So we have to go for the first one first, okay?
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay, we have to go for the first one. Thank you, City Attorney. So I want to go back to Vice Mayor Ho. So your motion was to approve, but we need to do the portion A first. Part A first?
Yes, I approve.
Okay.
I move to approve A.
Okay, is that okay with the second?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so
I thought I have my turn to 5 minutes to speak.
I understand, but we take care of this one first. So the substitute motion still stand?
Yes, it still
Okay.
stands.
Okay.
To take no action.
So now, go ahead and reset the 5 minutes for Councilmember West, please. Thank you. You are now recognized.
Well, like I said, you guys gonna do what you're gonna do, like the Commons dictator. So go ahead and do. It is a badge of honor. And like I mentioned before, bring it on. But remember that what you're doing, I mean, for example, number 4, any action or behavior a council member do outside of her or his role of authority as a council member result in litigation or liability to the city, legal representation may be denied. That's obvious. It's all of us. We have that on all of us. You know what I mean? Like, for example, when you have a car accident, of course, the city's not going to fight for your litigation. You have to do it. You know what I mean? So we all understand that. So what's the big deal, right? And then the other one is, how are you going to monitor? Number 3, Councilwoman Amy Fan West shall re-acknowledge and sign the ethic policy upon the council session with the city attorney. How are you going to monitor that? Like, who? Like, you know what? We're all adults. We don't need read the code of ethics. We all sign it at the beginning. So stop treating us, your colleagues, like kids, because my answer is a big hell no. I'm not going to sign any of that. Go make me. How are you going to make me? How are you going to monitor it? Try it. We're adults. We're elected official. There's no way I'm going to sign that. I already signed it at the beginning of the year. Every one of you guys did it. Maybe you guys should read it again and learn for your own code of ethics. And maybe you all broke it on the dais tonight. So you can laugh all you want, because your activist friend does the same thing, laugh. So come on, you know what I mean? You set the example for them. And tonight, I got attacked by one of your activists, buddy, you know, and stalking me in the car. That's what you advocate. You allow them to do that. You're a supporter, Carlos. So that's why they're doing it. And it's unacceptable. So the other one is, you know what, the meeting, let me see here. And the other one is, you know, I guess it is a badge of honor. So, you know, you guys want to cry wolves? Go ahead. You have the majority of the vote. Become a dictator, silence your opponent. That's what you guys are good at anyway. That's your legacy. And Kimberly, that's your legacy. And you wreak havoc in the city here. And then now you're going to leave in November, and we have to deal with your disgustingness, where you leak closed session information of property sale. We have a whistleblower. It's going to all come forward. And not only that, you got a large kickback. That's a good one. The property sale off Golden West and Bosa. Do you remember that, Ms. Vice Mayor? Where it's worth $20 million, but now, you know, you give it a good deal, leak it out to the guy, he bought it for $14 million, and then you text and boast about you got a big kickback. Interesting, right? All of that's going to come out. And I can't believe you would, Mr. Mayor, you would stand by someone who's doing this illegal activity. How can you do that? Go ahead, stand close. It's going to affect all of you guys under FBI investigation. So this is interesting. And, you know, I still have my time, so that's great. And you know what? You guys all shown us today what a big dictator you guys are. And you guys know what, Mr. Mayor? Actually, I'm going to tell you again. I trusted you to be a good leader, a fair leader, a just leader. But you know what? You need to grow a pair of balls, to be honest. I think I have bigger balls than you at times. So, Mr. Mayor, stop letting the activists dictate your city that you run and dictate the way how you bring democracy and justice and freedom of speech and fairness. You're not doing any of that you promised the people to do and the colleagues. There's none of that, Mr. Mayor, so grow some balls. And stop having your boss stuck between your leg and let them run you all over. We see it.
Yes,
He voted for you as well. Now all my supporters are second guessing themselves. And not only that, in the midterm election, Mr. Mayor, you knew I beat you in District 1, my name recognition. And you're freaking out.
All right, that's okay. That's done. Your term's done. Let me say this. You understand that this item brought forward by Vice Mayor Ho and Councilmember Menzo, but I let you go first in your defense. You recognize
You want me
that?
to answer you?
You know that? You know
No.
that? So I
You
don't
did
need your
not.
answer. I don't need your answer. That's exactly what I did.
No, you silenced my
now-
voice when I bring the issue about Kimberly
I will call
up.
for 5 minutes
Because
for,
you are not fair.
please. You already finished
You
your
are
5
not
minutes.
fair.
Now, I will recognize Vice Mayor for 5 minutes, please.
Well, that's exactly the reason we censured Amy Fan West for just shooting off her mouth and making accusations, false accusation. And so I really don't have much more to say. I don't want to waste people's time.
You
I
just
think
lied
we're
through your teeth
very-
tonight. How
we
can we trust
understand-
anything you say?
You know, we understand how she is, so.
All your colleagues that
Will
you
you
flip
stop?
flop.
Well,
You flip-flop
we
all the
respect
time.
you for your 5 minutes, so
They
would
all
you
say you're a
please-
liar.
Would you please respect her
You
for her
cannot be
5
trusted. You
minutes?
say one moment, you don't run
Everybody
for
see
supervisor,
that.
you
We
did. You
respect
say
her
you're
for
going to
5 minutes.
resign if you don't make
you
it as
stop?
mayor. Why don't you resign? Why don't you resign? You go all on Phobosat and everywhere saying that you will resign.
Mayor, I will
You
not
will
put up
resign,
with
but you
this, you know.
don't. How can
She
people
spoke
trust you?
For 5 minutes,
How
I
can
did
people
not.
All right.
trust you? You're a liar.
Why don't you resign?
Why don't we-
Yeah, why don't you resign?
Mayor,
Hold on.
Stop wasting our time, tax dollars money.
Councilwoman Fan West, we respect you for your 5 minutes without interruption. None of us
You're an
interrupt
activist.
you. But if you continue to do this, then I'll have to give you the first warning. Okay? It's the first warning to you. Okay? I'm warning you, please. Let her do her 5 minutes. Okay?
Oh, my God.
You are now recognized.
That's so funny.
Mayor, this is a very typical example, and I don't really have anything else to say. I think this agenda speaks for itself. And so everything we state, we've already said it all, so let's just move forward and vote. Thank you.
All right, 5 minutes for you, Councilmember Menzo.
I don't want to keep, like Vice Mayor mentioned, taking up this public's time, but this is just a display of every day, every single meeting. I was going to say go a new high, but actually the new low, every single meeting. And before last meeting, I didn't think they can get worse than that, but it happened. And now it's getting worse than that again, so let's just vote, get it over with.
Okay. When you don't say anymore, I assume that you
Yes,
are
I'm
What about
done.
Mr.
have your time.
Nguyen?
Okay.
Done.
Now, Councilmember Nguyen.
Mr. Nguyen, can I use your last 1 minute?
No.
Yes, I can.
Nope.
Nope.
This is his time.
I know,
okay?
but he can
No.
forfeit it.
Nope. We don't have that policy.
That's not in the policy,
We
so
don't
he can
have
do
that
whatever he
policy.
wants.
Please.
He can do
I
whatever.
am recognizing him right now. If he doesn't take it, then we are moving on.
No, I'm going to take it.
Okay, he's going to take it. Then you are, please, let him take his time.
Thank you, Charlie.
You don't need to
All right.
thank him. You don't.
You should shut up.
Look
All right,
at
all right,
the
please,
cheese. You're-
Please.
You,
Look,
let me run my meeting,
I
okay?
let you. You didn't do it.
Second warning to you. I give
You
you the
never give
second
me the
warning.
first warning.
I did give you the first warning. This
No,
is
you
second
didn't.
warning to you, okay?
No, you
Mr.
didn't.
All right.
Mayor, you should,
It's a second warning to you. Don't care. Right now, you are recognized to go. Please.
but
help me
you should
the-
keep order.
I
you
am.
know,
I
okay?
am. I am.
So don't
me
let
handle
them
it.
interrupting me
Yeah.
when I'm
am.
talking.
Yes.
Doing your 5 minutes go.
Okay,
Please
keep your honey from talking, okay? All right, Kimberly Hall, you know what? Just not very long, still like about 2 months or 3 months, and then you're gonna be, out here. So I just don't want you to leave behind a very bad reputation, and like a title, okay? You have to realize that you are a lame duck right now. All right? So this is the chance that we give you to correct yourself, to stop lying to the people. You got to realize that we give you every opportunity that we have to be a good person. All right? You don't even remember what you lied. And when I ask you a question, then you don't remember. Okay? My goodness. How can I say this? But, just, take a look at, Taido's lesson. All he left behind is terrible city council that Carlos Manso is, and you are the buddies of Taido. Man, I can't believe that you guys still here, got the mayor affected by all the bad reputation that you have. I don't know what get into you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know, on the, Charlie, I'm sorry, okay, thank you for reminding. I don't know what get into you guys and get into you on all the trips that you make together to Vegas, okay? But you completely changed. Yeah, you can laugh and all you want, but wow, how many more minutes? 2 minutes. Yeah, I just want to make my case that everything you do tonight is against the democracy. It's just an onslaught that go against the democracy. And I don't know why, the people that stay up late tonight, all your supporters, what you get into them for,
Money, money.
Wow, you guys proud to be American, but you don't know the value of
True meaning.
of the free speech at all. Okay, you can have a different opinion with me, but you know what? I'm dying, fighting for your freedom of speech. All right, so. Please, let him finish. I'm very sad at this moment. Wow. Right. Okay, I don't have anything more to say. Okay, so you give up your 35 seconds?
No, I still,
Okay.
keep my time, 30 seconds, until I have something else to say. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. It's my turn, but I don't need that. So at this time here, I would like to entertain a motion for that.
So
Oh,
Mayor,
there's a motion already, right?
I have a
There's
motion
mo-
and a substitute.
So I'd like to go ahead and call for,
So I have a
the vote.
substitute motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West to take no action. I'll go to call for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
no.
Motion failed 2-3. I'll go to the original motion, which was to adopt the resolution entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Westminster, California, determining sanctions and remedial actions for Councilwoman Amy Fan West, District 1, for unacceptable conduct pursuant to Resolution Number 5275." I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
No.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
No.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
So let me clarify, is this the A option? right?
That's
We are
A.
voting for
Now,
right?
now we go into for the B.
Okay.
And when it is adopted, appoint members of the city council to the following outside agency and council ad hoc committees. So first of all, I'd like for staff to go over who is holding, because some of them are alternate.
Yes.
So please, for Orange County Council of Government, alternate is her.
And the delegate is you, Mayor.
Yes, okay, so alternate right now, who want to be an alternate between the four councils?
The three
Three
council.
council.
Yeah, the three of you
Three of you.
can decide among yourself. I just
No
don't
one want to be a
it.
part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone to be an alternate for the?
Don't be
Orange?
shy.
Can we bring this item back at a later time?
No,
No, you have to do it
Why
now.
wouldn't we
You're
do it
voting for it.
Because I don't have time.
Yeah, don't be shy.
Okay.
Yes, don't be shy.
Skag.
So why don't I do this? I nominate Orange County Council of Government alternate for Council Member Menzel.
Okay.
Are you
Sure.
taking? Okay, all right. So Southern California Association of Government, SCAC, I am, right now, and so the alternate, can you, let me ask Councilmember Nguyen first. Do you want to be an alternate for that?
Thank you, Charlie. I don't want to be any
Okay.
part of it.
So Vice Mayor Ho, do you want to be,
Yes.
okay. Did you say you don't want to be any part of this, right? Councilmember Nguyen? So I don't have to ask you
Yeah,
anymore.
you don't have to ask me.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So for Orange County Mosquito Vector Control Board Trustee, that's just one position. So any one of you want to take that for Vector Control Board?
It's like a 3.
Usually.
This is during the day. If you guys don't, I can also take it.
Okay.
If you guys don't want to take it, then I have to.
Yeah, go ahead and take it, Mayor, because I don't have, it's during the day and
Okay,
my
all right,
job.
I will. Can you record that? For West Orange County Water Board, I was a delegate before, and it's also, I believe the meeting is 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
I can take it.
You can take it, okay?
So, Mayor, currently, we have 2 alternates for that board, and first alternate is Councilmember Monzo, and our second alternate is Vice Mayor Ho.
Okay, so now do you want to take it as a delegate instead of alternate?
I guess I'll do the delegate.
No, you are
I'm an
alternate, right. I'm talking about Vice Mayor Ho. You are now alternate. Do you want to take it as a delegate?
Okay.
Okay, so I will be the second alternate, correct? All right. Okay, for City Council Homeless Ad Hoc Subcommittee. Who wants to be on that? Yes.
I'll do it.
With Councilmember Nguyen.
Yeah, we can hang out.
Okay. Councilmember Menzo is going to be part of the Homeless Ad Hoc Committee, Subcommittee.
Okay.
All right. With that, I move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to appoint for the Orange County Council of Governments alternate Councilmember Monzo. For Southern California Association of Governments, Vice Mayor Ho. For Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control, Mayor Nguyen. For West Orange County Water Board, Vice Mayor Ho will now be the delegate, and Mayor Nguyen will now be our second alternate. For the City Council Homeless Ad Hoc Subcommittee, Councilmember Monzo.
Okay, call
Okay,
vote, please.
I'll go to call for roll. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried, 3-0.
Okay, next item, 511, request to consider changing the office of mayor from direct elect to rotational. I move to take no action.
Second.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo to take no action. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Give me one minute.
Call for people here.
So have we ever got a chance to discuss it?
Well,
have your seat.
nobody want to discuss about it.
I want
That's
to
a motion.
discuss about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me put my report. You have a report on the 5.11?
Oh, here it is. This one.
Okay.
Got it?
All right. Okay, can I borrow it?
Yeah.
We are going to discuss on item 5.11, the rotational mayor.
Okay, thank you.
It's right now calling for the vote, and if you want to talk about it, but then you can vote after that.
Sure. We just want a chance to talk about it. All right. Okay. So if I want to ask staff a question, when staff asks my question,
Well,
the staff.
You can go ahead and
the clock
staff,
stop, right?
whoever, my recommendation is
Exactly.
go
It
ahead
has to stop.
and do your 5 minutes, and then whoever you ask, I asked the person, the staff to write out the question, and then it's your time to, when he finish his time, then you can answer. Is that okay, Mr. City? Okay.
Oh man! And by that time, I'm going to forget about my question, though.
Then put down your question.
All right. So play. Okay, I'm going to stick to that rule of yours. All right.
Are you afraid
Okay,
to
sure.
go to
Okay. All right.
the mansion?
So my question for staff, that last election, that the city hold election for this, the same item, how much does it cost the city to, in terms of staff time, labors, and the cost of redistrict the city? How much does it cost? Okay, put it down. And then how many cities out of 34 cities in the Orange County that currently running the rotational mayor system? Okay. You have two questions. All right. So I think with this this printout, I'm going to expose Carlos Manzo and Kim Bin Ho again. Westminster, California, October 27, 2021. You guys voted yes for the item, the same item that I brought up today. It's right here. It say you say yes. Đỗ, tại Đỗ, which is tại Đỗ, Ho, which is Kimberly Ho and Manzo, right? So why did you do this? Just answer my question, right?
You want me to answer right now?
So you are just a flip-flop, right? If today you voted against my item, okay, so prove me wrong, okay? You have a chance. I just want the public to see very clearly that you and Kimberly Ho are flip-flop, right? Flip-floppers, whatever that you want to say. But I want to show the people that you wasted a lot of money, taxpayer money, on your own agenda, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, if the public want to see it, it's in the record, okay? October 27, 2021, your beloved Carlos Manzo, okay, voted yes for the same item, rotational mayor, but now he's going to vote against it. And he's not the man for integrity, and Kim Lo is not the woman that she wants you to believe that she is. Okay, just come out of yourself and then, clear your mind and see for yourself that the true person that Manzo and Ho. So, all right, so the reason that I have this item agendized to discuss is because we realized that Charlie is a terrible, terrible mayor, and he's a kind of person that a power hunger person, and he is trying to everything to hold on that power, and he's not stopped right there, and he's still one more. So to be fair, check and balance, we're going to I agendized this item, so we have a chance to rotate the mayorship, around city council. So the city council, the one that hold that position going to be fair. So that's what I want to say.
All right. Councilmember West.
Okay, so this agenda item, like Mr. Nam Quang was mentioning, it is unfortunate, we all seen it, that Mr. Mayor, we just feel like there needs to be more balance, more check and balance, and not only that we, this agenda is based on seniority, the rotation. Basically, the next person, if this were to adopt, Manzo will be the next mayor.
Yeah, Mayor Manzo, huh? Yeah.
Mayor Manzo, that sounds really good. That sounds
We
nice.
respect you for 5 minutes, so would you please?
My
okay?
apology, yes. Okay.
Okay, so this is the reason, is that we want seniority, the rotation due to respect, and the balance. And not only that, it's a great workplace because there's check and balance, less stress on staff to please certain people because they know that there's rotation. So there's a respect there with staff as well. So I think that's important. And then, of course, we give the senior council member that first dip into mayor. So basically, it'll be Carlos Manzo, then it'll be Charlie, then it goes to Nam Quang or myself, whoever wants to go next. But that's the order of mayorship, if this were to pass. But the thing is that I just feel like, I guess Carlos Manzo, this is your gig that you want that title, and we are willing to give you that title in this November. No, I guess this December, right? Okay. And the thing is that it is good that you can be the next mayor to lead this council, and I think you can. So that's your choice, but it doesn't matter, whatever you decide. But this is based on those, and I've talked to Christine before. I think it's a great idea. We have entertained that. And I did tell her many times, I think it's great for the balance in the mayorship and the rotation and respecting the senior council member to go first on this leadership. So with that, I think it's great. It's less toxic environment on this council. I agree, because I know Manzo doesn't want that, the toxicity on this council, and that fairness, that respect, and the relationship between staff and council. And I think that's important, And Nam Quang, actually Carlos Manzo and Kimberly can change that if you wanted to. If you want to change that, you got 2 votes here. And it's true, you got 2 votes if you wanted it. So it's up to you, but I'm ready for that change and that leadership, Mayor Manzo.
Sounds good.
Hey, Manzo. All right, man.
I am ready for that leadership.
Thank you.
Mayor Ho.
Appreciate it.
Wait.
Yeah.
Let her finish her,
she
okay?
didn't-
Please.
She's not rerunning again.
She will be no longer.
Well, she's not rerunning.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got it. So you still have.
But if she
1 minute
rerun,
and
yes,
20
Go ahead, run her.
she will have it
Yeah,
first.
you still have it.
Okay, so if Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho reruns, she would be the first in line, then Carlos Manzo with this rotation, then the mayor, then Nam Quang, and I'll be last.
No, I don't want it.
You don't want the mayor?
Yeah, no.
Okay, then I guess I'll go before you, and then you're last. But that's the rotational, and we do that respect. Yeah, so it's up to you guys to change
I will
that.
vote for Manzo.
But if Monzo want that, I will vote and want that leadership.
And I can start this December?
Yes, you
Okay,
can.
thank you.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Okay?
I will
I'm
vote
ready for that leadership if you wanted
I
it.
will vote for it.
And I guess I'm done, so I don't know what else to say.
Mr. Mayor, can you keep order, please? Are you with us?
Yes, she's done. I'm trying to let the clock run out.
No, but your
talking like-
people
Well,
are talking.
You said you were done,
You're
okay?
No.
activists. We're talking about your activists.
Your people are not,
They're
you're not
making
even
noise.
correcting them. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Different rules for a supporter. A few. But Monzo, I would really appreciate
Okay.
whatever you
All right,
decide,
thank you.
okay?
Who's next?
Okay, next, Vice Mayor Ho.
I know how I'm going to vote, so I'm okay.
If you're ready to vote, you can vote.
Well, I want to say a few things.
Okay. Councilmember Menzo.
Well, that was really entertaining. First of all, it's not about integrity. Maybe if you wouldn't have campaigned for it last time, we would have had a rotational mayor by now.
Now I realize
I'm
that.
talking.
Now I
I'm
realize
talking.
that I'm
I'm
wrong.
talking.
His time, his time.
I'm talking.
He's talking to
Realize
me.
he was
I'm talking.
wrong.
I'm talking.
Yeah.
Nam Quang.
Yeah, I was
I mean,
wrong.
Please, it's his time.
I was wrong.
Would
big
you
time.
please?
Yeah, I was wrong big time.
And it's
I admitted it.
It's his time,
yeah, he
please.
admit he's wrong. What's wrong with that? Can he admit?
maybe you should learn some manners.
I don't understand.
when-
When it's your turn,
When I'm wrong, I
Please.
say, admit that I'm wrong, but
I didn't
you are not
interrupt
the
you.
one
I didn't
with
interrupt.
integrity.
I didn't interrupt you.
You
guys.
did.
I didn't
All right.
interrupt you guys.
Councilmember Nguyen, this is your first warning. You are disrupting our meeting. We respect you for your 5 minutes, and you didn't respect any others. You have had the opportunity to speak already. So I'm requesting you
You have a different set
allow
of
us
rules,
to
right?
continue to address the city business. It is a first issue, warning issue to you. So now you have 45 minutes. Go ahead.
Next is
Hold on for a
understanding,
second.
maybe she spent some time understanding law. The mayor was elected for 4 years, so he needs to serve his 4 years. So his 4 years is up in 2026, number one. Number
I don't have a
two,
problem with that.
number two, I understand math. A standalone election is a lot more costly than a consolidated election. So that's another thing that probably should come into play. Flip-flop, no, I did vote for it, and I supported it wholeheartedly, but a new council member fought it. But now, because he's upset at the mayor, he wants to put it on there back. Talk about flip-flop. Integrity, how's your integrity if you totally campaigned against
He
it?
just
And then
apologized
and
to
then
you.
I just
I didn't
apologize
interrupt
for
you.
being wrong.
Please,
I didn't interrupt
let
you
me have
guys.
his time, please.
And that's funny how you said I can start this December. Anybody,
See, was wrong also.
it's
I mean,
common
you
sense.
vote.
It's common sense, and you're an
You
elected
vote in
official.
November.
You're an elected
No,
official.
the
And
mayor
everybody should
allowed to serve
understand.
the rest of his term.
You said I can start this
2026.
this
You're
December.
trying to stop them, but you are trying to, I don't understand.
Yeah.
Okay? I am asking you, please, follow the policy that we have just established. If you continue to do that, I have no choice but to have to issue the warning. So please, you have 3 minutes and 42 seconds to continue.
Thank
And
you,
I
Mayor.
ask all members of the city council to let him finish his term.
Yeah, I just thought it was entertaining that I can start this December. So that's kind of something we should, as elected officials, know what we're talking about, know the law. If you don't, we have a city attorney who can, he can give us some information about that. And this particular item is just to say that one of the things that I was talking about, by putting items on here, just wasting time. This is not responsible to put it on here at this time. I'm for it. It may happen again, but why would we put it on it now at this time when the mayor still has position as to 2026? Nothing would ever happen by law. If it wouldn't take an effect. So it's just simple things that are not understood by members of somebody who's an elected official should know. So, yeah, it's kind of funny. Thank you, Mayor. Done.
Thank you. Who do we have left? I lost track of. The council, yeah, it seemed like everyone except me. And I think that we have the motion on the floor. I just want to move forward. I don't have anything to say.
We go to the
already
second
gone
round,
through this.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, if you want to go second round, I can go second round for
I
you.
don't need to
You
go
want to
second
talk
round.
about it?
Okay, go ahead. I recognize you now.
Go ahead, Mr. Nam Quang.
You want to go first?
I let you because you're agenda item. I respect you.
If you guys don't want to go, then that's fine.
We do. I'm just being respectful of the
take it.
author.
Who wants to go? All right, Nam Quang, you start. Let's start the clock right now. You are recognized.
All right, let me respond to Carlos Manzo about the integrity, okay? But first of all, I need my question to staff be answered. Okay, can you stop the clock, please?
It's on the
No,
staff report.
no, it's on. You can go on.
No, I already asked staff question, but
You
I
go-
haven't got the answer
I
yet.
already told you, go ahead and ask, and then
No.
see chalk it out.
Previously, Mr. Mayor, previously,
Okay, go ahead and stop the clock now. Okay, go ahead.
be reasonable.
So, Councilmember Irwin, if I may, you had a few questions that I'd like to provide you answers with. Please let me know if I've missed one of your questions.
All right.
For the notice for election, for a special election, the recent one that we had, I was able to pull up the invoice that we received, and this is straight from the county. The election for the special election in June of 2022, which was actually what the measure to bring rotational versus directly elected to the voters, was a little under $120,000.
$120,000?
Correct. When, in regards to staff time, ultimately, it creates additional processes, especially when it comes to special elections. But ultimately, it goes into the calling for the election, which is done during a council meeting, noticing of the election, publishing of the election information. This would be a measure, not a candidate race. So there's a little bit of a difference between, there's not necessarily a nomination period, but we do have a stringent time frame that we would need to ensure that we met according to the election code. Unfortunately, we've already missed the deadline for any measures to be added to the November 2024 election. So this would need to be brought back for consideration for either a special election or to wait until the next consolidated election in November of 2026.
I'm actually going to jump in because I understand your question about staff time and labor. So when there's staff time and labor that's accounted for when we're doing this work, it is actually just a part of our, of us doing business. So we don't actually mark time and we don't track the time, how long it takes to work on this type of, item. So the cost that you would get would really be the cost of the election, the cost of the demographer for that, for that extra, for those districts, which Ashton, I think, has the number, the cost for the demographer. But as far as staff time goes, staff time and labor, that's really just the hours that we put in during our work day. So it's really hard to quantify because we're not tracking that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my second question?
Yes, so in regards to still sticking with the election per se, in the event that this was approved by the voters, then the next steps would also need to be going back to our demographers to basically redistrict. Currently, we're at 4 districts, and the rotational mayor would require us to be districted into 5 districts. So if we look back, unfortunately, I don't necessarily have each kind of breakdown of that process, since it's a pretty stringent process, but it's roughly, last time we went through this was about $80,000.
Plus 80?
It was $80,000, yes.
So the
That's
total
on top
cost-
of
the total
one-
cost,
That is on
for
top.
The last special election is roughly $200,000.
Roughly, yes. This isn't including publishing notice requirements. So when we have to publish these items into the newspaper and things of that, that's not included. This is just specifically to our demographers and what we get invoiced from the ROV.
Okay, the question is, can we reuse the last district map?
So unfortunately, there has been additional laws that have changed since the last redistricting process. There's additional laws that we would need to adhere to. So I wouldn't be able to state at this time if we'd be able to reuse that map, just due to there's a different process with public hearing
No.
notices, and
We'd have to redo the map.
we'd have to review.
Mr. City Attorney, last time they motioned to approve was October 27, 2021, and they approved it, and it was on the voting for November, so it's not too late to submit that if it's going to vote. Look, it was voted 3-2, Ty Doe, Kimberly Ho Monzo on October 27, 2021.
I guess that's time for you to go ahead and finish yours.
So why is it too late to submit it if it's approved?
Councilwoman Fanwest, the original motion that you're mentioning, it sounds like it was done in 2021. The actual election was held in 2022. So we weren't up to a cusp of time frame. We had plenty of time to include that into the.
Well, Councilmember West, why don't you go into your time, but you go ahead and chart down your question. Let me
You're going
finish
to
with
have
the-
your 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're going to have your 5 minutes. Let him
Okay.
finish his.
Still one more question that
Yes,
you
and
haven't
then I
answered.
think the final question that you had, Councilmember Nguyen, was the total number of rotational versus directly elected in Orange County. We have 34 cities in Orange County. There's currently 24 rotational, and there's 10 directly elected.
All right. So how many percentage? Like about 1/3 or what?
It's actually, you know what, it's actually less. It's not 10 directly.
It's about 8 as far as I counted it, right? 8 or 10, or maybe 14. Okay, so what is the number?
Sorry, who's doing the math? Okay, so how many is that? Who's doing it? 10 out of 24? So,
It says 11.
because the late communication takes cycles out.
Oh, I see, okay.
So he's asking for a percentage, so somebody just needs to divide it and make a calculator.
No, I can do it. So what are we looking for, percentage of what?
10 out of 34 cities.
Okay.
And that gives you that.
29%.
So that's what he's looking for.
So 29.4% are directly elected mayors.
You can start my clock now. All right, let me show it to you there. All right, so we have like roughly 29% of the cities that currently running rotational. No, actually, what? No. Yes, all right, 29 directly directed. Okay, so the rotational mayor system is roughly 71%. Okay, so there's a reason for that. Okay, if you're smart enough, and then you're going to
Because it works.
Figure out what I'm trying to say here. All right, and go back to the special election that Kimberly Ho and Carlos Manzo throw in on what year? 2021 or
22.
2022. It cost the city $200,000. Right? I just want the public out there to see they are using taxpayer money recklessly. Right? They just do whatever that they want to because they have the majority, right? For your own agenda. At that time, Kimberly Ho, she really, really wants to be a mayor. And there's no way for a person like her to get elected like a mayor, so they try to work around. And they colluded together using the city money, the taxpayers' money, in your favor. Am I wrong or am I right or wrong? Right? So when I say that you are not the man of integrity, and you say that, oh, okay, you go, you turn around and attacking me. I'm using the number here. I'm using the facts here to show the people that you are not the man of words. All right, just all right, let me go through the list of the directly elected city, okay? We have only like Anaheim, a big city, Costa Mesa is still a big city, Cypress, Garden Grove, Irvine, Orange, Rancho Santa Margaritas, Santa Ana, which is a big city also, Stanton, Thurston, Westminster. That's it. And the rest like about 30 cities or 20, 25 cities running rotational mayor. They do this for a reason. Aliso Viejo, Brea, Buena Park, Danapoy, Fun Valley, Fullerton, La Habra, La Palma, Laguna Beach, Laguna Hills, Laguna Niguel, Laguna Woods, Lake Forest, Los Alamitos, Mission Viejo, Newport Beach, Placentia, which is your city, right? San Clemente, still have like 24 seconds left. San Juan Capistrano, Seal Beach, Villa Park, Yorba Linda, okay? You know what I meant. So all I want to say is Carlos Manzo is not the man that he is.
All right. I guess it's my turn. This is my first round. I don't need much, but I will take the first round. Go ahead and clock me. If you saying that the election for the rotation mayor, you outline the cost, you should make it as a lesson learned and not to waste the city money. And you are trying to do the same thing when you are saying that they are wasting the money. If that's the case, learn the lesson. Don't do it. Okay, so that's all I have. I'm done. So at this time here, you can go for another 5 minutes and we can wrap it up.
Yes, and absolutely, you will protect that power, Mr. Mayor. You want the only control, even in your two agenda item. May I finish, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
5.14 is this exclude the mayor from needing a second to agendize or 3 votes. You are becoming a dictator. You're securing your power. Of course, you don't want people to have a fair, rotational, and less toxic working environment because you want control at all. So the thing is that it's unfortunate we've seen it. We trust you. We honestly did trust you as we started in this journey the last 18 months. And now it proved to us that you are so controlling and you do anything to keep that power. And it's not a democracy. It's not the republic, democratic republic that we live in. That's what the communist dictators do in China, in Vietnam, in Venezuela, any other country. Look at Russia. Does he share his power with anyone? No, he's going to do everything to keep that power. And I hope you're not like him. But the thing is that, of course, you've seen, it seems like every city on here that does the rotation mayor, because they know it does work. I've talked to many of other council and mayor in other cities, and even staff and city manager as well. They love the peace that they have, the less toxic environment that they work in, because there's that respect, because every year they rotate for the next because before, you guys changed it. It was 2-year mayor rotation until Tree Todd changed it. You guys were there, okay? So instead of 2 years, now it's 4 years, mayor rotation. But the thing is that every mayor there, like Mayor of Huntington Beach, they rotate. Last year, Mayor Tony Strickland. This year's Mayor Gracie. Next year will be someone else, maybe Pat. But the thing is that they rotate every year, and there's that balance and that peace, tranquility within the council and the staff and department head. Everyone I talk to, they appreciate that. And so that's the thing, it does work with rotational. The workplace would change completely because every year we are rotating to another council member based on their seniority. And we respect that. And every other council does that. So anyways, I know it does work. I know it costs money when you guys put it on, $200,000. I don't know now how much it will be. But the thing is that you guys did it at the time because it worked for you, right? The rotational. And you think it was fair. So no one can monopolize on the mayor power because there's a saying, ultimate power corrupts ultimately. And it's what I'm seeing. And if you're okay for that, continue, do the things you do. But if you're not okay with it and being fair and just, there's one day where that power will shift. And you want to be fair and just, that's why we're doing it now. You know, that we ask you guys to think about it for that reason, because the power will shift. And you don't want to be silenced again. Do you remember how Trita, Charlie, and Kimberly silenced you, Monzo, and Dido back in the day? You don't remember that. And then when Kimberly switched over to you guys have the majority, and you oppose them, and you attack them, you forgot already? Serious? Man, short-term memory.
That wasn't the case.
Dang. Well, I guess they do it on purpose. They are liars, you know what I mean? So they lie through their teeth. No one can really believe what they say. Look back to the council meeting. We all know who was there back in the day. Charlie, Kimberly, Monzo, the council. Now, the new council, they blame me and Nam Quang for being crazy and destroying. It was them, the corruption. Lead with them 8 months, 8 years. So the thing is that the corruption, you guys want to eradicate corruption. Why don't you ask them? Start with them. What did they've done? I just got on the council. I don't even know what's going on. But the thing is that they've been here forever, and you are okay with the corruption? Look back. Who's new here? It's Mr. Nam Quang and myself. The corruption's here.
All right, thank you very much. Let me ask you both, you haven't got the second round. Do you want to check it?
No,
Do you want to take
let's
it?
just vote.
Okay, I will take the second round, but we're very
I
sure.
want to say something very
right.
short.
Okay.
And it's not, I mean, you don't even turn on the clock. I realized in 22, we should have recruited these two, we probably would have passed. But I guess that was my mistake back then. Because I am an advocate
I wasn't
for
on the
it,
scene.
but we could have been a good advocate for it. But anyways, that's all I got, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Clear that. It's my turn. Let me tell you, I was elected as a direct mayor for 4 years. Doesn't matter what you do, I still be here for another 2 years. You can't do anything to take me out. So there is nothing that I have to worry about, but it's just that we are wasting the taxpayer money, that's all. I am, at this time here, I would like to, go ahead and clear my time, I don't need that. At this time, why don't we go ahead and do the consensus if we want to continue to discuss, or we are going to take the vote on this? If we want to take a vote on this, then say yes. Yeah, I say yes.
Yes, say that again.
If you want to vote on continue to vote on the items, no more discussion, then say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Did I hear how many yes that I want to hear?
Yes. Vice Mayor said yes.
I said yes too. So we have a majority saying that we want to vote. I believe you called the vote already, right?
Yes, Mayor. I have a motion on the floor. It's made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo to take no action.
Yes.
I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
The motion is?
To take no action.
To take no action? Well, I guess we already know, so my vote doesn't even matter.
So what is it?
It doesn't matter.
Mine is yes.
So, okay, so I would say if you don't vote, either you say don't vote, no vote, or abstain.
My vote doesn't matter, so go ahead. You've been silenced, District 1
Okay.
and 4, so go ahead.
So that.
You guys have the majority vote.
I want
Just
to
keep
ask you
saying it.
one more time. If you don't vote, I assume that is no vote. Is that okay?
An abstain.
Abstain. You take it as abstain or not. If no, then you vote for it, or else we'll move on and consider your vote as abstain.
No, I didn't abstain, so
All
don't
right.
vote abstain. My vote doesn't matter.
So what your vote?
My vote doesn't matter, so go
Okay,
ahead.
at this point
Go-
here-
Put me at the end. Go back to me. Circle around, please.
No, do it right now.
Circle
I mean,
around.
Right now. We need to go on.
Circle around, please.
No, we don't, okay? When I don't call you for your item to speak, and you make hell of it, and now it's your turn, and you're trying to delay it. I ask
already
you
told
for your
you
vote.
My vote does
What?
not matter.
So
We
I
already
assume
know.
this is my third time.
So you already silenced our voice, so why don't you vote? Because it doesn't matter. My vote in that one doesn't
well,
matter.
Okay, this is again, I take it as a refusal to vote. And I need a yes or no answer from you. If not, then I will assume that this is your abstain vote. This is final for you. Okay, we take it as an abstain vote. Is that okay?
No,
All
I
right,
didn't
okay. All right,
say abstain.
That's okay. Okay, move
I
on.
did not say
Move on.
abstain,
Move
so
on.
that's a
Councilmember
lie.
Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
It's a no.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-1.
All right, thank you.
And one abstention.
What?
One abstention.
Oh.
Yeah, they like to put
Okay.
words in my mouth.
Next is 5.12, request for a resolution of censure based on action of Mayor T. Charlie Nguyen. And this item brought by, I believe by Council Nguyen, and then seconded by Council West. Am I right? Yes, I'm right. So you are now recognized for 5 minutes, Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay. Wow. So now we have only 5 minutes?
Yeah. go ahead.
This is kind of something. This is kind of wrong. You know, last time you let Kimberly Hall, censure Amy 4 hours, and Carlos Manzo censure Amy 4 hours, and then you take about the same amount of time, and then now when it came to your censure, then you let us have like a five minutes.
Oh, my God.
You're just an idiot.
Kaido was right. Kaido was
Kaido
right.
was right.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just very, very disappointed. Disappointed. Okay, what else? What's my report?
What a dictator.
12.
Grow some balls.
Yeah, you got to throw some ball. 12.
Oh, my
Can I
gosh.
borrow it?
Dictators. Wow.
All right. You know what? Let me start it with the DUI that you. I'm going to talk about the DUI that you got. Hey, come on.
Mr. Mayor, take order.
All right. You know what? Okay. when it came to my attention that one of the activists, which is Hong Nguyen, saying that you are committed a DUI. I don't, at first I don't know. I don't believe him, but now when I put together all the facts and what I observed during, back several months, and then I believe him that you actually committed a DUI. And I don't know why at that time, Westminster Police Department didn't, take your blood test and to have the concrete evidence. But I know that like on March, and you get into an accident on Westminster and Busha, and during that time you take painkiller. And right here on the dais, you just turn around and take painkillers. Am I right or wrong? Right? So the following month, and you get into another accident when you drive a Tesla, which is borrowed from Mr. Kenny Nguyen. And you just blame the Tesla that when it just go on when you trying to stop, and it's go on and crash into the coffee shop. And for a record, right now the Tesla owner still paying out pocket money, and you don't even take your responsibility for that. Okay, so that is one of the reason that I want to put you up for censure.
Please.
Talking about Mayor Charlie Nguyen, he promoted superstitious practice and witchcraft in the conduct of his office, and off the city by displaying which we call the voodoo-like object in front of City Hall. You can go out there and see he put that voodoo thing, on his office. Why? What the heck is that? It's like you want to keep all the demons and evil spirit out of the city, or what?
I would be careful here. It's even potentially religious discrimination. Just.
All right, I will wait until my second round.
Okay. Okay. All right. It's my turn.
Wait. I thought I was his second.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you want to answer his question? Is that maybe Mr.
No.
Mayor?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, hold on.
Councilmember West, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hold on just a second. I'm trying to get my notes. Mr. Mayor, you want to go first on that? I'm looking at my notes.
Well, I was going, and then you wanted to.
sorry.
So no.
I apologize.
Don't say sorry. I yield it to you now. Do it. Basically, you have nothing, huh?
I do. Can you hold
then
on?
Go.
I haven't even speak. Can I have my time?
That's okay. That's your time right there.
No, I'm claiming my time. I'm looking at my notes. You're being very unfair, and I need my time. Can you pause, please? I haven't talked anything about the agenda item. That's not even right.
Okay, go ahead and pause it now. Now, when are you going to speak?
I will. Hold on. I'm
How
looking at my
long?
notes. Give me a minute.
A minute?
And I asked if you don't mind going first.
No, I go first.
Okay,
You
then
want
give me
to
a
go.
minute.
How many minutes?
I'm looking at my notes. I have, jeez. Can I reclaim my time, please?
No.
No, I haven't even talked about the agenda item. Wow, this is dictator style. Jeez. Exactly.
Please. Okay.
Exactly. Okay, we have a whistleblower telling us that Mr. Mayor and Kimberly Ho abused their power by telling staff to delay citation at White Palace before her supervisor raised fundraiser. That's a
Wow.
fact.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, and who's abusive of power now? Them. So the other thing is, Mr. Mayor have an accident inside the city of Westminster as mayor duty and destroyed the businesses. And not only that, you pay to kind of hush-hush the business with cash, and then they end up saying, no, I'm not going to accept that. And the Tesla you borrow is your best friend, Ken Ing-wen, and he come out publicly to endorse me to run against you. Okay? How can your best friend do that to you? It's because you are so bad. He knows you for 8 years, Ken Ing-wen, and he's going against you. And not only that, all his supporter is supporting me and Nam Quang. That tells a lot about who you are. And you use his car, and now Tesla would not pay him for this incident. And you were under the influence of painkiller. And that's where the city of Westminster, not because his title mayor that you guys don't do everything, you have to test the blood. And you can tell that he's under the influence of painkiller. And he was. We have proof of it. Words get around in the city here, Westminster, and everyone kind of knows everyone in the Vietnamese community. And then the mayor.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Okay, with all these,
May I finish?
they are all accusations, Mr. Attorney. And I want to ask you, if there is no evidence, do they need to show the evidence, or else this is going to be a legal matter? What do you have for me?
As we've stated before, we need to be careful what we say, that we don't make any defamatory statements or discriminatory statements. When we're talking about a censure, it should be something tied to their role as a council member, a censure for actions related to their office. And obviously, evidence is helpful in determining whether or not a censure is appropriate or not.
Thank you very much. Number one is
Okay, can I finish?
I
Please.
just want, go ahead and finish it. You have 1 minute, 51 seconds.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, the county give us $1 million to build the arch, the county, and then it's reallocated to the homeless, to take care of the homeless in our city. And what happened? You guys voted to keep that money for the arch, and the county sent a letter to the city attorney to ask for the money back because they split the $500,000 to Fountain Valley to take care of My Square Park because you guys never came to the meeting. They requested in an email for 3 different dates in the month of June. And yet, Mr. Mayor,
That's
I
correct.
didn't
I
know
have
about
evidence.
that email, so staff is hiding from Nam Quang and I, who's on the homeless task force, because Mr. Mayor would not He wants to be a part of this. If you do, then come to the meeting. If you didn't come to the meeting, so you lost the 500,000 to Fountain Valley. They're taking care of the homeless. Now, what about our money? They want that $1,000, $1 million back. And what's going to happen is they're going to file a lawsuit against the city. And you guys want to keep it. And you guys voted. I wasn't in the meeting, but you three voted to keep that money because Christine told us in a private meeting that that's the outcome of the vote of 3 of you guys want to keep it already. So there's no need for us to be in the council, in the closed session meeting, because none of us would change any outcome. So the thing is, what's going to happen with that 1 million when you guys dropped the ball and did not?
All right. Thank you. It's my turn to defend myself. Go ahead and start the clock. Number one, let me ask the city attorney. You know that they are trying to accuse me that non-related to the city business, and you let it go on.
The city
Until
business.
I ask you, and you stated that it has to be a related matter. Why? Go ahead and stop the clock just so that we can. Go ahead. Why didn't you speak up when they're violating the?
I think I
That's
did.
not.
When there was a comment made related to religious matters, I interrupted and indicated.
Yeah, he
that
did
was-
talk to me about that.
And then I did indicate to him, you have to keep it on
Right.
city matter. That was something I also mentioned,
Well-
Mr. Namquan.
That is city matter
Well,
when the county
what-
give you money.
No.
Keep the city money.
The city money is not, but I will ask that. Okay, first of all.
That's city
see,
business.
You did not stop her until I asked about it, and you start saying that it has to be a city-related matter. Okay, done with that. All the accusations, these are all accusations, none. Talk is cheap. I want to see the proof.
So you're going
Okay,
to,
so.
You don't think
that's it.
Kenny will tell the
Let
truth?
me, this is
don't
my
give
time.
us enough
This is
time
my
to
time.
present our
This is
censure.
my time.
Okay? So be fair, give us an hour, and then we're going to present
I take my time,
proof,
or else I
okay?
have to issue the one.
Okay, just give us an hour, and then I'll show you the proof.
yeah.
Okay?
Give us
Don't be a
time.
coward.
You can prove
Hey,
anything.
Yes, I will.
It's my time,
Give me an hour.
please,
Just keep your voice down, Mr. Mayor.
because I can't control the meeting. It has to be, we have the policy in place, and you are trying to accuse me, and this is my time.
You changed the rule.
Yes.
Right?
The whole
Okay.
council, not me.
No. You
Okay.
changed the rule. The majority changed the rule, not the whole council.
Yeah,
okay?
just the 3
Council
communist
voted together.
dictator.
Council member Nguyen, it is my time right now. I ask you to refrain because I didn't interrupt you, so I ask you to not interrupt me.
All right.
Can I ask you that?
You have your time. Okay.
All right. So
You are welcome.
I don't need you. It's my time.
Talk to your activists.
Don't care. All right.
Okay.
But right now, it's my time.
They are making
It's my time.
noise.
It's my time.
Okay, talk. Go ahead. Speak. Mr. Mayor.
I told you it. You don't need to call me Mr. Mayor. You call
Okay,
me Charlie,
I
all
call
right?
you Charlie.
Okay.
Charlie,
I
okay.
don't mind.
Yeah. Thank you for it.
So it was all accusation, and I object to all of those accusations because I need proof, and I don't see it. Talk is cheap. Now, regarding to 1 million, would you please stop the clock now? Let me ask staff and city attorney. They claim
Why
that.
is your time
Why you
stop
stop
when we
the
ask
clock?
questions?
When you
I
ask
ask the
question.
question.
No,
Yeah.
When
the
they ask
time
your
was
question.
running when we
Go
ask
ahead,
questions.
go ahead.
Don't be
Clock.
double
Okay.
standard.
Go ahead and run the clock. All right.
Jeez.
Why is that? They said that $500,000 lose to the city of Fountain Valley. First of all, I want to know Where are these money right now? Did we lose $500,000 to the city of Fountain Valley? And why do I have to be a part of it? Can you answer that, please? Go ahead and stop the clock now.
I think that's my question. I brought it up. I mean,
You know,
that's what I
why don't
stated.
why don't we wait until you finish and then they answer the question like you
How
know you
we
did to
run
me.
it in.
That's what I proposed, but you don't want that. Okay, if that's if that's
You
the
did
game
it
that
to
you want to play,
Namquan, do it to
from now
yourself.
on, that's how we are going to do it. All right?
No, I have to wait until the end for them to answer me, right?
Yes.
Let's do this. I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
just so-
If
so
that's
what?
what you want to do, we will go with that
All
from
right.
now on.
Yes.
Okay? So go ahead and continue my clock. All right? I want to ask staff and city council, where is the $1 million? What is $1 million for? Have you ever allocate this money for homelessness? And why do I blame for the $500,000 loss to the city of Fountain Valley? I don't see any of those related to me at all. And so keep that question for yourself and then answer me later. Would you please? So at this time, I just don't want to talk about this anymore. It's ridiculously that I have to continue with this item. So
What are you
it's just
hiding?
it's just that I don't need to talk about it. I just want you to go ahead and answer it. Go ahead and take my time off.
So are you going to forfeit your 2 minutes or what?
You don't have to ask me for that, okay? Please go ahead and answer it. I am running the meeting, not you.
Yeah, I'm only partially involved in this, but I can give you some of the information. I just know that there was, the county came to the city with some discretionary funds. There was an agreement signed for the purpose of building an archway in Little Saigon. Staff, as I understand it, worked with the county for 6 months or so towards building that. They determined the cost ultimately was going to be more than $1 million to build it. And then, so the agreement says it's for the Little Saigon Archway. Then in January, there was some discussion about maybe changing the use, but that discussion was never with the city council.
Mayor, we
So-
have no quorum.
We've lost our quorum.
Okay, we have the quorum. So with that, I don't need you to answer anymore. I will move to take no action on this. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho to take no action. I'll go to call roll. Councilmember Monzo.
Well, that's okay. Go ahead and call the vote.
What? We should have a second round, right?
Okay, you walk out the meeting, okay? You know that you have to be here when there is no
No, I
quorum.
just go get my drink.
No. All right, go ahead and call the vote.
No. We
Councilwoman
protested.
Kendall.
No.
Because we have
Mr.
5
Mayor.
minutes. That's
Or
the
Charlie,
law
whatever
that
want.
you just
Okay,
enforce.
you should have
Let me consult.
us.
Let me consult with the
You-
city attorney.
You just.
I will-
Yeah, you keep breaking your law you
Yeah, you
enforce.
just keep breaking your law.
We like your law, actually.
Tell me what,
We do a second round? No, not yet.
they walk out of the meeting.
No, I just go get my drink.
We can go, what
Okay,
if we go to the
What happened to
bathroom?
you
We
and
can't go
Carlos? He just
pee?
came back here.
Yeah, he went to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor. I will have them to go and go for the second round, okay?
Yeah.
All right, okay. So I just want to say that all of these are accusations, and there has nothing to prove that these are the facts. So I take no for the answer. Right now, I don't need another 2 minutes, 3 seconds. Let them have it. Go ahead and go for second round. If you don't have anything, then I go
I
for
do.
second round for
do.
for you, Councilmember
Okay,
Nguyen.
so Mr.
No, I'm recognize Councilmember Nguyen, please.
Okay.
Okay.
So you want me to go first? Okay.
That's fine.
You are going first. That's your agenda item.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie. All right. You know what? Talking about the $1 million, not $500,000. Okay, the county first contacted me to give us $1 million for the homelessness issue to resolve the homelessness in the District 4, which is they classify is the most part of the city that has homeless. Okay, and because of the fact that me and Councilwoman West is on the homeless task force, then the county inform us and want to work with us and city staff to secure that $1 million to help us to fight the homeless. But for some reason, the county sent us an email, sent the city an email, right? And they allocate 3 different days and times for the city to meet up with them to discuss about $1 million. And we never answer them until now. And that $1 million that we're supposed to have is now get called back from the county. Let me ask the city attorney a question and city manager. Did we get the email from the county attorney asking us to return the $1 million back to them?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so we are not lying about this. Okay, under your direction, under your leadership, we just lost $1 million that we're supposed to use that
For the homeless.
the homeless. What's the hell with that? And you just hold on to your power. That because the county didn't want you to be part of it, and then you just get upset and then you tell,
He's
maybe,
butthurt.
okay, correct me if I'm wrong, okay, maybe you force staff, not to conduct that meeting between staff, myself, and Councilwoman West about, discussing about $1 million that we're supposed to have. Okay, I even go further. I let you to have that meeting. I don't want to be in that meeting, right? I just, okay, go ahead. I don't care about, taking credit. You can have everything for yourself, but the thing is, the most important thing is retain that money for the city. That's all I ask for. And then you just throw $1 million out the window. What the hell is that? Mr. Mayor or Charlie, whatever that you want me to say, or to call you. Isn't that an idiot or stupid? You should address your activists. Okay, so for that just one item, you should be kicked out of your office, not like censure like this. All right, I still have 1 minute.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
No need.
please, can you ask your honey
I did.
to be quiet?
This is
Keep
not
quiet?
my honey, okay?
Okay.
Don't try to say that.
I don't know. You guys go to Oakland.
Together.
Drive all the way to Oakland with her.
We
Okay.
have proof.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. You and Vice Mayor Kimberly Hall in 2019 appoint each other's children in Westminster City Commission, committing nepotism and excessive family influence.
Yeah.
And I just can't believe that, okay? All right. I yield to Ms. West.
Okay, Ms. West, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Nam Quang. Can you tell them my time is clicking when they keep talking?
Please.
Can you pause my time when he's addressing the
I said
crowd?
you watch your mouth, okay? Because that's not how you say it,
Huh?
okay? What you call her? Say that again, please. You call her what is mine?
Honey.
That's insulting, you know
I
that?
have no honey, no money.
All right.
No
Go- you
money,
go
no
ahead.
honey. Okay.
You go ahead.
Please
Okay.
keep it focused on
Yes.
council business.
Okay, so can I reclaim my time because?
No,
What?
please.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ashton. Okay, so regarding the $1 million, okay, I even asked Chief Darren, and I go, Chief Darren, did you ever get the email of the 3 dates that the county give us to meet with you? He said, no, he hasn't. So I go, why did staff collude with the mayor in hiding that email until the county reached out to Nam Quang Chris from the county?
Right, I found out from.
Yes.
I found out from Chris that they already sent us the CD an email.
And that's a month later.
Okay.
Nam Quang found out, and then he sent it to me. I go, what is going on here? And Christine, you did mention to me that the mayor wants to be a part of this. And I go, fine, then have the mayor and Nam Quang go if he doesn't want me to go. Or the mayor and Kimberly Ho to meet any of the
Whoever
date
can
there.
go.
Whoever can go. I don't need to go if the mayor doesn't want me to go. I'm fine. And so the thing is that since till this day, you guys have not sit down, the mayor or the staff or Chief Darren, to sit down to get that $1 million for our homeless task force, our homeless on the street, and our police can take that money, use that money, $1 million, to take care of our homeless problem, which you know we do have. And they would really appreciate to have that money. So now we're gonna lose that money because the county demand with an attorney letter to demand that money back because we're not even come to the table to discuss the money, where we want the money to go if we want that $1 million for our homeless. That is not, to this day, you guys have not been sitting down, and now you remove me from the committee, a homeless task force. So that's one. Two is you appoint your family members to the Westminster Community Foundation, and I guess Terry Rain can testify. Everyone on the committee knows that Dominic is your brother-in-law on your wife's side, and you put him in there in charge as president and chair. Isn't that omnipotent? Isn't that putting your family member in? And he runs the meeting. Charlie, under your watch, you put your family and friends in, and now we're still trying to find the money to do our tax. Camilla is trying to ask for who did you pay? Which company, who did the music, the entertainment, so we can do an auditing and send it in for the foundation, the Westminster Community Foundation. Till this day, Casey on the foundation and other people don't know where the money is. Camila doesn't know how to audit this money because we don't know where it's gone. So when we create that fundraising, it's supposed to go to the purpose of that, and we need to have a check and balance. Now they can't do that, and you put your family in there, and then not only that, you go in there, Mr. Mayor, and yell at the board, either do it my way or the highway. And you yell at, what's her name? What's her name? Tân gì?
I don't even know.
Julie Deep.
Julie Deep.
Julie Deep was devastated. She worked really hard, okay? And then you just appoint your family member and say, my way or the highway, and kind of push her aside, and other board member. And they have to just say, yes, okay, fine, Mr. Mayor. And the thing is that in the ordinance, when we create city attorney, that no council member get involved in the foundation because it's conflict of interest, because there's money involved. We don't want to look bad. And that's the purpose why I created it. And Mr. Mayor, you got involved because you want to take control of everything. Everything, you want to squeeze it out and basically squeeze the air out of it. And everything die because you want that control so bad. And Mr. Mayor, we were fair with Nam Quang and I when we first came into the council. But you just want control of everything, and it shows. Now you remove me from everything, and it's like, what am I supposed to do? I have nothing else to do. You know what I mean? I guess I can sit and get paid by the taxpayer and do nothing. I don't feel right at all. So the other thing is, Mr. Mayor, you cannot just...
All right, your time is up. It's my time, 5 minutes. I don't know where to start because it's one lie after another. And I think that
We have Kenny Nguyen testify, your friend.
It's
Your
my,
friend.
It's my time.
Do you say Kenny lie?
Please, at my time. I don't care what.
You say Kenny
It's
Nguyen
my
lie?
time.
I'm going to tell him. He'll be
This is the
witness
first
here.
warning to you.
Okay.
All right? First warning to you for this item.
Okay. Go ahead,
It's
Mr.
my
Mayor.
time.
Go ahead,
When it's
speak.
your time, I didn't say anything.
Okay, speak.
First of all, it's lie after lie after lie. And I think that you can see, I don't need to prove about this. All of these are lying. Now, I have a few questions for the staff. Why do I being blamed for $1 million or $500,000 or less? Why do I get into this picture?
You say everything falls on your head,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Did I do anything about it? And I believe part of the decision making because there were 3 council closed session meeting about this item, and both of you are not attending the meeting.
Because you already voted to keep the
No.
money.
No, we did
Yes,
not
you did.
until last meeting. Did I say this right?
We already lost that
We have
$1
the
million,
dates.
and
Now-
when then you conduct the closed section, Mr. Mayor.
City Attorney, did they vote to keep the money?
The city attorney.
It's closed session, we don't want to
Well,
disclose what
we didn't need to be there because you already
I just want
voted.
to ask you, okay, if there's no financial director here, this is not a closed session related, then I can ask this question. Where is that $1 million? What is that $1 million for? And where is that $1 million right now? 2 questions.
I think either the city manager or Adolfo would be better situated, but
I can
we
answer
have the money.
Yes,
I can
please.
answer the question.
Yeah,
The $1
they're
million
gonna sue you for the money.
is in the city finances. It's in the bank under our account.
But did we lose that money?
We have not given any money back. It's in our account.
Okay. Okay.
Because you guys voted to keep it.
Did you
That's
attend-
why they sent
Now-
attorney
now
letter to you guys.
clear this.
May I ask Adolfo a question, Mr. Mayor?
Right, no, it's
Okay.
my time. It's my time. Did we schedule for this item at least 3 times until the 3rd time that we voted on this? I'm not discussing anything. I'm just stating the fact that this item was scheduled for closed session 3 times, and they were running away from that.
But they voted, so
So
I will
I
prove
asked,
evidence.
I asked staff, is that true? Did I make a true statement?
Yeah, it's been on the
It's been
agenda
on- yeah.
a couple times.
We don't know how many times without looking it up. but
And
we
I can
easily
remember,
look it
I can tell you, the first time that we had it, and they wasn't there, and then we choose not to vote on it until we wait until the next day, which is a special meeting. They were here, and we called for the meeting over there, I mean, for closed session, and they ran away from that. And the last meeting is just probably about I think, believe it, our last meeting 2 weeks ago. That's when we decided. We made decision.
Again, we don't want to disclose anything from closed session.
No, I'm not disclosing anything, but that's what I'm saying. 3 times that we are having this item agendized, and they were not there, okay? So I don't know why I got involved into this, why these 2 are not, but I do.
I will
don't know
give
why.
you the evidence. I have it on my calendar.
So let's say about WCF.
Yeah, it's all about
Yes,
timing.
Another
I
thing is
have
that-
the evidence.
Another thing is collude. They said that I'm collude with the city manager for this. I want to ask you, city manager, did I collude with you on this item?
On which part of this item? I wasn't really prepared to talk about homeless or $1 million. So if we're talking about you coming to the meeting, there was communication between me and Chief of Staff Chris Wingsaporn at the county, to which, I'd indicated that when we are discussing or generally meeting with a county supervisor or a higher elected official, it is always protocol that it's the mayor, and if there's, any other, deviated process, then that could be determined at a different time, but it's always extended to the mayor. So there's no collusion, it's just us, putting out normal standard city practice.
Okay. All right. DUI, one person called DUI, another person called me that I take painkiller. And that's why I got involved in the accident. I don't know which one of you
Under
is
the
the right one,
influence,
okay?
that's what I mean.
So you're conflicting yourself.
DUI.
DUI is driving under influence,
Yeah.
not driving under
But then-
drinking or drunk.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
May I-
under
may I
any
correct you there?
influence. Do you know what that means?
May-
And
Okay, may
do
may
you
I
have-
ask?
do you have
Yeah,
any-
driving
do you have-
under the
do you have
influence.
any proof of-
Weber, what do you define?
Driving under
DUI.
Mayor,
influence.
why are they interrupting you?
I don't, okay. I have
Because
no-
you
Ask a
you asked a
question.
question.
It's enough. It's enough. I don't want to talk about these things anymore because
you
it's so ridiculously that accusation about me on everything. So my decision is to object everything that you just said and leave it at this.
You can object if you want, but here's the fact, and I'll show proof right now.
I think that you have your turn already. At this time here, if these 2 council don't have, then I want to have the consensus on this.
Then we'll take it to the media.
consensus on this is
Fobosa.
Sure.
And the media would tell them the
If
time
the
frame. I
consensus
have
is
everything
to
documented.
take no more discussion, say
Okay,
yes.
so if you're not afraid of,
Yeah, what
us
you're hiding.
proving-
I'm not afraid of, but
Okay,
I
so
don't want
let
to
us
Then let us show you the
proof.
facts.
It's
Show you the
just
facts.
You say we're
lie
lying.
after
We'll
a
tell you right
lie.
here the
We are
facts.
wasting time.
No,
I
you're
don't-
making
no.
excuses because you're afraid.
Okay, you are double
You're afraid
standard
we're gonna
here.
tell
You
you the
allow
facts.
Kimberly Hall and Carlos talking about Amy for hours, and then now we
So-
just have 10 minutes to talk about you.
Is it the time that I can ask
10 minutes.
for a consensus?
You can't silence the king,
Yes.
remember?
No,
He's the
it's just an
king
hour.
of Westminster.
Mr. Attorney, is it okay for me to ask for a consensus
Charlie.
at this time?
Yes, following the process, that would be the next step.
Okay, so the next step is, I ask for consensus not to discuss this one further and to go ahead and take the vote because there was a
You asked a
motion
question
on the floor.
that if
So
we can
if
show
you say-
proof, why don't you
If
let us show
agree not to
proof?
discuss about this item.
What are you afraid
then
of?
say
Let
yes.
us show you proof.
I said, I'm not afraid of, but I don't want to waste time.
It's
to
not
talk
wasting
about
time.
nonsense.
If the people
when
deserve truth,
When
don't
it
say you
came
want
to Amy
truth.
Fan West, you
Please.
guys have like
Please.
several days.
Please.
Okay, you
Right
said
now,
emergency,
did you hear,
everything, so.
did you hear the city attorney said?
No.
Once again, the city
Bend
attorney,
the rules in your favor.
we already go past the,
Bend the rules in
okay.
favor.
All right, we are not going to talk about it anymore. So at this time, if we agree not to discuss about this anymore, once again, not because I'm afraid of, because I don't want to waste any more time on the nonsense. So at this time, if you agree not to discuss this one further, then say yes. I wanted to get the consensus on this. I say yes. If we take, I'm trying to get consensus not to talk about this anymore. If you agree with that, then I'm not afraid. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of that, but we are not wasting our time. So if you agree not to further discuss about this item, then say yes. I say yes.
Pay me 4 hours and then you.
Council, what about you? So you want to discuss? So if you,
Okay, so
I'm going to say it again. I'm saying it again so that you can vote. I want to get the consensus. If you don't want to move this item, or if you don't want to discuss further about this item, then say yes. So the consensus is, if you don't want to discuss about this item anymore, then you should say yes. I say yes.
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 You guys are so afraid of truth. They're hiding.
Oh, my
Okay.
goodness.
So
Why don't
at
you
this
let us
point here,
prove the
We have the
truth?
motion and a second on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, why are you so
We
scared?
I have a motion
I am
made
not
by-
afraid. I state my.
What is the motion?
I
Can
have a
you
motion made by
clarify?
Mayor Nguyen, second by Vice Mayor Ho, to take no action.
Can I, Mr. Attorney, can I make a substitute motion?
Go ahead and make the motion. It's a call, talk to me, because that under me.
Oh, no, I just
Okay.
asking for.
Go ahead, go ahead.
You're asking
go
for
ahead.
legal.
What is your substitute motion?
You are lying, so I
What
don't know.
is your substitute motion?
Can you not
Okay, I
yell?
just want to keep the original motion.
I thought
What
you
is
wanted
the
a
original
substitute
motion?
motion.
To censure you,
Okay, so is that your substitute motion?
Okay, so the
No, the
substitute
original
motion
motion.
is to,
Direct staff.
To approve.
yeah, basically,
for direction, right?
You're directing
Okay.
staff
okay,
to
all right.
prepare a resolution of
yeah,
censure.
to direct staff to prepare a
Okay, is
resolution
there a
of censure.
second?
Can I add another, it's like a motion to censure Carlos Menzo also?
That's a separate.
Oh, that's a
agenda.
separate motion. This-
Okay, I'm asking.
No.
Okay,
You
I'm
have the
asking. I
right
don't
to
know about the rules,
ask.
I'm asking here.
It's a separate agenda item. You'd have to get that item on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to announce it and then have 3 votes,
Yeah.
which we can never censure them. They're
I
king
know.
now.
He's safe now.
They're hiding.
Yeah.
Any
Is
truth,
there
you'll
a
never be
second
exposed
to
of
the substitute
corruption.
motion?
Are you going to?
We can never expose the
Is
corruption.
there a second to the substitute motion?
I'm his second.
Okay, so we got a motion.
So you guys will never
and
find the
substitute
corruption
motion For the
until the next election. If you guys want truth, just vote
motion
different in
and
November.
second on the substitute motion.
I have a motion made
Call
by
first.
We will
Councilmember
expose the
Nguyen,
corruption.
a second by Councilwoman Fan West for a substitute motion to
will
direct
expose-
staff to prepare a resolution of censure against Mayor Chi Charlie Nguyen. I'll go to call roll on the substitute motion. Councilwoman Fan West.
This is to censure and your addition, right? Or no, that doesn't,
This is to censure.
Just-
okay.
Just to prepare
Yes.
censure,
Okay.
yeah.
Councilmember Monzo.
Before I vote, I just have a question for, is if there's evidence to these allegations, why isn't it on the staff report? My vote is no.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay, before I vote, I'm going to answer Manzo here. We do have evidence for everything, but okay, the mayor is such a coward. He didn't let us. He didn't let us to
Yeah,
prove.
to present to you.
Okay, just give us an hour. Okay, me 1 hour, and then Amy 1 hour, and then we're going to prove it to you. Okay, don't be such
We
a
don't
coward.
want to waste.
My
Okay.
vote is
You don't even know.
Yes.
You don't
on
even
my
know.
motion. Yes.
You
Yes.
don't even know.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yeah, it's late in the morning.
No.
You know?
It's
Mayor Nguyen?
3:45.
No.
Can you
Motion
take
failed
care of your
2-3.
crowd, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, so go back for the original.
The
motion.
original motion on the floor was made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho to take no action. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
No.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes, no action.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried, 3-2.
All right.
So 5.13,
Next
right?
is item number 513. Be patient, it's only 3:45 now, 3:46. Okay, we'll work until morning, early morning. So 513, request for a resolution of censure based on action of Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho, District 3. So this
Okay.
item brought up by, I believe by Councilmember West and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. So Councilmember West, you recognize now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
5 minutes.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Ho conspired with Councilmember Charlie in 2019 to appoint each other's children to the Westminster Planning Commission. That's wrong, which you guys always fight, Terry Rain, that you don't want, installing your family members, and now we're exposing, and you're a hypocrite.
Can you give
You're
order, please?
contradicting yourself. Because-
Let's see, have 5 minutes.
Because you guys are on hoot, you know what I mean? And why are you effing us? And Mr. Mayor, why don't you stop her? That's inappropriate. She's flicking her finger at us. So Ho and Mayor abused their power by telling staff
Terry, please.
I guess Mr. Mayor's
You
not
know,
doing
go
his job.
wiser, don't grow old.
Did you say grow wise, don't grow
Wiser.
old?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That's what I
I
meant.
know. Okay, in District 1, the mayor resigned. The mayor has not addressed his concern or taken complaints seriously. They're being bullied by activists. And it's so sad. And he's here, the resident's been bullying by the resident. John, who's here, Mr. Mayor, he's in your district, which he lives across from you. And Terry Rain has been bullying him, and you're not doing anything about it. He sent you an email. Why haven't you addressed it? And then the other thing is, he sent the email to you and Kimberly Ho, Vice Mayor Ho. You guys are the top tier, right, in the city? So why haven't you guys addressed his concern? And he's being bullied, and it's under your guys' watch. So Kimberly Ho, you leaked potential litigation information, which is your your attorney. You leak it on the last meeting on the 14th, July 14th. And I have to stop you. And then not only that, you lie about it. It's on record. I mean, it's evidence. It's on television. And then not only that, what's more dangerous is that you accuse me of leaking closed session information. You leak property sale, closed session. And then you brag about you getting a large kickback. And I have proof and evidence. And you're going to lie about it?
Yeah, we're going to request an investigation. on that.
Ho abused staff to do her bidding when she is the passion queen, right? In the
Right.
city of Westminster.
You will have your 5
And
minutes,
she
sir.
created it. I have 2 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
I'm
Now
talking
you're
to
talk-
him. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you pause? Mr. Mayor, just interrupt me, which he just approved his new agenda, his new rule. You cannot distract any other council member who's talking. So Ms. Ho abused staff by redirecting them to give her the room for free when she's doing a pageant fundraising, and we don't know where the money is for a cause, for the city, to open a passion thing for the city of Westminster. Where's the money accounted for? There's none on record. And Phobo says she lied about saying when she ran for mayor, if I don't get this mayor seat, then I'm going to resign. She bragged about it all social media, and that's the truth. You go look at the video, and we can show you proof, but you're not allowing us to talk. You only give us 5 minutes. And then the other thing is, Charlie, the thing is the investigation on the Tesla is going to be huge. And
Are
it's
you talking
gonna-
about me, or are you talking about censoring? Which
Well,
one
both
you're
of you guys
talking
come
about?
together because I can't tell the difference between the two of you guys. You guys are the same. You guys flip-flop. Remember Kimberly Ho called you hang, my hang ơi? It means frickin' coward, okay? Like effing coward.
All right,
You guys
yeah,
quoted that.
all right.
And you allow her, have she ever apologized to you? Là you là hang, my hang ơi? And then you said my hang too? So you guys are okay? You guys play with dirt and mud like a pig, right? So you're okay with each other. Lies, and you're okay with each other corruption, so you will protect each other. And I will expose corruption with Nam Quang as well, and the new council. And it's unacceptable. The people deserve better. We need clean house. And we have a lot of lawsuits. It's because of the three of you guys been here for the last 8 years and more. Look back at all the
All
litigation.
right, thank you very much. Your time is up, and now I recognize Councilmember Nguyen.
Call me Nam Quan, and I appreciate that.
I don't disrespect people like that, okay? So I.
No, he
you know, it's
asked
something
you, he preferred that.
No, I don't.
You're
I do
disrespecting
my
his
job,
preference.
Okay, take it on.
Call me
That's what I
he,
asked
she
for.
if you
Okay.
want to. You know, he
Go-
wants
go
to be
ahead. Go
called
ahead and reset to 5 minutes.
Nam Quang.
Okay,
So please
go.
respect his title, Nam Quang.
Go.
No, respect must come from both sides, mutual respect. All right, okay, even though this is not my item, but I have a few words to talk about our beloved Vice Mayor Ho. Okay. First of all, I want to emphasize that under her leadership in 2020, she caused the city to lose a whole bunch of money. It's when she
Quan Chi, right?
solely personally create a commission